So we do get back to it. The situation is quite alright for us. We've slayed the England, we're moving our capital down to Londane. The names were changed back to the Gaelic names by popular demand, and I agree with it. It adds a bit of a flair to the campaign. And we actually need to spend a bit of time stabilizing and becoming big and powerful, right? Our income should start rocketing up once we get control over glorious, formerly English lands. We can finally start trading now that we're on the new 1.0.8. Trade is no longer actively bad for you like it used to be. And it did used to be actively bad for you unless you were well set up for it with good crown power and trade efficiency. We're going to be focusing today on building ourselves up and annihilating the English scum. So one thing that I've been doing is I've been using subjects to do conversion of lands. Huzzah, look at that, they're doing it. They're absolutely doing it. It's wonderful. Except with this new patch, there was a change, and I'm pretty sure that change is bugged. I spent some time looking into it. So your subjects, they will assimilate land. Typically, they only do it in their capital. I have seen them do it beyond that. And it's good for them to do so because the cultural capacity of holding on to wrong culture can be a bit choking for them. There was a fix, and I'm making little finger quotes here, where if a country has minus 100% assimilation chance, they won't waste their time doing assimilation. Except that doesn't work. I'm pretty sure the calculation they're doing is they're adding up all of the negative percentages and none of the positive percentages in the whole province. And if that gets more than 100% negative, then they will just stop doing it. So if people have any amount of spiritualism, or they have a lack of control, the AI is just not going to do it. Now that's going to be a problem for me because all of my newly released subjects are not going to convert, or assimilate rather, pretty soon. And any new ones I make will have that same problem because they inherit your laws and your values. That's a problem I need to fix. It'll take a bit, but it means that I'm not going to be releasing new subjects until I get that fixed. That means I need to become humanist myself and set some laws in motion so that subjects I make remain humanist, because it's of vital importance that we cleanse the English, and doing it with my 3 crummy cabinet members is going to take quite some time. That's why we need subjects to do it. There are still Northumbrians that need to go, and even some Scots and Norns and Norse Gaels that have to go. So, fortunately, we're not too far away from Parliament. I will kindly ask the Parliament to change our laws, and I will probably put a cabinet member on putting us towards humanism when I can. Best to put somebody with diplomatic focus on that. I'm tempted to do you right now, but it'll be working against the grain a bit much, so I'll wait until the law is changed. And then once we are comfortably a bit humanist, I can start cranking out some more subjects. Otherwise, I might as well just integrate the ones that aren't going to be doing anything more. I remember seeing those modifiers on Spiritualist when tinkering through the VODs. Humanities studies it is. Yeah, humanities studies, no time for going to church for my folk. Can you please repeat, says King. Well, I often repeat myself over the course of things, but not right now. Scots and Gaelic are now official languages as per the language bill coming to effect today, says Anton Jim. Fortunately, I have very little caring about what's going on over in the UK now that I live outside of it. Although they made one change lately that is actually going to be a big kick in my balls. You can cheaply pay into your pension plan as a UK national that's abroad. And that is going to be ground to a halt starting next year. So, bye-bye my pension. Guess I'll be working way into my dotage. Right, what am I doing? Well, let's get rid of some of these annoying alerts. I know I'm playing EU. I know I have religious things that I don't care about. Possible rivals, I'll keep that one in mind. I'm not going to form Alba. The rest of this is whatever. Unmarried children we can see too. Right, rivals. Might rival Sweden. Should probably rival Aragon, right? I want Castile in my pants. So, screw Aragon. And, ooh, you know, it's very tempting to rival the Pope, but I don't want to be excommunicated, do I? No, sir, I do not, right? Screw Sweden. Oh, Sweden's already a rival? You say I have a possible rival, but, currently they are not a rival. Okay, there we go. That's strange. I wonder why they were in red there. Maybe mutual rivalry is being shown. Anything else to care about? Gosh, I hope not. There's a lot of money that I have and I'm not spending, although truth be told, I don't know what I would be spending it on. I always love keeping a nest egg. I don't need to pay my army right now. You know, cultural investment, these days I believe don't do it. Artists are such a scam. And I'm not just saying that because one of the artists scammed me out of my money earlier on. They are just such an enormous scam. It's not worth the paltry amount of prestige this gives. And yeah, the game will spam you with artists beyond your limit as well. Sometimes I wonder if that actually increases the cost of supporting them. But yeah, there's something weird going on with artists. It's such an undercooked element of the game. You know, somebody put some hard work into adding artwork and artists, and they end up such an afterthought, so I will also afterthink them. What does need to be done is the Navy. So one plan is to get a lot of maritime presence around here. Now, maritime presence ticks me off royally, but we'll get to that when we actually have a Navy. For now, what's my capacity of actually building a Navy? If I wanted to build up the barks, and I certainly do, seem to have a bit of a lack of docks right now. I mean, for now, let's build up what we can. I guess I'll do, I don't know, 3 in each of these. Sailors are not forever, but they need to be done eventually. And it doesn't particularly matter where you build your ships. Remember in EU4 where the place that you built your ship would determine the cost, and the cost would affect the maintenance? Grim bloody times they were. But yes, docks. Docks are good. Please tell me about where and how I can be building up my docks. You can't get different levels of docks. Maybe it's ports you can get different levels of. Even so, more ship-making capacity has got to be good. These things drive up demand as well, so I'm more than happy to have them. Yeah, but if it's not dock, what's the other one? It's port, right? No, but I have Shink Pork? What the heck is that? Sailors, levy size. Alright, well, don't rely on naval levy, that's for sure. Worked like that for land units too? Yes. There were places that were just better to make your land units in. Wharf, that's it. I keep forgetting the word wharf, and why would I? It's in Caesar. You can also build ships on a wharf. What's the difference about where you can place a wharf, though? You know, it can be on any town coast here. But wharves are also just good. Harbor capacity, trade capacity, build ships. Yeah, you know, if I can have wharves as well, give me wharves. Right, well, it certainly dunked a lot of the money, but so be it. Right, is there anything I want to do diplomatically as well? There's one thing I want to start doing. I picked this up when I was playing my Cyprus game. I've had this off-stream run as Cyprus. Incredibly easy, by the way, but never mind that. See the Pope? The Pope is a very literate man. That means he stays ahead in tech very easily. There's this little button, Steel Technology. You get 20% of their current research progress. So if you just snipe them before they do every research, you just get a lump sum of this periodically. I suppose the downside is that this costs you diplomats, but it seems like a great trade. Generally targeting Italians with this seems pretty good. So yeah, Pope Man, I'm going to be wanting that. Give it to me. Otherwise, which of these relations do we care about and which do we not? The question is, who are we going to be integrating and who will we not? Not an easy question, that, but I don't think it'll be you. It could and probably will be you. I'm going to want this land because it's close to Londane. But we've already pretty much maxed you out anyway. I do want to integrate Norfolk and this guy as well, because I'm certainly going to stop their cultural enrichment. And I guess I'll need to integrate you as well at some point. Yeah, so it's good to keep increasing relation with you. And then who's this little key guy? The Earldom of Devon. I have some plans for down here. Is Devon part of that plan? I suppose so. It's no big overhead to keep improving relations with them. Otherwise, I guess we can get going. My spies always get discovered when I get more than 50% network. You can check for how good they are at counter-espionage. You see this? The chance of being discovered is da-da-da based on their espionage. So you want to find people that are decentralized. Look at that. Decentralization and lack of rivals. Amazing for spying on. And the Pope struggles with rivals, or so I believe. Maybe because he wants to be friendly with all of his Christian buddies, I don't know. Other people don't want to rival the Pope. So it just makes him a great target for that. And together with the massive amount of institutions and literacy. Oh yeah, we got literacy here. Look at that. Pope boy knows how to read. I mean, we're working on it. And I didn't know Northerners could read, but... Oh god, look at that. York, a centre for learning. So, what do we do now? I need to work on my own values and getting these English culturally blasted. One big priority is to turn all these people into Highlander. Unfortunately, that'll be easier because high control. So when I can, I will pull back my cultural enrichment of Galloway down to here. Probably when, I don't know, the capital is moved or something. We have these integrations going on as well. Because I figured, hey, might as well have some of these taken care of by me. You could spy on multiple Italians. Certainly could. But I need quite a few of my diplomats for various other things. Not least of all, taking care of my antagonism. So I do eventually want to ally Castile. And I'm not going to be doing antagonistic things for quite some time. And that'll be difficult unless I start really dealing with some of this stuff. So independence first. And then the others later. One of the big problems, though, is France. France just don't seem to understand the funny side. I can reduce this by a bit more, but otherwise it's a bit of a waiting game, which is unfortunate. Even so, I don't want the Prince Bishop prick of Cologne hurting on me, so let's also improve relations with him and get him out of the potential coalition. The important thing is to keep France out. We have amazing relations with France. All that land I sold them after all. But the amazing relations with France cannot continue. We do intend on attacking them, and who knows, I might even attack them today, depending on how long the stream goes, and how well my integration of England goes. Another thing is the bloody Irish. I have a plan to carve Ireland into a lot of one-province miners, because I'm going to use that as a turbo-charging battery for my culture. So I have all these little Gaelic-speaking, Highland-cultured Irish people, and then they will add considerably to my cultural influence, because this is all of the prestige of each Highland nation added together. And if they have any little bonus things, like, you know, the laws that I'm going to give them, that will also boost cultural influence for each of them. So yeah, especially this no censorship thing. If I can pluck out a lot of little Irish guys that don't believe in censorship, they will tell the whole world about how great it is being a Highland Scot in Ireland. And we actually need that cultural power because it's going to make it easier to assimilate and integrate French lands. I really love how culture works in this game, and it adds another layer of difficulty or not difficulty for who you're playing as. You know, great, big, homogenous culture, Norwegian, Swedish, especially the bleeding Koreans, the Greeks, the Castilians. It's so powerful, whereas small, crappy, out-in-the-corner cultures like Highlander or Norse Gaelic or Norn, just absolute gutter tier. And it adds a bit more thought process to how you want to go about your campaign, because you can't just hyper-blob and expect to integrate everything. You know, integrations are slow enough as they are. Imagine if you didn't also have Highland cultural versus English tradition. England has no tradition because I've wiped out all of the English. Being Gothic as Theodoro is now actually a pain in the arse, as exactly. The final 3 words doing all the carrying there, Bruno, as it should. I really don't like playing as babbied nations. Yeah, where's the thrill of playing the Ottomans or Byzantium? You just have victory handed to you on a plate. The struggle, oh, the struggle feels so good. Right, see you guys. I actually want you not over there. Get back to an actual port. I'm going to need to build up a really respectable fleet. I need maritime presence. I need the capacity to move my troops around. And I need to be able to sink France's fleet. France have an enormous but crappy navy. But I wouldn't put it past them actually building up a navy worth my time. I've heard, well, I haven't heard, I have seen with my own 2 eyes that France like to be naval hegemons. So I imagine once they get some good control here or integrate Brittany, they're going to have so many sailors and so much disgusting amounts of money that they will triumph on the seas unless I can beat them to it. So I want to build up my sailors a lot, hence all the port and such expansions, and then we will have our victory. Cultural specific texts are so incredibly strong, especially Muscovite and Castilian. Yeah. Yeah, some people just get such incredible advances. Scotland get them as well. Scotland is disgustingly overpowered in this game. And Alba is pretty much the same. Look at that, the power of Scottish whiskey. The power of comets. The power of tenacious land. Although, what is war exhaustion in this game anyway? Alright, very well. So don't expect some high-octane stuff here. Today it's largely about sorting out our country and eradicating the Sassanid. The English have got to go. I should also consider which, if any, of these forts do I want to keep. They do actively cost me money, and that money could be put elsewhere. And do I even actually need forts? I should also consider if and where the English are going to rise up, because I'm probably going to have to deal with this. Honestly, I think I could get rid of my forts here. The only real threat would be if a revolt came, and I don't want the revolts to take the forts off of me. They do give soldiers, which can be quite nice for levies, but on the other hand, whoever cares about levies? The only fort I think I want to keep is the one near London. Nice place to store the navy, so they don't get kicked out by any old thing. I think I'll actually store you in London as well, because control is actually going down, but it'll go back up once we have our capital down here. Capital forts are half maintenance, really. One of the reasons I don't like having a fort on the capital is that forts give double noble power. But it's not like there are loads of nobles in the capital anyway, it's just the capital's where most people are and I want to maximize control there. So I'm not a huge fan of putting down marketplaces in the capital anymore. Boosts the burghers quite a bit. And the capital is the home of most of your crown power. Hey, there we go, London is capital. Right, how are we looking in Dumfries, etc.? It's not as Highlander as I would like it to be, but I'm kind of wasting my time doing this. Here's what's going to happen. You, Mr. Integrating wherever it's called, your new job is to assimilate to Highland culture Kent. Mr. Galloway, your job is to now integrate the province he was working on, Bedfordshire. And then once Parliament time is up, we will then switch out to moving our values over towards Humanist. Yeah, there's some nice things I'd like to do with my subjects, but I really can't pop out any more of them until we get that sorted out. I have some ideas here. Actually, I think I have a pretty good idea right now. He's still culturally enriching. Okay, that is good. That is pretty good. I have something resembling an idea. Somebody pointed out a building around here. Yeah, somebody said good luck getting control over Greater Cornwall because of the Stannery Court building. I thank you for wishing me good luck, but I believe in making my own luck. So this building is god-awful. Burghers and peasants get power. Max control gets shunted. And you like control over a bunch of these lands because they produce the tin. The tin, the silver, and the copper for the island. That's great because they'll sell for good prices, but if the control is reduced and these people have too much power, you won't be able to extract as much wealth as you like. Well, the way to delete them is to either have a lot of control or have some weird event. I'm not sure if that event is going to trigger for me, considering that it's probably related to being England or Cornwall or Scotland, probably not Moray, although I haven't checked. But you can destroy it if you have high control. Notably, I have not got high control. In fact, it's trending towards 0. But I would say we can do something about that. I mean, look at this. For some reason, Devon doesn't want to delete it, even though they have high control. What if I were to help them with that? Hey, Devon, I am going to take this off your hand, because you don't know what to do with it. And then, when you immediately get it, you inherit their control, and it starts plummeting down. And that control is enough for me to step in and eradicate the building. And then, with that taken care of, I suppose they could have it back. I mean, it's not like it's a core of mine, is it? No, it's not Highlander enough to be a core. That said, I could change it. For now, I think I'll just let them have it back. Although... Yeah, that counts as a diplomatic action. Although I could just cede the location back to them. It's no big deal. I just mostly wanted to show that off. So there we go. I helped them out, and I can do the same over in Bidfort and Bernsteba and whatever else to get rid of them. Of course, it comes at a cost. It costs 20 Liberty Desire. But, Liberty Desire, Schmibberty Desire, it's no big deal. Alright, London became our capital now. I really want the Royal Court and Royal Garden. Crown power, efficiency of cabinet, and diplomats. Love diplomats. So get me in on that. Oh, I haven't played on the beta patch. Good if true, 2,000 nobles is a lot. Didn't they nerf House of Parliament? Yeah, from 2,000 to 200 nobles. And you're right, that is a lot of nobles. It's okay though. I like crushing nobles early. They have way too much power. Although there is a good argument that, you know, they will crush themselves because as you grow your economy, the burgher class will grow and that'll proportionally shrink the nobility. That'll also make it easier to revoke these privileges. But, I like putting them in their place. Ooh, Parliament, right. I certainly don't care about whatever we can put through Parliament. The most important thing is to change that bloody law. Let's move it down over to Canterbury, since that's where we're changing culture anyway. Kind of a shame, because I would really like all of these docks. Hang on, Colchester, Inverness. Haven't I building a dock in these places? I thought I just built a dock, but it seems I'm dead wrong. Well, unless we get some amazing events, it's not going to pass anyway. But it has the highest base support, so let's go with that. Nice, they changed the issue where this the circle that gets filled in when this pops up is in the wrong place until you let a day tick. Right, so hopefully I don't want too many blasted things, because I need some law changes going on here. I'm more than happy to do plutocratic support. It's just legitimacy, and legitimacy is just money. That already puts me at 53. I can get another 20 here, but the law changes are of vital importance. I must now start going humanist, or else we're going to have a hard time converting all this culture. So I want to go to my heir religion. Same religion seems sensible, but that spiritualist is a royal pain in the bum. If I just say any religion, it could cause me some troubles down the line. But realistically, I don't think you ever have an heir of the wrong religion unless you're a woman that marries a man of a different religion. So just don't be a woman and everything will be fine. So yes, I want that humanism at all costs, so give me any religion, please. And we do this through Parliament, because doing it not through Parliament costs, I think, a base of 100 stability, which is a bit beyond what I'm willing to spend. There's no way, no how, right? I'm going to grant this privilege, right? Ooh, or will I? That's actually a pretty good privilege. It gives them a lot of happiness, not a lot of power. The possible clerics will give them power, but clerics have really good literacy, which could be considered good. But they also don't really do much unless they're working away in the Scriptorum, and Scriptorum gets replaced. Just how bad is that? 100 of the buggers. I mean, look at this. By default, we already have hundreds in a town or city. What are a few more of them anyway? Considering that they don't pay tax, that could be seen as a bad thing. And they already have a disturbing amount of power. But I am considering getting the second law change. Because right now I can get 10, 20, 30, 37. That brings it up to 40, and there might be other things to do behind this. Let's wait for a couple of events and see where it goes. Salut, bonjour, Thois. I am sorry to say, mes amis, but we're going to crush your beloved France, although the crushing won't be happening just yet. It's an ambition, though. Much to my surprise... Oh, well, okay, no. Much to my not surprise, they have ceased their cultural enrichment. They're still going on. They're still going on? The AI for when they do their cabinet action seems to be minimal at best. I'm not sure what to make of it just yet. Ships repairing, ships maintenance. Oh, my poor sailors. Are we killing the French or chilling today? We are chilling until we're able to kill the French, but we are actively working towards it. Solidifying our power, preparing ourselves. Oh, right. So there will be a brilliant move by me on how to attack the French. We will put it into motion today, but whether or not we can actually attack the French today remains to be seen. If nothing else, I'm going to need a powerful navy. A powerful navy costs a lot of money and a lot of infrastructure, which we're currently working on. So today we're more satisfied with killing off the English. We are actively genociding them. We're hitting them from all directions, top, bottom, the sides, even the centres. Oh, okay, well that is not an event to boost my support in Parliament. It's just making the clergy even less happy. It's alright, they don't pay taxes anyway, what do they have to be unhappy about? Ochasaforo, I am loving this, yes. It's also got my university, so I'm not keen on giving it away, but I might have to. Could I start integrating you? Wait, they're disloyal? What in the world did I do to them? Oh, right, yes, the forcing of culture. They tend not to like that for some reason. Could begin the integration of Cheshire. Especially knowing that they are... Oh, they are actually culturally enriching. I could take Glassap off of their hands and see if they convert Flint. Flint? No, that's not Flint. It's Chester. I'm wondering if they will convert. And I want this land anyway for another subject. Should we take our chances? We're going to take our chances. All right, you there. I'm going to seize this. Their isolated capital will get moved, probably to Chester. Be interesting to see if they decide to go to Manchester, but no, let's see. And then I will consider hoovering them up, but the thing is I would hoover them up and still just spit them out as new subjects, because the cultural enrichment is the important thing to be done right now. And where we are right now, subjects in most of the land are stronger than holding it ourselves. This land is stronger for us to hold. This land is stronger for subjects to hold. Of course, I don't want to give everything away to subjects. Yeah, of course. Like it's so simple. How are you doing on cultural enrichment? You have stopped, so the integration of you is actually a good idea. Wiltshire, should you get inside me? It apparently won't take very long. I like the sound of that. Yeah, we also have 10-1 on population. Alright, you know what, Wiltshire? You will get inside me. Alright, very good. More power for me. Also, we get Portsmouth, or Portsmouth, which is a pretty good port, as you might imagine, with a name like that. Dark Young's still having issues with culture, whilst he's playing as Proto-Brazil. Still contemplating going for the second law change in Parliament. I was hoping I would get a Parliament event, although no Parliament event is better than a bad Parliament event. Oh, my navy. My navy is ready. Right. I'm just going to park them all over here. I still don't have a good feel for maritime presence. Well, I know when it works against me. I've had a lot of problems with maritime presence, and there's some bugs associated with it as well. But what I'm ever so curious about is... By the way, we got a crown fellow for you. Better dip is better. Now, I'm starting to think in this game the best solution is just to park a navy in every adjacent sea tile. It'll give maritime presence, and if you get attacked, you'll at least get a warning about it. Currently, the game has no alert for you being navally invaded, so sometimes you're just going la la la, fight, 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 and then suddenly, oh right, the Bretons are invading Scotland, and I got no notification about it. Whereas at least if you have boats everywhere, they might die, but at least it's a warning sign. Be that as it may, these guys together should have 50, 60, 70 maritime presence boost. That's not 70, that's anything but 70. I'll give it the turn of the month and see what happens. Seems very expensive. Yeah, navies cost a lot of money, but the control they give will generate a lot of money. Alright, we did not get a single Parliament event, so I have to ask myself, to what lengths am I willing to go to get a second law change? Otherwise I have to wait 5 years to do it again, and I do need 2 law changes. We're currently working on the air religion. The next one is a very sad law. And yes, I did go through the game trying to figure out how to become humanist when I realized how subjects now work. The only reasonable thing I think I can do is get rid of education for the people. Wrong one. Religious teachings. It's so good. Oh, man. All that delicious literacy. But it causes spiritualism. It also makes the clergy happier, which is great. But spiritualism I just cannot tolerate. And it's not like I can get rid of this clergy ratio. Ooh, that's going to boost when I give them the privilege. Ugh. Well, yeah, I could always pull the privilege later on if I really wanted to. I think we'll give it a go. Because I do really want that law. I'm okay with aristocratic movement. We already have flowing towards plutocracy. And serfdom movement, I'm willing to give that. What is prestige anyway? I'm also definitely willing to give a naval movement. We love naval around here. It's kind of reducing the support that I'm going to get out of these. I wonder if we're going to manage to make this. Because look at this, I need another 26 or so. These two together are not 26 or so. I'd have to give all of them. And they might reduce each other. Yeah, it's also -1 troll castle here. Minus a lot of troll castles, actually. Troll castles aren't that bad. I used to have a big issue with them, but really, are they that bad? More nobles isn't that terrible. Keeps the peasants busy, makes them eat stuff. It also drives up demand for these things, and it's not like you have to pay for it. So yeah, they're not good, but are they really that bad? I don't think so. Yeah, they're reducing each other. I think even if I gave all of these, I wouldn't be able to get my second law through, so I'm just giving up for no good reason. I think we just have to say no to that for now. How much food can those nobles possibly eat? A ton of food. Right, that means I'm waiting 5 years to get the next thing going, but that doesn't mean I have to wait to change my my focus here. So, as much as I want to assimilate Kent, I need to become humanist. So, that's going to be your job. What's it called again? It's like change societal values, that's it. I want you to bring us to humanism. And between that and the any religion heir thing, yes, we are now pushing towards humanism. Take no event that pushes me to spiritualism, everything that makes me go humanist. And in 10 or 20 years, we should have enough to start popping out subjects again. During that time, we'll have to refight the English, but perennial problem, those English scum. Yeah, what a shame about that. Chat, where's our capital city? Londane. And it is full of Highlanders. Could you possibly imagine? If you go humanist, go at least 50 to get good events and some reforms of it. You think I can just go 50 humanist? I'm trying, but we're going to have to settle for a much lower number than 50 before we start popping out subjects. But yes, I do want to go humanist because it aids cultural enrichment. Yeah, which my vassals have all but stopped now. And strangely enough, they're still doing it over in Bristol. Like I said, the AI for it is weird. I know they're going to stop, but when do they stop? Heaven help me. There's no real AI logic in the cabinet actions file, so yeah, you tell me. Oh, that reminds me. We have a lot of leftover cultural capacity, so just to make them a little less revolting, we will tolerate but not accept the English, the Northumbrians, and oh, I can't even accept the Norse Gaels because they're not even 1% of my country. Poor buggers. And I suppose the Norns are even worse off, yeah. Well, it sucks to be them. If you get slaves, you can enact a slave law to push humanism plus 0.1. That sounds nice. Do I actually have the range to import any slaves? Tell you what, the easier way to do it is to go to Londane, go slaves, Wait, there are slaves being supplied into the London market. Imported from the Tunis market. Interesting, but that's not going to do anything unless Tunis actually have any slaves. Which they do. What kind of slaves are they? Jews! Yeah, if I could get some Jews to work in my field, maybe I could pass a law about them. The issue is the Catholic slaves would never work here. I wonder if I'm actually getting any of these slaves. But I'd rather go somewhere that I can get a better flavor of slave than Jews. Good point there, by the way. Excellent point. Because, yeah, sure enough, with no slaves, we have no slave policy. Where could I possibly... The Mamluks like slaving. Alexandria, what kind of slaves do you have? Orthodox? Jewish? Not Catholic, basically. And the thing about being Catholic... Oh, wait. I think Catholicism just says no slaves working RGOs, period. Yeah, that might be out of the question. Because that is put on the religion thing. Slaves working with raw materials, yes. Yeah, I can't have slaves working like that. That's a shame. Yeah, I would need slave plantations, and you can't do plantations in your home continent anyway. So, okay, it was a good idea, but slaves, not happening for us, it seems. Yeah, not until we get around here. Which we don't plan on doing, right? Our focus is here. We might have to do some things with Scandinavians, and I'm not opposed to doing a little bit of New World stuff, but France is the focal point. I'm not going to blob here and here and here. It's us versus France. Alright, so become humanist, get that any religion stuff, get these integrated, get some great news! 5 cultural influence isn't much considering that degrades, so that event is pretty much nothing, but so be it. I don't need to keep integrating with, improving relations with you, because I'm currently integrating you. We're throwing him a party, and then he can get to bloody work. Berkshire, once you like me, I'm tempted to integrate you as well. You're so close to London that culturally enriching this will be easy, and you've done a very, very admirable job of turning not Oxford into Highlanders. Did he stop and then start doing an... okay, well, whatever. So I thought I understood a bit more about cultural enrichment, but no, I do not. It seems I know nothing. Well, I do know whatever fix they have isn't working right, but I made a bug report on it, and huzzah, it actually got accepted. Also, Cambridge, you do not deserve having a castle. I do want to put peel towers everywhere, but they cost money, and I'm not made of money. I would like to be made of more money, though, so whenever possible, I like to do some more RGO stuff. Owned location in the London market, not the Edinburgh market, because I'm going to be losing control up there, so I don't want to build stuff worth money that ends up not actually worth money. That salt is tempting, but that salt won't be my salt forever. Whatever, have a little bit of it. I could put like 2 on everything that can have it. And it should probably default to filtering not fully expanded. These buttons, if you click too fast on them, it won't register the second click, which is always a bit of a pain in the bum. But what is life if not a perennial pain in the bum? Let's keep the money flowing, keep it all working for me. That was tin down here, tin, huh? Ah well, if it makes my subjects richer, it will make me richer as well. It's no big deal. I'm back from the Midlands, my lord. They refuse to wear tartan. Yeah, subjects will probably help me with the west coast, and I will directly do the east coast. My control will be a lot better over the east coast, considering that I plan on having a maritime presence around here. Right, speaking of... the Second Navy's doing almost nothing here. I bet it's getting divided up over other provinces. Yeah, Second Navy is doing it there. Second Navy won't be doing anything here because I don't own the land. But here's the thing. Second Navy is not having an effect in the Strait of Dover. But it affects here, here, and here. And here. But not here. What is this? What is the range? Do they do a range of 1, 2, 3 sea tiles, but only inside the area that they're in? If I move you up here, will you affect this and this? Did not seem to have an effect here. And it shouldn't have an effect here. But it does. What? Use a province map mode. You'll see where it spreads. Well, it shows me the... What, really? Wow. But I don't want my presence here. I feel like it's being wasted if it goes out to here. So that means it's going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that dividing everything by 7? Doesn't make a lot of sense because our maritime presence here is 0.14 multiplied by... Oh god, there are multiplications here, aren't there? Let's see. You multiply it by 1.36. But there's also another 10% here. So it's gone up by about 40%. Let's be generous and say it goes up by 50%. Meaning each of the... well, combined they give 5 times 0.14. So 0.7. That's pretty much like 1. Just shy of 1. Spread out between all of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make sense to me. Why do you have all these map modes fit? Yeah, I made a mod here that expands the width of this. It's on the workshop as well. Something like nice map mode UI. I forget what I called it. Just make one large navy and have it do 3 or 4 provinces. It'll keep them all around 80%. I don't like it. I want it at 100%. I do think what I want to do is just make a bunch of small navies and have them plastered around the area, so that the AI won't be able to easily get to me. Then again, it's going to look really ugly on the map, just having a navy everywhere. The problem is if you assign them to do naval presence, they're quite bad at it. And they just stand still and then move along and then places go back down. I want everything uniformly quite high, though. I do wonder if they ever take attrition or repair here. Can you repair... in a coast? Apparently not. Oh well. No easy way out here, it seems. I think I still want these guys mothballed. There's no point paying for these currently. It gets annoying with replacing admirals. Oh yeah, that's another thought. The admiral won't work so good. Alright, alright. Big navy it is. I'll have one big navy take care of my coastline. But I will need a lot more boats for that. When playing as Cyprus, I had 100 light ships for this, and it still wasn't enough. And those light ships aren't free. But they do very good work in improving control. And how are we looking on maximum control here? Pretty good. Pretty good and growing, which I suppose is the important part. Patrolling with 20 light ships and 4 to 6 zones works very well. Yeah, but again, admirals. It's a lot of admirals. You know, if you have one good admiral on all the boats, he's going to give you that bonus on the whole lot. And you want a crown character in charge of your armies, especially during peacetime. So you can just enjoy the bonus without any risk to the character. Anyway, once we have the infrastructure, which includes getting these sailors, and we are building those docks, we should be able to enjoy a much larger fleet. Alright, very good. We continue building up our wealth, and heavens knows we need a lot of wealth. It's nice to actually use a get trade income. This trade income would be costing me money if we were on the older version here. Fortunately, though, we are not. No, Gwyneth, we're not going to make merry. I think I'm going to spit back out Cornwall. There's no conversion that needs to be done here. And this land is worth very little to me because I can't get control up. Yeah, it's going all the way down to 0. And then when I integrate Cornwall, there'll be good enough control for me to destroy the Stannery courts. Of that, I'm fairly certain. Should I do it right now? I'm tempted to wait until the religion thing, the thing here is done, but they don't need humanism because it's all nice and Highlander. So I guess it's fine just to gob them out. Yeah, sure. Create a subject. I could do a historical one for Cornwall, but why do that when I can have historical or non-historical fiefdom? Yeah, you take care of that. Did they just get a boat? Interesting. But yeah, look at that. They immediately get good control in the area. Although it should be a little bit better in Turo. Maybe they can build a road or something. Yeah, and then when I integrate them, I can immediately destroy all of these annoying Stannery courts. And I'll integrate them when I have the maritime presence to get down here and get good control. Which shouldn't be too hard. 50 or so control over here should not be difficult. And that is fine for me getting that sweet tin. I'm thankful for the auto-marry and auto-education mod. Works very well for producing a lot of good people for all kinds of roles. Yeah, managing your marriage is a pain in the bum, so it took me a while to find it, but under society, people, characters, so 3 tabs deep, you find all of the characters inside your realm. And then you can go and filter for crown. And then if you're really playing right, you should be marrying off all these people. The males will give you more crown members, and the females will secure you decent royal marriages for prestige and such. Or you can just find good characters that you want to put to work. But my god, what a pain in the arse. Need to marry nobles? Don't need to. In fact, I'd rather not. But yeah, look at this. My ruler's younger brother. Well, he's already got a spouse, so I guess you'd want to find the ones that are not married. Yeah, Burger here, our nephew. He doesn't show up on the unmarried children, but he is unmarried here. I don't know if he will go and marry of his own accord. But I really should marry him so that we can expand the crown members. The scroll bar is a few width thick. It should be impossible for me to manage. Oh, yeah, especially if you play as a Muslim nation and you can have many spouses. Oh, what a pain in the bum. Anyway, not really something I want to do. It's just such a pain. I am not wanting to play Crusader Kings. If I was wanting to play CK, I'd be playing CK. I will look into the auto-marriage mod. I mean, I could maybe consider, for the sake of getting some marriages going. For example, if I married Brittany and Denmark, that would probably kick them off of the antagonism, because a royal marriage does reduce antagonism's effect. Alright, maybe Bridget here, our daughter that we don't really care about. We could maybe marry her off to Brittany. Yeah, just some general over there. Huzzah, benefit both nations, apparently. And then how about a royal marriage with Denmark? I can give you my other daughter. You've got some cabinet member. Yeah, just get rid of these useless women. The women can't preserve the dynasty anyway, to my knowledge. Maybe they can marry a lowborn, but I'm not actually sure if that's an option. Because if I tried to do that with her, it wouldn't show up. Anyway, yeah, sure, let's just go with that. It's not like I plan on invading Denmark anytime soon. Kind of implies that there is a plan, it's just not immediate. Was it my plan to integrate Devon? Why am I still making merry with them? Get off my back. But I do plan on integrating these Northerners. Yeah, Lincolnshire needs to be a bit happier with me so that we get rid of that disloyalty and then start consuming them as soon as possible. Because this land, even if they're not completely culturally enriching it for me, yeah, nada. We'll get it. Can you do some claim throne shenanigans? Yes, and they have largely fixed the issue with subject spamming you with votes, so it doesn't seem quite as cancerous now. And I would not be opposed to a Scandinavian friend. A junior partner Scandinavian friend. But like I said, it's not the focus of the run, so I'm not going out of my way for it. I got one thing I want to do, and that is a culture war. Everybody with red hair, kilts, haggis, bagpipes. Oh my. Yeah, damn the High King of Ireland. I need to integrate the Pale and Connaught and just sort out Ireland properly. Because they're unfit to govern themselves. That's why they need me. Is Sami still in the game? There are so many cultures in the game, but in this particular game, not a lot of Sami left. How about the Norse? Oh yeah, Norse are all gone. If you want to be Norse as Sweden, you're going to have to invade Lithuania very quickly. Get 40% of your population to be that weird religion that they have. What's it called? Romoving. And then once you're pagan, then you can switch freely within the pagan religious group and become Norse. And then with that, you can go slaving as Sweden. And slaving is good. Alright, you guys get your arses over here. Get that navy put together. And that should double up the amount of naval presence they're giving here. Buildings would be good for it as well, but I need to focus my money on making money and making a fleet. CK3 music? Yeah, I've got an external collection of music playing in my music player. Good old Music Bee. It's got music from EU3, EU Rome, EU4, Imperator, CK2. Is there any CK3? I'm not sure about that. Only a couple of songs from EU5, though. I don't actually like the new soundtrack. It's got like 2 good songs, and although they're good, they're not songs you want to hear all the time. Pain is Salvation is great, but you know, how often are you just chilling at peacetime and then they're screaming, Pain is Salvation? It's pulling me out of the moment a bit. I need to enjoy the downtime. Can't help but notice that France is having an enormous fleet, even though he's not at war. What a terrifying bugger France is. And remember, he still hates my guts from all the expansion I've done. That 121 antagonism doesn't go away overnight. As much as we would like it to. Right, getting at any religion, getting humanism, that's the main block right now to our big expansion. And our big expansion is actually a contraction. Okay, unsurprisingly, he is not converting... Wait, he's still converting Huddersfield. Why? Let me rid you of your own foolishness. I cannot do that because you hate my guts. Okay. Well, that's not okay. Can I make you hate me less? Of course I can. Alright, I'm going to take Huddersfield off him. I think he's stuck doing that. Yeah, the English keep breeding because he has them as an accepted culture, but he's constantly trying to convert them. So he converts the 3 English, 3 more English are born, and he's stuck in a permanent loop. This is what I mean. The AI doesn't actually have logic for how they do their cabinet actions. If you tag switch over to AI, you're going to find them do just bonkers things. They will move their societal values just randomly, with no end in sight, and they can even do societal changes that have no effect. Like, they're already pushed so far into decentralization that pushing centralization does nothing, but they'll still waste their time doing it. Which is a shame, because cabinets, you know, it's pretty much like your monarch power in EU4. This is one of your main limiters on expansion that you can do. It's why vassals are so strong. You can have an arbitrary number of vassals, but you're stuck with 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 cabinet members for much of the game. Hey Jake, says the Eagle. I booted up the game yesterday. I was so overwhelmed. It is an overwhelming game, which is why use these. Use them liberally. Don't know how to trade? Push this trade button. Automates your trade, and then you can take your time to figure it out. Don't know what to build? Let the AI figure it out. Don't understand subsidizing or production methods? Automate, automate, automate. And then bit by bit, you know, the game will kind of play itself, and then you can kind of come in at points and then go, okay, I want to understand the building system. I want to understand how to manage my economy. I want to understand my diplomacy. And then piece by piece you pick it up. Hell, I had to do that. I played EU4 for thousands of hours, and this game was still overwhelming for me. We've got a siege engineer from Italy. Italians. I mean, I'm not really sure I care much about fort defense when I don't need defending, and you're not that great a character anyway. But I lose prestige for saying no to Italians? Should give you prestige. Are you enjoying it now? Oh, it's great. This is the best Paradox Grand Strategy game. It's like Vicky if Vicky was good. But Vicky is not good, because the diplomacy system sucks. The economy sucks. Warfare sucks. Trade sucks. The only thing that's pretty good in that game are pops. Pops with demands and production is pretty cool, but everything else in that game is just awful. I hate playing it. Oh, man. It's kind of nice to not be working for Paradox. I can say that and, you know, still be certain that I have a desk waiting for me in the morning. Vicky 3 OST, I don't like it, but I'm not saying the music is bad. Music is such a subjective thing. It is objectively subjective. So it looks like cultural enrichment is largely dried up, although for some reason, they're still going at it over here. Are they still doing it over here? Nay, quite. And of course, this is a non-starter. I know, I appreciate what you're doing, but I'm still going to have to integrate you. Damn, this schism. I suppose this schism hasn't been all that bad. It has really bolstered my relations with France. My inaction is perceived as loyalty towards the Pope. Hey Jake, it's been some years since I found you with the EU4 Ryukyu World Conquest. What's your overall verdict on EU5 for now? I think I just covered that with best grand strategy game. It does need a lot of work though. But I think it's a little easy to forget just how rough Paradox releases have been historically. CK3, I think, is the only smooth Paradox release there has ever been. Most of the games launch with core features completely not working at all, and it takes months for main things like that to be fixed. Hoi 3, Hoi 4, EU4, EU3. Oh, hands up in chat if you were there for EU3 Divine Wind. Entire expansion about Japan. By the way, Japan doesn't work. Also, you can't play as Japan. Okay. Thanks, game. Comparatively, yeah, this game has niggles. It has niggles galore. But it is perfectly playable and hugely enjoyable. The Papal States love me, though, don't they? Oh, yeah, loves me in a bit. He'll forgive me. Yeah, he'll forgive me in 20 years. Can you recommend some playlists for playing EU5? No, it's music, so play what you enjoy. Wait, wasn't I meant to take Huddersfield off of you? Yeah, but you're disloyal scum. Okay. More barks are on their way. More bark, more bite. Get my integrations going. Get the sailor number up. What about the manpower? Do I want more soldiers? More soldiers, more better. But not currently, I think. There's no immediate need for a big army. And my English friends who want to revolt, as long as they don't take London, we're fine. They're not taking London, and they're not taking any forts, so we'll just absolutely blast them into annihilation. And that's assuming that I don't become humanist during that time. If I become humanist, I'll gob these out as subjects. They'll take care of the coring, and then the assimilation, and then I will eat them up like candies. Yeah, we're playing 108. Oh, I should put that in the title, right? 1.0.8 beta patch, which I've had many issues with, but we're dealing with them. This song right now is actually from Imperator. It's called... it's called Unknown Title on my playlist here. I must have forgotten to import the title of it, but I'm pretty sure it's called Sound the Cornu. Wait, that doesn't sound right at all. Okay, I should stop assuming I know anything about anything. Always backfires. Is the beta patch overall better or worse than 1.0.7? Now it's better. It's had some really glaring issues. But the issues have been fixed, and I really enjoy the new economic system. One of the issues on release was the economic base was out of whack. You could become richer, but become poorer because of economic base scaling very poorly with trade. Now it scales based on your population, your own tax base, which is scaled with control, the tax base of your subjects, interest that you make from loans, but that's nothing. And then every institution you embrace gives you 6.6% expense on top of that. So your expenses do scale, but you can usually out-snowball that. The issue previously, on 1.7 and earlier, is that you scaled economic base based on the amount that you paid for trade. So if you bought some gold for 5 ducats and you sold it for 7 ducats, you make 2 ducats profit, but your economic base grows by 5. So you have to spend more than that profit doing things like cost of court, diplo spending, other maintenance, stability. Yeah, trade was bad. Unless you were very well tuned for trade, to become rich, you just turn off trade. Absolutely mind-boggling, so it was. Speaking of trade, I'd like to do more of it, but I'm not too hot on building loads of marketplaces right now. I'd rather build more RGOs. Ooh, see, building limit increases in the notes. Yeah. Better building limit from population. It's still quite low, though. The current population of London is giving me 2 building slots, because you get 1 per 20,000 people. It's really not a lot, but whatever. I don't mind building limit. It only increases the cost of buildings, and yeah, those buildings get obnoxiously expensive. But nay my problem. Got a long list of things that aren't my problem, and that is one of them. Right, Norfolk is going to be a bit of a pain in the bum to integrate, because I won't get the 100% boost from them being much smaller than me. Well, is that actually true? Could I boost my population to over 2 million to get them integrated? Or could I do the cheekiest thing imaginable and actually steal land off of them? If only they'd gotten a Highlander majority anywhere, I could do that. But they don't. Infiltrate, administrate. Now that is going to be very useful against France. Also, got to keep the cabinet full of cabinet members. We're doing integration right now, so sword ability is good, but beyond that, it's probably going to be diplomacy. So, could I have someone that can do both? This guy's amazing, but he's 59. He's going to pop his clogs before too long. Pedro is pretty good. Dare we vote for Pedro? There's no good crown member here. I think we vote for Pedro. Castilian? Our ruler's nephew is here. Yeah, he's not that great with that, but he's really good at diplomacy. I'm not going to need that for cultural enrichment, so bring on Pedro. I know that we don't have a head of the cabinet, but that thing's expensive, man. Has to be worth its time, and I'd rather do it in a crown member, and my crown member is kind of below, so no thank you. It would be clever of me to take my existing crown member children and give them better education. This is something I wish was automated, right? I want to take my crown... I think we can sort by age. Works of art, artists... So many artist-related things. Alright, can I just search for children? Yeah, but these are women. Women cost extra to put in cabinet. What a damn shame. Tell me you're not stuck with nothing but lasses. Lass. Oh, thank God we got a man. And this man is having nothing but women? Why? How does this keep happening? I wonder if there's something in the game that just makes it keep chugging out women. That's not to say we can't have a female leader, but it kills off the dynasty. Maybe there's a way not to kill off the dynasty. Female heir does mean a free personal union, is that so? I'm not really caring about personal unions for this, though. I would like to keep the dynasty, though, because the dynasty's got the Moray coat of arms. Yeah, I actually don't know. If you have a woman, can you make her marry a lowborn? Because I think you only get marry a noble, and that makes you take the noble's dynasty. Yes, this is an annoying thing. I don't want these Crusader King 3 elements in my Europa Universalis. And because it's kind of bolted on, it doesn't have the depth that Crusader Kings has for it, so it just leads to these annoyances. Yeah, certainly not a fan. And it's not something to just trivially mod away either, is it? Right, how much do these things cost me either? 50 sailors. All right, let's just go up. Expand the navy, expand the maritime presence. By the way, there's a bug in the game where if a nation gets created or annexed somewhere in the vicinity of water, that can wipe maritime presence. I don't know exactly when it happens, but I had landlocked single location miner here just on Karatina. It was actually the last remnants of the Byzantine Empire. They got annexed by Serbia, and that wiped all of my 100% maritime presence in 18 sea zones. And of course, that immediately brought my proximity and control in other provinces down to the minimum. I wasn't happy. And then I went to see if there was a bug logged on it, which there was. Thank you for your report. This has been logged in our database. And then, you know, there is a console command. Do I know the console command? There is something about maritime presence. So if you were really, really cheesed off, you could go and add maritime presence in manually. But, you know, I've got a mantra about rolling with the punches. It's just there's only so many punches I can take. The nobility are already a bit unhappy, and I never really care that much about prestige. Maybe someday I will, but not right now. Damn that schism. Oh, another one of those United Kingdom hurricanes. Because we live in Florida. I think it also wipes quite a bit of maritime presence. Alright. Come on, humanism. God, this goes slowly. That's 2.5. Yeah, that's three per year. So in a decade, we're going to be humanist. But that will speed up when Parliament comes back. Going to get another humanism law with that. There is a privilege that I've given my my nobility, which lets them marry, which is fine, because it's a good way to give them estate satisfaction, provided you're okay with it. But it's usually just marrying off the women, and I'm absolutely fine with that. Contemplating my relationship with these two jokers. If I have free diplomats, I might as well get on that, because I will eventually want to integrate these buggers and begin my desecration of Ireland. Yeah, not that we haven't already begun it with spreading Highland culture. Some places 100% Highland culture. You know, the thriving megalopolis of Ardagh. 250 people there. God, they need a settlement. Meritocracy. Do I even care about that? I suppose I do, right? Every institution I embrace gives me faster research. And there's plenty to get done in the research queue, and I don't think meritocracy gives me anything too amazing. Literacy is nice, tax efficiency is nice, efficiency of cabinet is nice. Keeping my estates poor? I don't know about that one. Is this necessarily good? Because if my estates get more money, they usually spend it on buildings. And I know people call them useless buildings for a lot of places, but I'm not entirely in agreement. More artists. God, no. No. Say no to artists. Legislative efficiency actually reduces aggressive expansion. So that could be considered good as well. Yeah, what the heck? Get in here. I'm feeling meritocratic. And the lower your stability, the faster it goes up. Lamau, no, you want them to build to loan you money. No, I don't like taking loans. There is certainly a good thing to be done if you can make more money than the 7% that this would cost you, but I just don't like taking loans in these kinds of games. Loans were very powerful in EU4. I still didn't do them, because I get a great satisfaction from building fiscally viable nations and such. Did I even do loans when I did Capitalism Lab? I mean, God, I love Capitalism Lab. Right. Assimilation is back on the menu. Like I said, Kent is an important part of my strategy here, and I want Kent full of Highlanders. Clergy and commoners. Happy clergy is faster researching, you know, but Screw it. Yeah, a lot of assimilation needs to be done here. The rest of this will be left to my subjects in due time. Lack of a commander. A great pop-up to remind me that my navy is ready. They fixed this issue with that button wouldn't work if you selected people too early. But hang on, we got more of them. Haven't figured out a good way to select all navy. Now, normally if I held this navy and then I shift-dragged over all this, it would just select the navy in EU4, but in EU5, it doesn't. Gotta select them one at a bleeding time, sadly. They also auto-merge into existing fleets if they're there. Damn nobility, up to their old tricks again. Wasn't it control? Right-click on the blue gem. The blue gem. I don't know what we mean by blue gem here. A child in the kingdom of Mori is now gallant. Oh, is he now? Alright, Bedfordshire also integrated. More jobs for you to do. You're not very good at anything, but I don't actually want to assimilate any more land. I want to leave the rest to my beloved subjects. Can't believe this is a core for me. Why is this even a core? Oh, well, not core, but integrated. The control is virtually non-existent up here. Yeah, because they're very unsatisfied. That's fine. That's just another place that I will put over to a subject. Even so, though, I think it's down to more assimilation. But where? Closer to London, the happier everybody gets. Gonna do this. I will leave the coastal stuff for when I have better maritime presence, because the maritime presence cuts down proximity to capital, and then it should. Oh, it's already heading up a bit north. Good. Someday it'll even be in Edinburgh. You now hold Alt or something? I forget. Alt. No. Control. Ooh, it is control. Okay, alright. The more we learn. Yeah, maritime presence. This is a difficult map mode. These turn blue when you have 100% maritime presence. But it's kind of difficult to tell the difference between... Wait, why do I have so much up here? Just all these provinces are adding their bits and bobs over here. Which is not bad. You get things like fishing villages, ports, docks. Harbour capacity itself also improves this. Pretty good, but right now my money, I'm more focused on expanding my... Again, my fleet and, of course, my economy. Even so, more barks, please. I don't feel the need to do heavy ships right now. There's no indication that France wants to kill me just yet. Give them time, though. I'm sure they'll figure out. I feel like I could do another stack of these, but one at a time. That way I don't purge my sailors too fast. That town in Orkney has to go. Take it and burn it to the ground. I wouldn't want these Northern Islands. They're pretty useless. I would probably just have my own Orkney subject or my own Northern Isles subject. Put them on scutage and then never involve them in anything. Speaking of people putting people on scutage, I want to start doing that with my subjects, but maybe after the English have revolted. Well, I can do it for people that aren't going to get involved in that anyway. You're a great example. Cornwall, Scoot, and probably Devon as well for now. Scoot. You get more money. They don't get auto-called into war, but the broken thing is you can still call them into war. For reasons that baffle me. Right, so this dude is no longer doing the integration of the Highlanders here, but he's not doing integration anywhere, so taking Huddersfield off of him won't accomplish much. If I were going to take anything off of him, I'd take Manchester so that I can integrate him faster. And I could actually annex him once the relations improve. It is still a plan. Yeah, but these suckers are still disloyal. Once they're disloyal, I will Well, once they're dealt with and I have annexed Wiltshire, I will integrate these guys as well, and then I'll have a good core. And then it should be 10 to 1 on just about anybody else I annex. But yeah, the thing slowing me down, in case it's not immediately obvious, and I suppose it isn't for people coming in now, humanism is the problem. With this latest update, subjects will not just bend over backwards to assimilate land for you. They have to be humanist, because spiritualism just crushes their feeling of conversion. Even though they can, they've been told not to for some reason. Lose influence and tradition. Again, does this even matter? I say that it doesn't, because this stuff very quickly balances out because of decay. It decays and it grows, so what is a change of 5? Someone tell me what a change of 5 is to 682 when it reaches equilibrium this easily. It's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. Certainly not worth 7 stability. Yeah, the monthly-long France shot... that month-long France... That's a bit of a reach, Tarkin. An enormous reach. Interesting. That pretty much destroys culture conversion. Well, yes and no. And let's take good old Wales here for an example, because Wales have already done a ton of cultural enrichment. They enriched all this to English, and they enriched a lot of this to Highlander. Previously, the AI would generally always do their capital, and then sometimes do somewhere else, because they have almost no logic for cabinet actions. But now... the fix was that if they have minus 100% on assimilation, they won't do it. Now, obviously, this isn't minus 100%. It's like minus 13% or so. But I think it's broken. I think they're calculating all the negatives in all of the locations in a province, not counting the positive. And then if that total accumulates minus 100, they'll just not do it ever. So how do you overcome that? Well, not much you can do about lack of control, but you have to get rid of spiritualism by making them humanist. We'll see, though. I have done some testing on various saves, because I've got a Cyprus save where I've conquered all this, but a lot of it is subjects. And go figure, spiritualism says they are not getting rid of those Turks. Bohemia have asked for 2,700 gold. Bohemia can bite it. I mean, why do they even have those favors? They must have been currying with me. That's no big deal. Still haven't got my head around how best to do favor currying. I mean, could I even curry enough relations with France to demand money off of them? I don't think so, because it's limited by trust and such. I could try, I suppose, but then I would have to give them whatever they ask me of, and it's probably more than I can give them. Yeah, maybe they'll ask to improve relations, like cultural opinion stuff. But if they ask me for money, I am out of luck. They helped with your independence, remember? No, the passage of time has made me forget that. I'm tempted to see what I can do with favors from France. You know, some money would go a long way, as it often does. The English want to rise up, the Normans want to rise up. A whole lot of not my problem is what I'm hearing. Alright, so what was it? Control click? Amazing. Whoa, Christ. Control clicked on France there. Actually, that's a good point. There's a game rule for that. Country change, prohibited. Just save misclicks like that. Because otherwise you control click on a country and then you play as them. James, that spooked me. I thought I was at war or something. Alright, there we go. Get your arses back here. Except you're on mothball. Kinda wish that boats wouldn't join a mothball like that. But let's add it to the long list of I wishes for UI in this game. Looks like they're already eating Brittany. I didn't see that, but we can see it anyway, can't we? I thought there was a way to see annexation. Well, I do see that they're at war with Aragon. Oh god, my subject. Okay, well, goodbye. I will miss you, Baron. You can build to navy from the action screen. Really? Where in the world is build to navy? Ooh, build to navy. Oh, wow. Thank you, Plo. I had no idea, but now I do. go, expand it by 10. I wonder if that works when they're on a job as well. I guess I can make you do your job now, right? Patrol the North Sea, please. Should you also do the English Channel? For some reason you want to do the... Oh, right, because Jersey is bleeding there. Alright, while you're there, do that as well. And maybe I don't care much about this province. Yeah, do it anyway. Gotta get somewhere with this, although all these boats cost money. I'm under the assertion that they're going to make me more money than they cost. And yeah, I'm unlocking all these buildings, but I think RGOs are better for initial money making. That's what I'm going to claim. Next RGO expansion, I'll see if I can save it for Parliament. And Parliament is... Oh, it's now. That's convenient. We're trying to decentralize, so... What's actually the bonus for doing Parliament in a province? It says it gives some small bonuses, but I've never actually seen what they are. Gathering industries. It's mostly farming, right? Yeah, we do a lot of farming stuff. Fund the farming estates. Get that done for Dosh. And then we must change our law as well. And hey, I don't mind lower levies. We're not really going to war around here, so lower those levies. Ooh, is change policy what I want to do anyway? Oh, I actually want that. Right, so we actually have centralized bureaucracy, which I don't want. I would quite like decentralized bureaucracy. This is great, and it gives me a boost to Parliament support. It does cost 12 stability, that much is true, but yeah. That prosperity, I used to think was garbage, which is why I didn't take it. And decentralization was worse earlier. Now decentralization is better, and monthly prosperity got a lot better because of... Decay. Decay was added to prosperity. Because previously you just have max prosperity everywhere, now it actually actively goes down. But yeah, if I get this in, prosperity will go where I need it to go. Jake, the modifier is a lie on prosperity. I beg your pardon. I don't believe you, Blackburn the First. You're going to need to elaborate. Even so, I'm taking that because I want that anyway. And of course, I need that law change. The law change was on education of the masses. Now, I love religious teachings. Normally, it's what I would want to take, but on this campaign, I cannot afford the spiritualism. So I'll have to go with apprenticeships. It actually boosts burgher education, which could be considered better. I'd just rather have more uniform literacy. Trade advantage is whatever. How often does that actually come into play? But yeah, it has to be done. Now, I could probably get this thing passed, right? That's 10, 20, like 30. Oh, but I'm not giving you the tax privilege here, am I? It says it doesn't do anything. Makes them happier for very little power. Why, wouldn't I have taken this already? Why have I not seen that? The Apo something tax. Hey, here it is. The Papal States love me, and I love them. Otherwise, it's just happiness for a little bit of power. I wonder if it's related to some events or such. I have made a screenshot for the market fairs that give you a flat +1. Yeah, it takes time for the law to come into effect. Over time, you get this scaling up to its maximum. And then once this thing is completed in 2 years, then we'll have the maximum Blackburn. Making assertions but not checking his work. That's why he's getting burned. When moving a navy, try right-clicking the destination navy instead, like the sea tile. Should auto-join the navy, I believe. Ooh. Fascinating. Now, I'm a little bit tempted about this, because I wouldn't mind passing the Parliament, but I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? The reason I've done this Parliament specifically is so I can go to RGO Builder. I can go to everywhere. I can go farming. And then I can say, just please mass expand RGOs. You consider what the best places are and just spend all the bleeding money on it. This will pay for itself. I think I just built that in my subjects. Specifically not in my subjects, please. Not fully expanded, and I think owned is right at the bottom for some bizarre reason. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, mass expand my RGOs. I want this money. Now, I would still get the money from my subjects, no doubt about that, but it also makes them stronger related to me, relative to me. There we go. Show me the money while it's nice and cheap. Yeah, just do the whole lot of them. I swear that button doesn't work sometimes. Sometimes it won't actually expand RGOs. You can do mass expand for everything, and then there'll still be more that you have to click on manually. What is this? The following laws can be codified using new policies. The recruitment law. Early standing army does sound better, I'll give you that. Devout education actually sounds better, doesn't it? It barely does any spiritualism, but it makes everybody happier. Keeps the clergy very happy. Oh my god, but I just changed this! But doesn't devout education have some other downside? Yeah, it does traditionalist, that's out of the question. Yeah, that is out of the question, I'm not too worried about that. Recruitment law... It's the same question here. Anyway, I'm not paying like 100 stability to change laws like this. Law changes must be done through Parliament. Alright, satisfied enough with that. Continue our journey over to humanism. Norfolk are nice and happy. Someday they'll be happy enough to be integrated. Is that day today? It is. Do we start this? If and only if they're not culturally enriching anything. They are... What? Okay, I'm glad that you are. Integrating you'll take some time anyway, though. Should I just start it regardless? Interesting thing is I could just steal some land off of you, but you know what? Let's just begin it. But the whole point of having them is to get that in... Oh man, they're saving their skin by doing cultural enrichment here. Let's check on them in a few years. Muriel. Muriel wants nothing more than to be married off. She's not that good, so... Yeah, here we go. She's our daughter, but I can't make her marry a lowborn. You can only do that with your sons for some reason. And yeah, she's not good enough to be worthy of a cabinet right. So I would say marry off to someone like Austria, so they're less annoyed by the things that I get up to. Besides, who wouldn't love getting into the Habsburgs? Ah, here's a stunning von Habsburg. Look at that chin. High Almanac. Isn't that where you learn about all the Plants vs. Zombies? Anyway, off you trot. Yeah, I am deeply concerned about my son's legion of daughters here. Why couldn't you have a son? Is that too... Yeah, jeez. Daughter, 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 son, daughter, daughter, daughter. Well, can we even keep trying? It was the big menopause update, so... Yeah, she's too old for more kids. Oh, that's a shame. That's a damn shame. You can change succession law, keep the dynasty intact. It's an expensive thing to do. Currently... We have Cognatic primogenitor. The oldest male of the current ruler. Females can inherit if there's no more suitable male. Oldest male child, otherwise female. Yeah. So it goes to you and then it goes down to Bridget and whatever. So I am at the mercy of your kids. Your wife is only 32, so for the love of God, have another child, please. Have a man. Yes, just give birth to a man. There's a funny reform to make your succession laws into a meritocracy. Yeah, it sounds a bit more like CK stuff that I'm not interested in. Huzzah! Down you go. We get the cores. We core the whole lot of it. Sadly, some of it is disgustingly English. But the control shouldn't be too bad here, right? Control 54, 66. Yeah, we're close enough to London that control's not a big issue, so we will, when we can, manually culturally enrich this. But I don't think I'll expand further into this land. Or rather, even if I did integrate Devon, I would still spit it out as a couple of subjects to culturally enrich the land. I would just integrate them, get rid of the little crappy buildings here, and then gob them back out. Yeah, stands to reason. I don't need this inadministrable land. How are you doing, by the way? Oh, he's got that same problem, too many English. The English keep rising up, so he can't convert more of them. Tell you what, though, I'm going to see if I can move your capital over here and have you still do that. Which I should be able to. Because this stuff is Highland... Okay, this is where it gets fun. Because you've got Highland stuff here, you don't hate me too much, but let's play this by the book. I will... How many diplomats do I have? 5.2. Send officers, wrong one. Support loyalists. Right, if I support loyalists, then Berkshire is going to love me. And then I am going to make use of that love with Berkshire. I'm going to steal Funasar and Abdon from them. They're going to move their capital over, because it'll be too isolated. And I'm going to see if they're going to keep doing the cultural enrichment. I hope the answer is yes. Also, I get the full core on this because it's Highland, and if you seize land off of a subject, you get their integration level of it. So let's do exactly that. Seize territory, yoink. Time to put the peasants to work. For some reason, when you get a province, it suddenly says it's starving. Loss of prestige, minus 15. Typical EU event right there. Just, oh, you're having a good time? Well, here's a whole lot of bad for you. Good talk. And then we seize more land. The reason I supported loyalists was that if I didn't do that, then... Oh, crap, they already have too much liberty desire. There's loyalty and there's liberty desire, which are two different numbers, which still exist in parallel, very frustratingly. And for our good friend Berkshire, they got this. And it doesn't tell you what's contributing towards liberty desire either. You got to see it here. Like, why this remains a leftover factor from EU4, I will perhaps never understand. Anyway, I'll have to wait a bit before I steal this, but I'm going to have to move their capital over there in due time. That's irrelevant. Go away. And those society values still need to change, so I still need a good diplomat on the case here. Who's good at diplomacy? It's that guy I said would die very quickly. He refuses to die. Ah, you're quite young and quite good at what you do. Good old nobility, right? They're always full of skills that I need. And I need you to get us to be more humanist. Thank you. I feel like it's been ages since he started this and we're still in the age of Renaissance. Well, yeah, I play slowly. And also it was a very difficult run early on, so I had to take care of a lot of things. Yeah, we keep getting this bloody event because of the schism. I suppose it's not unexpected, but it's still bothersome. Bad events on top of bad events. But there we go, we're building up that maritime presence rather nicely once again with the... I don't think I care that much about Sutherland's Catholic's happiness. I'm not paying $250 dues for a vial of Virgin Mary milk. Mary's milk bar is going to have to wait. So that probably means we have a from events thing. Okay, it's only 5%. Some events just vaguely say this will make somebody unhappy, and it doesn't give you the numbers, but 5% is fine. The Norns are never happy anyway. Ah, good, good. They're building guns for me. Guns, guns, guns. If they... This is keeping them alive, by the way. I'd be integrating them if they weren't doing cultural enrichment on their own accord. But, clever buggers that they are, they are. By the way, Pope Boy, how's that tech going? He's got 3 research. You can steal when he has more than 20, so I can extrapolate. This is 20% of his current research progress, so he has about 16. What's the research progress per month anyway? For him, it's going to be 2. How much is an advance? He's probably Age of Renaissance advancing. Costs 28. So if I wait just a couple of months, I'll be able to steal that research off of the Pope. There's nothing he can do about it. That must be such a troll thing to do in multiplayer. I'm not interested in intervening with Swedish wars here. You can buy several farmlands selling virgin blood of... Yeah, well, good for him. Alright, respect the hustle. Hate the game, not the player, etc., etc. Yeah, give it a year and I'll be able to take this. He'll move his capital, take this off of him as well, and life will be good. Man, I'm getting a lot of crappy events right now. You know, the burgers can suck it. You got enough power and money as it is. So if multiple people gang up on one guy, they can just steal tech and he can never get any techs? Yep. Yeah, it's pretty nasty. I don't know why this exists, but here it is. Look at that. I can steal 5 research progress off of the Pope, man. I get 5, he loses 2.5. Another interesting way to look at this is that this makes research progress out of nowhere. If you had a group of people working together, you could have it go in a cycle. So everybody passes on research progress to the next guy, but they don't lose that much. The downside is, of course, that it takes a lot of spy network. So if you all purposefully lower your counter-espionage and boost your spying and rival each other, you could actually generate research progress out of nothing. It's beautiful. Anyway, thank you, Pope. Does he care? Oh, he doesn't even know. He's more worried about me denying the Holy Mother. So yeah, just... if you don't want to research, steal it off of the Italians. You can only steal somebody's research if they have more advances than you do, by the way. So if you're already way ahead, you can't just continue to milk. But that's a good idea if you're playing as a crappy place with low access to tech. Steal your tech. Lie, cheat, and steal your way forward. Croatia's shape's a bit weird. Oh, they're doing fine. Hey, they got Dalmatia. But Ragusa. Oh no, that's their Dubrovnik now. Dalmatia, Dubrovnik, close enough. Counter-espionage seems good in multiplayer anyway. If you had have a griefing. I don't like playing PvP games anyway, so it's not of great concern. I like PvE. Right, so as tempting as this claim throne sounds on Brittany, there's a big blue problem with that. So forgive me if I'm not jumping on the opportunity to add Brittany to my subjects list. It's not a real subject anyway. Oh, I just love watching the number of English get squeezed out, popped like a pimple. Right, a few years and humanism will be on the up. I think I'll bring it up to about 0.1 and then start gobbing subjects out. Oh, now that's more like it. I don't bail the burgers out and they bail me out. Excellent. Exactly. I'm surprised the English haven't risen up yet. I might have an opportunity to gob out my subjects before they rise up. Oh, fuggers. And the nobility and the English have a huge overlap in wanting to rise up. It's okay, they'll take care of themselves. It's probably perturbed English nobles to begin with. Take that, deal with you. Still waiting on my vast gobbing out of subjects. Currently, I'm kind of stun-locked in cultural capacity, right? It's not something that gets done overnight, the cultural assimilation. Although that went incredibly fast. What a difference it makes not being spiritualist. And also Highland dominant culture. No longer having to fight against the accursed English. The Sashnat. Wait, did my eyes deceive me? Yeah, they did deceive me. I thought I saw some Highland over in Dublin. I'll own Dublin eventually. I plan on dealing with the Isles as well. In fact, let's start improving opinion there. The Isles have constantly refused to culturally enrich. Even on the old version, right? Just why? I am going to try replacing them with custom subjects to get this done, because this land is so far away I don't care about it. I just want it culturally enriched. So we'll have subjects over there. Waldensteins. I do not like being traditionalist over innovative, but unlike spiritualist versus humanist, I can deal with that. Hola, Senor Jake. Are you going to play the Bannerlord Boat DLC? Absolutely not. Not interested. I have played enough Bannerlord for one lifetime. I watched someone else play it. It didn't look that good, to be honest. Come on, Berkey. A few more months and I can suckle a bit more of his land. Well, I'm very happy with Norfolk. Don't you get dominions like England? Yeah, I have 2 dominions here, Wales and the Pales. I want to integrate the Pale as a matter of priority because I have a plan to carve up Ireland into a cultural battery of Highland ways. Okay, wow, I'm killing off a lot of people here. This might be acceptable if these people moved in, but it's just turning your people around, so I don't think it's worth it, even if he has pretty good 28 with those kind of stats, but no. Just die. It'll be so much better. All true gamers love the water level. Will you make France a dominion? Otherwise you'll have too many subjects. What is too many subjects? This concept seems strange and alien to me. In my head, I own the coastline about 2 provinces deep into France, and then this is made up of French subjects. A lot of subjects? Yeah, but that's not a problem until the age of absolutism. I plan to stay fully decentralized to keep them all relatively happy, and I plan to be powerful so that they don't start thinking they have relative power over me. Also fiefdoms for plus 10% liberty desire each. And also, if you're strong enough, the diplomatic capacity is not really a problem anymore. Remember when this was like 50, 60% overcapacity? I remember. Right, I believe you owe me land. Seize that province, please. And it becomes my full core because it's beloved Highlander. And then, oh, well, he stopped doing cultural enrichment there anyway. I've fallen ill. At the age of 55, I'm not surprised. The peasants get very powerful. That's fine, the peasants don't have a lot of power, so give it to them, it's no big deal. Yeah, just get the full core, it's lovely. And it's quite close to the capital, so maximum control is 70%. Beautiful. Cologne is dealt with now. I strongly suspect you'll move your capital over here, and I certainly hope you do, because then I can take this without having to pay integration time for it. Come on, humanism, get over there so I can gob out nations before the English pop up. Yeah, I don't know why I still call it Duke when we run the kingdom. I don't think that's actually been explained anywhere. Sitting on extra diplomats, and I'm wondering what can be done with them. Taking care of antagonism is a perennial task. Because for some reason, even subjects being antagonized by me is something that makes, say, an alliance with Castile not possible. Oh, it's only minus 40 now, though. The thing is, it says France can join a coalition. France love me. It's all because of this bloody antagonism number, which I struggle greatly to reduce. Alright, you know what? Let's get Brittany off my back and Flanders off my back. Not because it'll do anything in terms of fighting against me, but I would really like an alliance with Castile. Castile actually seems like a decent counter against France. It's very appreciably similar army sizes, because Castile didn't sit passively whilst Aragon got chewed up by France. France takes this, Castile takes this. Not only that, but they actually took Granadan land, which I've often seen Portugal beat Castile to. Also, they nailed the Union on Portugal. Okay, so Castile looking like an excellent ally. The problem is if they start taking French land, then I'm going to have to deal with Castile down the line, but France is a more immediate concern, and I'm very interested in happy, fun times with Castile. Yes. Ignore the fact that I'm currying favors with France. Please ignore. Also, whenever my spy network is over 75, I want to check in with Pope Man and see if he has some tech for me. Sadly, that's not something that can be automated. Patronage of some dude. Ugh, he's an artist, and he's a 6% skilled artist. You are awful. This all sounds like stuff that costs me a bunch of money. Oh, however, if you could ever pay for research progress, always pay for research progress. It's one of the only things in the game you can't spend money on. Whereas otherwise in this game, most things scale with money. How's that looking? Hey, oh my gosh, look at that. Control in my British Isle? That is good. That is damn good. Even in Edinburgh, I thought we'd never see the day, but Edinburgh's back in business. It's still tiny and no one wants to live there, but it's back in business still. We got these buildings that nobody wants to operate for some reason. The mason can't be that bad. The granary can't be that bad. Yeah, just nobody wants to work. Oh, I see. It's not that no one wants to work. It's that we don't have people to work there. I guess promotion is kind of slow and birth rates are kind of slow. Well, it is Scotland after all. Trouble with Scotland is that it's no longer full of Scots. I'll deal with you. I was thinking about letting out Aberdeen and Dundee as subjects to do conversion for me. But at this rate, I'll probably control it enough thanks to maritime presence that I'll be able to convert it myself. So I won't leave that to a subject. Also, look at this guy not moving his capital. What a Chad. He will not be told what to do and what not to do. Majority Highlander in Lynn. That is interesting because I could steal Lynn off of... Oh, he's not converting anymore. All right, that makes life a lot easier. So here's the dastardly thing I'm going to do. I'm going to take the Earldom of Norfolk. I'm going to double check what his Liberty Desire is. It's a little high, but only a little. I will begin the annexation. Expected to take till 1426, and I go, I don't have 5 years to wait. Why does it take so long? Because I don't get the plus 100 for being enormously larger than him. Now, if I took English land off of him, English majority land, then I wouldn't get a core on it. I would only have it as an integration, meaning I'd still have to culturally enrich it later on. But if I take majority Highland land, I do get the core. So if I trim 40,000 population off of them by taking this, suddenly I will be larger than them. I know. It is delightfully... Oh, crap. Well, at least the game gave me a pop-up, right? How many times does this game just thrust you into war and not tell you? Especially when there's a revolt in subject land. They want to rise up in Oxford? Fine by me. Get killing. Actually, better than killing. They'll have to die, won't they? Wait, what the... Oh, okay. Well, yeah, just get killing. Didn't want to kill them because that's population. Oh my... Re-raising his levies, eh? Where have I seen this before? I think I saw this episode before. Well, down goes England. They were always going to be revolting. The Normans want to revolt as well, but again, I think I'll just take care of them. At least the English can pay me for the privilege. Dead English is indeed fewer English. Fewer English convert, but I still need the population to outscale France. Anyway, that robbed me of my mojo, right? I want to speed up the annexation of Norfolk, so we're going to take Lynn off of them. Seize territory, seize Lynn. Lynn is gone. And now I have plus 100% speed of integration. Pretty big. And yeah, immediate core on this land for good old Norfolk. Don't worry, I'll get it at the turn of the month. I guarantee it. Yeah, England did me a favor here. They're paying for this. Because they will naturally be fully absorbed, and then I will take a staggering 45 ducats off of them. And there's nothing else to even consider here, right? For some reason you can humiliate breakaway subjects. Normally you can't humiliate if you annex somebody, but it doesn't do that check if your annexation is by using this button. So it's also a way to get some free... what am I trying to say? It's a way to get some free prestige. Another consideration is when you have a revolter, tearing away their cores can kind of allow you to mold a nation, because you might specifically want a nation in a certain place. But I wouldn't want to release England right now, because they get cores on all of this. But if I tore away their cores, it is a way to model a nation the way you might want to. Although if you already have the cores, then you can make your custom subjects. They'll get your cores if you give them to you. If you give them to them. Wording is difficult. Yeah, go, my scurrying little bastards. And there we go, Lynn. Sorry, I stole your navy there, Norfolk. Not the only thing I'm going to steal from you either. No need to pay this army. It does cost you prestige, by the way, not to fund your army. Yeah, army maintenance costs you here. Ruler is an admiral during war, though. It gives prestige, but it doesn't just give prestige. Remember, I want to be naval-focused. And there we go. Ruler is an admiral, heir is an admiral. Beautiful. Ruler has a general trait. That's a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. I think it doesn't make humiliate impossible if you demand it before the annexation either. Ooh. Can't say I've tried, but maybe I should have. Subjects are just awful at organizing their armies, and they drop sieges all the time. I was playing with Cyprus. We had a plus 20% siege on Ankara, and what did my subjects do? They just dropped it. I don't even know why. Not like they were under attack or anything. Given the opportunity, I like to balance out pop dissatisfaction, because that stuff scales up enormously and only reduces by 1% per year. Pops are very annoying when they're angry. Look at these guys. Are you even going to attempt these occupations? Thank you. And then once those things flip over, England is gone. Except... What? I just reduced that by 2. It went from 100 to 101 to 100. Anyway, annex England, humiliate England, take all the English money. That's very important for a Scot. Always take English money. Can I do anything about these Normans, by the way? They just want to rise up in Jersey. What if I put my army on Jersey? My army that can't really fit on Jersey. I thought I tried to deal with the Normans before, but I had an issue. Wait, I remember the issue was that some of them were over in Bodham. Maybe now if I do go over to Normandy, we can get rid of them. I like the sound of that. Getting rid of them. I tell you what, dispatch a little bit of men-at-arms. Get the rest of you on these surely not mothballed boats. Minimize travel distance by traveling from somewhere like Portsmouth. And maybe go over to a dock. Docks might heal you up better at the turn of the month, I'm not sure. Just says 10% at port, but does it mean port the building or port the province? If you have 2 forts, you're basically immune to conquest because the AI will hop between the forts and never finish them. Big problem, IMO. Yeah, fighting defensively against the AI is real easy. And fighting offensively is a huge pain in the bum. Scales very, very badly, though, in my opinion. Wait, that's balance. How do we get on the boat? Are you even going to get on this boat? Our navy is too small. Oh, yeah, it is like 1 unit too small. All right, fair enough. Take some armored horsemen back with you to London. And get your buttocks on that boat. Let's try and deal with the Jerseys. A couple of cattle farmers are going to set fire to a dumpster. Not on my watch. That may or may not help. But I'll try to make it help. And if it doesn't, then too bad. We'll just have to deal with them revolting and then get them killed. Yeah, the AI does not build enough regulars to remain competitive. That much is true. All right, more and more barks. It is not cheap, right? Nobody out there is saying that what we're doing is very cheap. However, these pay for themselves. Control over the isles is worth a lot more money than these boats cost. Also, the very existence of these boats boosts up the demand for naval supplies, liquor, weapons, and salt, thereby making me money. Not enough to cover the costs, but it's a nice offset. Buildings, on the other hand, they do make more than the cost. Yeah, armories look like they cost you money. Wrong. They make you money. And that was it. Oh, man. If you're from Jersey, this is just a reflection on how much of a coward you are. Oh, a few boys from the rugged Highlands come up and suddenly you're swooning instead of rising up. Saddening. Sickening. Lots of other ingings. Yeah, I think I missed the boat on stealing tech off of the Pope man, though. He got his research done, so I'll have to wait a little while. So that's the thing. It's powerful, but it's really, really tedious to steal research. I still think it's worth the 0.1 diplomats it costs a month, though. I want to integrate you. I do want to integrate you. You're not doing your conversions anymore, but I'm actively integrating you. You haven't moved your capital. That is weird. I haven't seen a subject like keep their capital in one place when they could move it over. Maybe it's because this is a town and these are not. Could I actually build you a town? So if I wanted to, I could found a town over here to make him bugger off, but what I'll probably just do is integrate him when I can. In fact, can I? You are small and weak. I am big and strong. I would dare say that's a nice annexation that could be done. Yeah, just get these buggers off my case. More land for me, and it's land in good control area. And now that the English have risen up, I'm not under any particular time pressure to get this done. But we are going humanist now. So how much do I want to tick this over? Maybe give it 1 or 2 years, and I'm going to start shedding English land. Actually, no, I'll finish these 2 integrations, then I'll shed the land, because shedding land will reduce my population, which will reduce integration speed. Throne claim on Bohemia, yeah. They're only backed by bleeding France. Yeah, do not want. I kind of wish it was a bit more nuanced how you get the throne claims, though. Military-industrial complex. It's not a modern invention. No, it's really not. Yeah, build more docks, more ports, more armories to build up the demand for your naval supplies, for your weapons, for your salt, for your guns. And then build the guns, and oh, would you look at that? That also drives up the demand for your RGOs, for your iron, for your wood, for your salt. I don't even know everything that goes into naval supplies. Maybe someday I should check. Do I have a naval supplies building here? Yes, I do. Wood, not hemp, tar, copper, tin. I adore the economy in this game. It's so good, and everything feeds into everything else here. Well, most things do. You guys need to be mothballed. I don't care about my cogs and things being all that useful right now. Although, I do care about being able to ship over a larger army than I can right now. So let's actually expand the cog network. I currently have 4. Let's make it 10 cogs. And I'm going to want more cattocks down the line. But the cattocks come after everything else because I need to get a gauge for how my sailor capacity is looking. If demand for salt goes any higher, we might have to move up the invention of the internet, open up more avenues of salt farming. Ugh, I never liked salty as that kind of term. Alright, the English have got to go. Yeah, more than just the English have got to go, but I'm very, very happy with that control. Proximity to capital, they're as proximus in Edinburgh as they are over in Desmonton. And more so than, what the hell is this? Oli Nabam. Like, what is this meant to be? Portsmouth, Leamington, Boynstar, Salisbury. What's this island called? The Isle of Wight. Ah, of course. Isle of Wight. I suppose compared to a Highlander, it's all positively brown down here. Keep the barks flowing. Everything is fine. Integration is good. I'm very happy that these guys built up industry for me. Speaking of happy to have money, now that I have more control up here, it's all the better to be building up the RGOs up there as well. So don't mind me if I go to RGO Builder and continue to mass expand. But once again, it has to be mine. Oh, it remembers owned locations now. Okay, very good. Sure. Keep them coming. Don't think I want to spend all of my money. I always like to keep some around for emergencies, like an unavoidable event. Because if you take a loan, even if you immediately pay it back, you have to pay all of the possible interest. Pretty cruel, frankly. I also want to start integrating the isles. I'll probably do that once I have one of these other two integrated. But I won't keep the isles. I'll be spitting them out as a subject. And then hopefully the subject will finally integrate this accursed land. There's something weird about the isles. Like, why did they not do any cultural integration? It is baffling, right? I understand, right? On the new patch, spiritualism just destroys the AI's desire to do any cultural enrichment. But even on the old patch, they didn't do it. Do they have some kind of estate law or something like that that's making them not want to do it? They got royal decree, they got harbor administration, they got a million laws I'm not going to check out, but it's baffling to me. I think the only complaint I have, and not really a complaint, but more I know it's not working incorrectly, if you have wool and turn it into cloth, then fine cloth, the fine cloth won't use a regular cloth with a 10% efficiency bonus, but instead the wool. Yeah, I believe it only applies to RGOs, Endless Sauron. RGOs give you a boost in production efficiency. I think it's to stop vertical integration from being too powerful. But that's only a guess. Bleeding Orkney all the time. Getting good on the cultural assimilation here. We are getting there on humanism, wherever there is. Yeah, 2.11, okay. Like I said, once we integrate these two, I'll start gobbing out subjects. Subjects hate you for integration, but they won't hate you if they weren't around to know about it. I do have a dream of integrating Connaught, start dealing with the Irish. The problem with Ireland, etc. Gosh, I am quite liking that control. Control for me grows slowly because of a law that I have regarding clans. Yeah, there we go. Unified Scottish heritage slows it down considerably. But the nobles are helping out, and that Unified Scottish clans thing is actually... I'm happy to keep it around. Because, look at that, a huge boost to development, comparatively speaking. We can get the numbers here. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, between those two, it's better that it's as good as the prosperity gives. So it doubles it, and then you get all the additives on top of it. Truly wonderful. Yeah, there's going to be a significant difference between East Coast and West Coast in my isles. Which is why I'm keen to keep this in subject land for as long as possible. They can build it up. And they do love building up using their cabinet. Under a new pope, the Catholic Church remains whole. Alright, finally, that schism is behind us. Those 40 tribesmen in Scotland really boosting all English lands. Yeah, so I want to not lose some of our little tribesmen, yeah, here, for example. So it's a little concerning to me that some of them are becoming a different social class. I need to find somewhere that has a lot of tribesmen, and then they don't promote. What's causing them to promote? Okay, so I want to find somewhere that has low control and tribesmen. That's really, like, just one of these places. So could I take What? Okay. Can I take Greater Inverness here and boost it, lower its control so that the tribesmen stop promoting, and then the births can outscale that? Literacy of peasants is actually hurting, believe it or not. If only there was something that could employ the tribesmen, stop them from promoting, because eventually the tribesmen will all go away. And that would be bad for me. Yeah, they're not breeding fast enough. Only peasants procreate in EU. Well, that's not true. That's strictly not true. Tribesmen do procreate. But if I lose all of my tribesmen, I lose the estate. And I lose all of the privileges that I gave to the estate. Even if I get tribes back, I would have to re-give these privileges, and they're great. Oh man, are they great. Tolerance of heathens, more livestock, research progress, the freaking development, and I don't really have to give up any real power. Also, they're always happy because of all these things I've given them, and they somehow teach all of England and Wales and such to make more RGOs and food things. So yeah, how in God's name do I stop them promoting? I don't think it's something I need to solve right now, but before like next session, I would love to figure out how to prevent this. How can I target a province and stop promotion in it? I think if prosperity were really bad, it would lower promotion. But it would also lower population growth, right? No, that wasn't it. Where's our stuff on promotion here? So 9 pops promote. Well, relatively speaking. I don't think you can demote into a tribesman. There's a privilege in the tribesman called Expanded Registry. Blocks the assimilation. Yes, and it doesn't work. It has been tested. Admittedly not by me, so I don't like the hearsay of saying it's been tested, but I trust the results that I have seen. But yeah, the privilege to stop the assimilation of tribesmen just doesn't work. It's like that law that allows assimilation of slaves just doesn't work. There are some hard-coded things about promotion that the script is not able to affect. This base value is hard to deal with because illiteracy goes above and beyond what control can do. And yeah, look at that. My free subjects and my social mobility is also hurting it. Is there not a strat you could do where you take a high tribesman pop location like West Africa, keep it at 0 control, but with pop counts? Yeah, but eventually, even at 0 control, that minus 100 is going to have some positive things, unless... Oh, I just had a thought, and it's a pretty big one. Serfdom. No, not serfdom. I thought it was serfdom. Think harder, Jake. Oh, I'm thinking harder, it's not coming to me. I could have sworn there was a reduced... promotion speed. I guess it's a plus promotion on free subject. I thought serfdom had minus 50% promotion. Was that changed in the patch, or am I losing it? Well, it's not aristocracy. It was never going to be spiritualism, although that does assimilation, that's not the same. I could have sworn serfdom actually had minus 50% pop promotion. Serfdom just got better then. Maybe you're thinking migration from colonialism? Well, anything's possible. Capital account? No. Okay, well. That's one of the problems with playing on a game that's getting patched so often. Things are getting changed by a massive amount. Prestige and this guy. So 430... Ignoring this artist, I'm never hiring this artist. Am I willing to pay 437 for prestige? I'm inclined to say absolutely not. Money begets more money, and I need to snowball money. Prestige doesn't snowball quite in the same way. Quite keen on the idea of building up arms infrastructure, though. But guns are made out of... Oh, crikey, what are guns made out of these days? Cannons and guns, but yes, if I'm making guns, I'm making them out of wood, tools, and iron. Actually, I'd be making them out of iron and tools, meaning I can get a big production boost if we just build it somewhere where there is iron available locally. And wouldn't you know it, I prepared for this moment by boosting up to the maximum the iron production in Heston and Louis. And would you look at that? There's a lovely town that has an RGO I don't care about. And the control is actually kind of low. Like, really low. Why is it so damn low? I should build a road from London down to Sistir. Although you'd think... What's the harbour capacity here? Oh, it's kind of sad. And you're telling me there isn't already a road here? Tell me about your distance to capital, please. This is important. You do want to go by the water. Why is it not giving me a breakdown of all the provinces anyway? Ah, there we go. There, wait, what? It gives it to me and then it doesn't give it to me. Straits of Dover to the Seven Sisters. So the big problem is this province right here doesn't have my maritime presence, but it will get my maritime presence, and then the control here will be boosted considerably. Yeah, I believe it. Okay, in that case, this place should absolutely be where I build my guns, guns, guns. Also have to consider market access, and the market access is quite good. Hell, they have to build something down here. Gunsmith a go-go. How many gunsmiths? As many as you can afford. You also make tools here, but that's not relevant because the vertical integration doesn't work like that. I also have to wonder, do I have much in the way of saltpeter production? I think that's a laborer thing, right? Turns out it's not. You guys make saltpeter? You do, and there's a guild for it, and you like making it out of livestock. Ugh. You know what? I will trust the estates to figure that one out. You could build a road north and east and connect it to the rest of the province. I'm pretty certain that going by boat will be better. If that's how it's pathing it now, it will definitely be pathing it that way when naval presence becomes even better here. So yeah, believe in the power of boats. There is an issue with the game that I'm very tempted to mod, and that is the fact that maritime presence does nothing for market access. If you start looking at how goods move around, it gets really stupid. Look at this. So from this province, they hop into the water, and then they hop out at Portsmouth, and then they run over to London, right? They'd rather go through this than actually just sail along into London port. And how about this one? They come from Comiewatsits, they jump into the water, and then they jump over to Bristol, and then they march over, right? They don't even think about taking the waterway, which should be 100 times better. And how about this one? We're up in northern East Anglia. We're going to go through the land, then into the water. Like, why? I've had people try and tell me. I've had people that play a lot of trade in this game telling me maritime presence helps with market access. It doesn't do a goddamned thing. But I'm in a bit of a pickle. I don't like making balance change mods when I'm streaming, well, pretty much any game, but especially EU. Because I like the idea being that what I do here, anybody can do. Anybody can take Moray and done what I've done. It's not because I'm running with a certain mod or I've done certain balance tweaks. And it also means when I look back on my stuff, I feel like there's a set standard to measure it against, which I enjoy. So even though I thoroughly believe that market access should be affected by naval things, I don't think I will make that for my runs. I mean, I might change my mind in the morning, but my god, it is daft. You get situations where you're playing as some Greek nation here, you got your capital over here in Constantinopolis, and you've got something like 50% market access on this island, whereas somebody dragging their goods through these mountains is going to have 75. Might be an exaggeration there. Well, okay, look at this. Down we go, into the water. But instead of going to Constantinopolis through 1-2 more sea zones, we're going to jump over to Roussillon, to Kalanopolis, through the freaking lands, then into the water, then into Constantinopolis. Because water has a 75% reduction on market access spread, and nothing affects it on top of that. So the moment there's a road on a province, they suddenly think that's better. Absolutely mental. Anyway, rant done. We continue on. Don't worry, Jake. The naval DLC is coming in a year or 3. Oh, God. I wonder what their DLC plan is for this. I mean, when I was at Paradox, we talked a lot about how we do with DLC just in general, but Paradox is a different beast today than when I was working there. Anyway, the cultural assimilation is satisfactory. As long as there are fewer than 10% English, I say we move on. The rest of them will be passively given their kilt and bagpipes and beer belly and haggis and whatnot. So that means you, if you could give me you. What is this place anyway? It's Surrey. Alright, stop dealing with the slurry. And yeah, it's all assimilation all the way down. Always best to assimilate where there is good control. And of course, not enough assimilation already done. This is already in the works. Yeah, get this done. The English must die. And I do like the fact that we're just honing in on them. Some of my subjects are not picking up their pace enough, though. I thought there's a DLC roadmap, is there? It's news to me. Then again, I'm out of the loop. I didn't even follow the dev diaries for this game. I didn't get a notification that I stopped currying favors with France, but sure enough, 12 is as high as we go. I still don't understand how this thing works, right? There's a limit of 25. We owe them 12. They owe us 12. What am I meant to make of all this? I think you set that one to assimilate the English. Acquiring the Highlands in Essex. What? I'm pretty sure everybody is assimilating into Highlander. That'd be quite horrifying if not. But yeah, I'm quite certain we are just assimilating into Highland culture. Imagine waking up and just finding that we turned them all English. You've made me paranoid though, so I'm going to check the turn of the month. English should go down, Highland should go up. 416, 263. 416. That seems like a lot of genocided Englishmen to me. Trying to trick me. Trying to save your beloved English, are you? Alright, happy to see that the naval situation is getting better. We have almost eradicated most of the English here. I've eradicated enough that I don't need to keep doing this. The problem is that Cantorai is just so populous that it's going to take longer to deal with that specifically. There is the idea that I could deal with some of these other places better. Especially these places I have integrated but not cored. I mean, how long are we going to spend on Cantorai anyway? It's already majority English, Christ. Enough assimilation of Kent. Begin the assimilation into Highland of Hertford. It's kind of sad because it's a small province, but what's even sadder is that it is not the right culture, so it's not cored. I want cores galore. Come on, hurry up, you buggers. 24, another year or so and we'll have these two done. Feels good though, feels damn good. And then hopefully with my humanism approach, I hate wasting a cabinet slot on this by the way, but we needed to push this as fast as we could. The humanism, in addition to laws that I spawn them with, mean that these guys should convert my culture for me. They might not. We're going to have to keep a hawk eye on them. As expected, all these guys are no longer doing cultural assimilation for me, but that's to be expected. Parliament, huh? Still don't know what the effect of having Parliament is on a province. More docks are good. I don't need to force any laws anymore, though, do I? But census. Census is population. Jake loves population. That's a lot of armories. Jake loves armories. It's also half-price armories. This saves a lot of money. How am I meant to say no to that? When will you fight? Oh, that's a while away. You think I'm ready to take on France? And France is my only real target here. Maybe by the end of the session. Depends on how well positioned we are for it. But yeah, if you're looking for exciting, you know, will he win, will he not, big fighty moment, that's a wee bit away. The nobles are not controlling my mining. I'm not closing my borders, so I guess we'll be going a bit more conciliatory. And there we go, we'll get our beloved armories, low-price armories. Also boosted our manpower. I should probably strongly consider building up my army. Yeah, I rather think I will. Men-at-arms are perfectly good right now, but I actually really rate non-armored horsemen these days. I know armored horsemen are better in a slog. Sorry, armored are better in a slog, but non-armored have so much initiative that they kind of burst onto the scene really well. The issue is, am I not quite close to just getting the next stage of horsemen anyway. And I will want them done. I need the upgrades at some point. James, what am I even researching right now? Stability and RGO size. Hardly a huge deal. RGOs are nice, though. That naval morale is quite necessary. Is this a Catholic thing? Where even is church attendance day? No, that is not a Catholic thing. And I certainly don't need Deus Vult. Somebody said they didn't know if this actually gave cleansing of heresy. It does, I checked. I don't plan on staying Catholic forever, so I don't want to waste my time on Catholic texts. I don't think that Deus Vult is worth it. I'm going to say no to that. This is just free money, which is nice, but it's not scaling money in the way that some other things are. So I'm a little torn. On the one hand, I want better army stuff. So I really want my cavalrymen and heavy cavalrymen. I'd also like cannons at some point. On the other hand, since we're not fighting anytime soon, I should probably do meritocracy stuff. Cabinet efficiency, tax efficiency, trade efficiency, literacy, legislation. I don't need cultural tradition. Frankly, none of that's particularly necessary. Trying to see if there's anything else I want from these oldie moldy techs. Construction speed isn't a huge deal in my opinion. If you need to scale construction, there's a building that does that for you. And then I suppose we want our better cavalry. I'm going to need cannons at some point. And then surely anything beyond that's not a big deal. Oh, I want my counting house, right? Don't knock counting houses. Rag paper good as well. Entrepot. Trade capacity to owner, pretty big amount. Is your plan to build up tall, ally the Spanish, and take on the French, or do you have something more big-brained? Yeah, I got something more big-brained planned than that. I need a navy, though. France, I'm certain, will curb stomp me on the seas before too long. Especially when they've already built up 11 heavy ships. Okay, I need to do something about that. If France decided to suddenly rival me and then fight me, I would not be able to sustain a fight against them. On the plus side, though, I have 1,700 sailors. And that's unfortunate, because in an arms race, they can outdo me on just about everything. But it sounds like I'm going to need these Cadets. What's the maintenance cost on you? 4. Ooh. Okay, I'm going to need more naval infrastructure for this. It's difficult trying to outbuild somebody like this, so let's do a slight comparison here. French population 7.5 million. And he has subjects amounting to another... probably another 1.5 to 2 million. My population, not 2 million. French control, pretty good all around Paris. Not so good on the coastline, though. Right, doesn't change the fact that I need to work on that. We need more wharves, more ports, more anything that gives sailors. Probably not the Shink port, though. No, I really don't think I want that. Forget a London market or not. Are you sure we can't have any ports outside of that? Nope. Alright, wharves and fishing villages, come to me. Except I can't have any? Oh dear. Well, that's not a good sign. I think that means I need more coastal towns. Docks or soldier... Are you telling me I wasn't on soldier buildings or something? Oh. Well, there's only 2 more available ones, Inverness and Lynn. And I guess that's better than nothing. And yeah, there's also the fishing villages. Don't knock them. I mean, they still give maritime presence, sailors, and whatnot. The problem is, they don't make money. Fish is such a god-awful trade good. And they keep wanting ivory for some blasted reason. Like, use the tools. At least I make those. Anyway, whether or not it's good for us, I need to rely on it. The problem is I don't want to build them in places where I plan on having towns. Yeah. Don't forget to subsidize them, otherwise you build them for nothing. Are they subsidized? I should have auto-subsidize on. Oh gosh, I don't? Yeesh. Yeah, but you're right. They're not operational. Subsidize all fishing villages, please. Canterbury is not a town. It's also not a priority for me right now. Don't really steer to be a town. It only produces fruit. Its population is not as good as Canterbury's, though. What's to stop me doing both of them, right? There's wool and livestock and fish. Maybe I shouldn't do the fruit here, and I should actually turn this into a town. Alright, I have decided. There we go. You can enable your POP to man the infrastructure buildings first in the buildings menu. Oh, there's another good reason to do that as well. It gives you a good value. Buildings first come, first serve. If you change that to infrastructure and profitable, you become more capital economy and more communalism. Yeah, get on it. Do we have a town in all the natural harbours? No, not yet. Should consider doing Portsmouth as well. Costs money, though. Heaven help me, it costs money. Yeah, my dosh might be growing, but my expenses are also growing, and those heavy ships are not going to be free either. Boo, capital economy. There's only traditional economy in my country. Capital economy gives production efficiency, and I'm pretty damn happy with that. It's 20% as well. That scales very well in vertical integration. Food production, who cares? Interest, who cares? Building costs, who cares? I'll concede, though. RGO output, very nice. But RGO is a lot more limited. You can have like 10 or 20 RGO in a province, but you could have 100 buildings. And I'd rather have 20% on 100 than on 10. Population capacity is another nice thing to consider, though, isn't it? Well, nobody said it would be easy. Right, so that son of mine isn't having a son, is he? Nope, he gets another daughter. I think my dynasty is dead. I actually do not know how I can preserve my dynasty like this. Unless I changed my law to force males. A favored son. But what if there are no sons? There is a Poi Randolph, though, right? My younger brother. He's 46 and still unmarried. We need to change that, don't we? Why don't you find some lovely Lithuanian lass? Oh, look, she's 16. I'm sure she's always dreamed of meeting a gammy old 46-year-old Highlander. There we go. Now get breeding. I might need it. Check for crown character cousins under character view. You can try incest via released subject royal marriages to keep the dynasty on the woman. Oh yeah, there's that, isn't there? But currently, though, she's not old enough to be married, and it's not something I can arrange. Honestly, I think it's bugged. You can have 8 kids and they're all girls. My Ottoman Sultan had 10 kids and 1 was a son. I haven't gone digging around the files to see if I can ascertain what that's being based off of. But maybe someday. Who cares about the dynasty? I suppose it doesn't really matter, but come on, we got the Moray flag and the dynasty is the other part of the flag. If you see the modern Moray coat of arms, it's a combination of this flag and my current dynasty's emblem. So you're right, who cares, but I want it. Might not be able to have it, though. I just don't like the lack of agency. I just don't like playing CK3 in my EU5. I'm not here to be a Crusader King. Didn't you hate that? Yeah, I hate this flag. But, you know, the hate will sustain me. So are you actually continuing to patrol the seas where I want you to do so? I don't think you are. You need to do North Sea. And you need to do the Channel. For some reason, you're not accepting the Channel province. There we go. I don't want you to do Jersey, though. Nobody cares about Jersey. Because I need the stuff built up here. If I plan on making Portsmouth into a town, which I do, I shouldn't be expanding the lumber operation. The rare Jake roleplay. I remember you Vascoed the Commonos dynasty as Trebizond with no problems back in the day. Yeah, well, who cared? Dynasty meant almost nothing in EU4. It's like a small relation boost with somebody with the same dynasty, and I didn't tend to play around with personal unions. They're too easy. Oh, that is a nice bonus. Not sure I care much about parliamentarian support, but just in case there's a bad event bringing it down, I will take that. Matrilineal marriage, I'm not aware of that even being in the game. It would be nice if it were, though. Hey, Pope Boy, how's that research doing? Not well enough. I need to remember to catch that every now and then. I wonder if I could make custom alerts. I don't think I can, but it would be interesting. Like, make a little alert. You can steal somebody's research. I'll actually see if I can do that. Now that I don't mind modding in. Quality of life stuff is good. And I was looking at the file for alerts because I wanted to get rid of bad weather alert, and I think I did. Yeah, I haven't noticed it pinging up in quite a while, but that would be pretty cool. Good, Navy morale. I may need that against France, but I suspect France has their own Navy morale. I really should think more about those fishing villages. That means I need to go to places where I am never going to build a town and consider where the fishing village should go. So for each, I'm generally going to want a town on every coastal province up the east coast, at the very least. So even if there's one in Lincoln, I'm going to want one in probably Loo, because it's got crappy fish. Yeah, if you want to eat, you've got wheat and livestock already. So Loo would probably be a town. It's pretty bad natural harbor suitability along here anyway. That's a town, but I'd probably have one on... Well, again, there's fish, but this is wetland, isn't it? Wetland bad. Flatland good. Lynn is also wetland. So yeah, Fessenham I would turn into a town. Oh, Lynn is also a town. There's towns galore around here then, but that's fine. Nothing wrong with a good old palace economy, other than it being a bit dull. Yeah, but then I look somewhere like here, and I go, right, well, this is prime real estate for some fishing villages, even though it costs me money. I need the sailors, damn it. I thought Scarborough would surely have good suitability, but no. It has alum, so I don't particularly want to get rid of that. It's a nice trade good. So does that mean I'm not building up either of these? That can't be right. Well, you've already got the fishing villages. So you can have them, and then Scarborough will become a town. But not yet. Give it time. Durham, Stockton. They look more or less the same. They absolutely look the same, don't they? On the grounds that Durham has a higher population, we'll go to Stockton and give it its fishing villages. Alright, how about Northumberland? Coal, wool, and more wool. All good trade goods. This is probably the ideal place to make into a town, although I'm going to lose half of that coal, which is a bit sad. And I'm going to lose the pre-existing stuff here, but yeah, you're a good sign for a town. These ones can get their wee fishing villages. One man's desperate attempt to get some sailors to combat the French. Berrig is already a town around here. Which is good, because it's got the fish. Sod fish all day, every day. And then, of course, we're up to Edinburgh and Perth and so on and so forth. Yeah, although once we get further and further away, we're having a harder and harder time actually getting control, although not too hard. Everybody's got to learn to fish. I need good sailors at my beck and call. Do I really not want Dunfermline to be a town? It's not impossible. I'll leave it be for now. And I think I don't really want to go much further north. How about down south? Not Dover for other reasons, but this iron... I need everybody here working on the iron. I don't want to pull them over for this other stuff. Rural bloody smelter. Yeah, there's much work to be done on the iron. And on the lumber, of course, but even so... Yeah, why in God's name they choose to do Arctic fishing for ivory that we don't have? Use the tools. Maybe I need to make more tools so tools becomes cheaper. Tools are actually worth a bundle, so if there's anything that I should be boosting production of, it would be tools. You already make as many tools as you can, right? You could always make more. Whenever there's access to iron, it's a good place to be doing tool work. Although down here our choices are limited, so that also makes London just a fine place because it's got the market access. Expand the Tools Guild, and then run out of money. Iron tool is the main bottleneck, yeah? I suppose so. That's why I maxed out the iron as quickly as I could. Alright, not to worry. We carry on. Just wish I was making more money, but who doesn't feel that way? I should definitely make more in trade. Building up some marketplaces and such would be a great move forward as well. But when I spit out all these subjects, I'm going to make more money. The subjects will have better control, and they will pay me that money. Alright, speaking of which, that's what we'll do once we have these two integrated. And that is why I took the event earlier that gave me support in Parliament. I'd like the way to change production methods for an entire industry. You're telling me there's not currently a way to do that? Whoa, why did I just take a loan? Ah, crumbs, those armories weren't free, were they? Oh, bollocks. I spent all my money. That was a mistake. So I took 200 or so, and I have to pay 300 off, including the interest. Damn. We're now paying interest to the Bank of Wessler for one of our loans. Yeah, well. They can have their bloody, dirty money. Oh yeah, it's not insignificant amounts that you have to pay. Yeah, we'll get that paid back as soon as we can. Which is approximately now, but just watch me get an event, which costs me more money and I have to take another one. Get out of here. Dirty money. Alright, Berkey is down. Everybody hates me for that, but I do get the cores, the full cores. Full gore. And then, yeah, it's not even that much land that we're going to be gobbing out as subjects. One issue, though, is that my number of diplomats is hideously... well, it's just hideous. What I want to do is... stop supporting. Someone's getting my support somewhere. Well, I thought they did. Annexing, spy networks. I pretty much need all of these. Improve relations, right? I suppose Flanders I don't need. But that antagonism isn't going anywhere too fast. Brittany's been taken care of, right? Let's bring Brittany back. And then there's the idea of the bleeding pope. Yeah, so once you know about doing this, you wish you'd never known about it. It's cursed knowledge. Because you're constantly eyeing that up, seeing if it can be done. I just missed it as well. Alright, there we go. These guys are done. My humanism is looking pretty good at +8. And now it is time to... Well, for one, I want to integrate you, but that's going to be a wee bit away. But no, it's time to start spitting out subjects around here. Slight issue. I want to seize land. Not so slight as the fact that subject interactions cost diplomats, which I'm not happy about. But I suppose I can do more of that in a little bit. So I want to take this and this and this so I can get a couple more subjects out. That's going to be 1, 2, 3 diplomats. 4, actually. I want this as well. Although I don't think they'll stand up for that. Well, they might. They might. Take those forts, get rid of those forts. There's little use for those in my country right now. Alright, get ourselves the diplomats and then start gobbing these vassals out, or we just do it live. Lincolnshire's another one that I want inside me, but give it due time. Alright, let's go for it. Subjects, create subject, custom subject, and then one by one we gob them out as fiefdoms, because fiefdoms have better loyalty. I want to do these two as well, just anywhere that I don't have fully cored. So I would not do the likes of Huddersfield, I can keep that, although they would be able to convert it better. That is to say, convert it at all, because my own control up there is going to be a bit poop. It's a consideration. It'll already be cored for them as well. Oh well, something to nosh on. Trying to keep a close eye on the land that I'm handing over here. I need to own all the land to care about it. Don't you want to have a mixture of both to spread out the strength modifier? Nah, the strength modifier is no big deal. Oh, I do want to double check that they're actually getting the right amount of humanism. There we go. So they should be able to convert this stuff. Once they core it, of course. I just hope that during the coring process they don't get massively pushed over to spiritualism, making this a massive waste of time. I might, though. Anyway, we're no longer going to be changing our societal values. I want you to aid me on the assimilation, which is another thing France doesn't have to do, so it's another thing that they get all this time in the world to take care of ahead of me. But it's not like we weren't aware that playing as Mori, we might have a difficult time taking on France. Alright, another one out. I mean, you can say I told you so if we pop out all of these subjects and they do end up hating my guts. I'm sure some people are more than happy to have an opportunity to say I told you so. I'm tempted to keep Oxford. It's so close to my capital anyway. But we have so much to culturally enrich already, I would really rather just leave it to my subjects. It's not like integrating them takes very long. Right, Oxfordshire done. Is there anywhere else around here to do? Yes, there's whatever this place is called. What is this? Kitterin? I don't know, I'm not familiar with the inner guts of England. I love that it's spelled Oxford. Yeah, it's Highlander education in full swing here. We say it like we see it. Should really get this culturally enriched as well. It's probably a bigger priority than you doing that, actually. Don't assimilate Norfolk. Assimilate into Highland, this place. And then there remains this land. So I need to steal this province. This is only 2 provinces? Oh, that is sad. But out they go. I'm very grateful you can do these custom subjects. That was like a late technology in EU4 if my memory serves. And I think it does. So yeah, I need stock off of Chester. I would also like to integrate Chester, but I'll be spitting them back out to someone that might actually convert their lands, which is something they don't seem to be doing particularly well. Look at that disgusting spiritualism they have, preventing them from doing assimilation. They did Huddersfield, God bless them. Is that Kettering? Oh, I think it was Kettering. Hey, there we go, it became Kettering. I gobbed these out as English, but I will culturally enrich them once they get their cores. And I will be doing that. But yeah, right now I need my diplomats back. There's so much opinion improving being done right now. Somewhat don't think I need to keep doing the Pale, right? Having my diplomats is more important right now. The opinion of Flanders is pretty difficult to shift. He hates my bleeding guts. But we might be able to get there and kick him out of the coalition. Remember, the whole point of this is to try and make friendly with Castile. They're -60, but someday. Especially if we share a hate. Oh, he's eating Aragon. Good. Yeah, maybe even just a defensive league together, but they seem even more unhappy about the coalition thing there. difficult to read, these guys. Chester's in a good-ish position. Same with Lincolnshire. Could stop improving with them. But I'll still build it up a touch more. The Isles are a way to go if I want to eat them, and I do. And then there's Connaught, who I also want to eat, so let's keep them in good spirits. Alright, so we take stock away from Chester, which we get the core on, and so will our subject. That's good. I think that's good. So. I'm not doing anything stupid like supporting loyalists here, are we? No, we're not. Seize that territory. Yoink. And then gob it out. There we go. So yeah, all these guys are going to get on their integrations whenever they figure out to do so. Why in the world is that going to take forever? Till 1549? Is that because of Coventry? I think it is exactly because of Coventry. But they should be going faster because of their English and the land is English. Yeah, actually you having Galsop would be bad-ish, but it's still majority English and you'll get the integration for free, so hopefully not a big deal. Not much of this land to give away, and I still want to gobble up Lincolnshire soon, so all is going relatively well. How many years has it been since your last war that they still hate you that much? I don't know. When did I annex England properly? It did a real number on the Continentals. And there are still more of them that I'd like to improve opinion with, because I'm still a decade away from getting Trier off my back. Yeah, maybe only 5 years, actually. But yeah, I need to no longer be a potential target of coalition, and then Castile may consider being my friend. And I want Castile at the beck and call for when French things get ugly. I have a plan to solo France. It's not a good plan, but it's my plan. But I would like something that allows me to absolutely decimate France, and Castile might be the way forward. Or Castile might be death. It might just be that France overruns Castile and ends up annexing chunks of Spain, and then I have a bigger, badder, more dangerous France to deal with. And it's already very dangerous that he's eyeing me up with some incredibly well-led heavy fleets. I do not have the sailors to manage a heavy fleet currently, and it's terrifying that France does. Like, how in the world do they have so many sailors? No sailor map mode in this game. I guess they have a lot of coastal towns, but surely their control isn't that good. How do you get more like docks and ports or stuff? You only have one here. What in the world did Castile even do to Aragon? It wasn't part of a union thing, and they're too big to be a subject, so what did you just take? This maybe? But you haven't even cored up the rest of your stuff. AI is pretty bad at a lot of things in this game. Ach, wheel. Right, Wales. I hate to say it, but I even want your land. I'm going to seize your castle. And then I'm going to destroy your castle. All these subjects, I want them as scutage as well, and that's even more diplomats to spend, so I'm kind of diplo-locked right now. Almost makes me want to pull my spy network on the Pope man. Oh god, don't tempt me. I am tempted to go for the throne claim on Denmark, but that's not what the run's about. Historically, France had a major problem with their northern ports due to geography limiting their sailing ships. Does the EU model this somehow? France struggles a bit on getting control out on their coastline, but they have so much coastline and so much of it built up that even with a low percentage of sailors coming their way, they still get plenty, and thus they become naval hegemon. You know, when you play as, well, typically England, but if you're playing on the British Isles, you have a lot of control due to coastal capital. So you have a lot of places that you can make your ports and build up, but we just don't have the population or the urbanization that France do, so it doesn't work out so well for us. Anyway, huzzah, I can get one whole more dock. And what's the thing beyond the dock? A port or something, or a wharf. 1 monthly sailor. Well, it beats no monthly sailor. And again, I can only have a maximum of uno. Oh well. So yeah, if you were playing as England normally, I'd be able to trounce France in a lot of ways, but we don't have the culture, we don't have the cores, we don't have the established build-up time. It's not like we could just eat little Scotland. Well, we had to eat Scotland as little Moray, but we've come a long way since then. England is largely at our beck and call. So I know I'm sounding oh so oppressed. It's because I am. But we're getting somewhere. Yeah, even when I integrate Chester, I'm just going to be gobbling them back out as another nation to get the integrations done. Highlander culture is what it's all about. So these English are naturally getting digested, but it's quite slow even with my humanism. That's why I still want to have targeted assimilation going on. With techs being as cheap as they are, grabbing the steel technology ain't trivial, but I will be able to grab it real soon, like maybe even next month. I'll speed up the game a touch even. Hey, look at that. I know he's got 20 research progress because I'm taking more than 20%, or 20% of it. And that is now mine. Feels good. Costs a diplomat, costs a lot of diplomats actually, because spy networks are twice as expensive as improving relations. I'm happy where I am. I'm also really happy that all these events push me towards naval, meaning I don't need to keep taking more naval-focused things, as long as I never take an event that pushes me towards land. Also, if you have more than 25 naval... Oh, what? That is not as much naval as I thought I had. Oh, well. If you have more than 25 naval, there's this wonderful event that just keeps on firing, where you take out some smugglers, and you just get lots and lots of income. I don't think land has events that are anywhere near as good as naval's events. What the hell are you doing? I wonder if you got battered by the storm there. No, it looks fine. So remember when I had like 100 maritime presence down here? I maxed it out. I had the audacity to annex a subject and that just destroyed all of my maritime presence here. Freaking paradox, man. And I think that's going to keep happening. Well, eventually there'll be no more subjects to integrate. Maybe I at least killed some of France's... No, France is feeling fine. Oh well, we'll get there someday. Yeah, I want to begin your annexation, but there are other things I need to do with my diplomats. Even so, I think I'll start your annexation. You are done and dusted with cultural enrichment. I mean, not that bad on spiritualism versus humanism. Maybe they had some events or something. The societal value I'm loving right now is defensive. Yeah, defensive beats offensive. Because offensive has this horrible event that just costs you, I think, 12 stability. No other option, just bang. Is France ever going to have enough money to buy Jersey? I don't plan on selling them Jersey. One of the changes in 1.0.8 was that the AI is much less keen to give you loads of money for a province. They'll still give you money, and if it's a great province, they'll give you a lot of money, but they won't just give you tons of dosh for a crummy farm in the middle of nowhere. Come on, get those weapons going. Think about the potential profit. Ooh, I am thinking about that potential profit. Also drives up demand for tools, which is good. Also keep those clergy happy, because happy clergy is better research. Is that the nobles are worried event? I think you get that from quality also. Yeah, I'm more of a quantity guy than quality. Although quantity doesn't have very good events, but whatever. I think you get plus manpower. Oh, Christ, I was planning about increasing my troop numbers. Which I still am. I want more men-at-arms, please. Not from London, right? I want London to have a huge population, so take from not London. 6, maybe 9? Ah, hell. Take 9. I actually, although I think horsemen are better than men-at-arms, I still like having horsemen on all sides because they bulk out the numbers in case it comes down to a slog. You do not want your flanks collapsing on you. Was that death of dysentery I saw? Right, so you're a cursed granddaughter here. I cannot make her marry a non-dynastied individual. And if I marry a noble, I don't think there are any crown nobles for her to marry. So how can I get a marriage with somebody of our dynasty? Also, if I marry outside of the realm, it's going to put her, well, outside of the realm. What in the world do I do with my cursed nothing but daughter's life? Anna has 1 more year to pop out a son for me. Can we not just like cut one of their hairs short and pass them off as a boy? Send them to the nunnery. Yeah, time for you to take the vows here. Oh god, no, not for spiritualism. Never for spiritualism. You could join a chivalry order? I once married my daughter to the King of Aragon, and the King of Aragon moved to my court. Oh god, that's mad. Which nation is the best for beginners to learn this game? I wouldn't know. I've not played as many of them, but I have to imagine the Ottomans are amazing. They usually are. They got a lot of boosts, a lot of power from the start. Can't go wrong with Otto scum. Yeah, what in God's name am I meant to do about my my daughter problem? Yeah, the dynasty is dead, though. I mean, take this lassie. She married some other dynasty, and then it's just, oh, it's a new dynasty. Because matriarchal stuff just isn't happening here. Damn the endless daughters. Can you ask the Pope for a divorce? Try again for sons? That's a thought. Yeah, if I end up playing as the lady, could I marry a lowborn? Ah, but if she gets too old and crusty, she won't be able to have kids anyway. Ah, well, I guess we just marry a noble and then go to some other dynasty. Are we sure that none of these nobles are of our dynasty? Yeah, we're pretty darn sure. Maybe at some point we could marry back into our old dynasty. That'd be quite nice. But it's going to be tough if we end up with all these sons. Oh well, what can a man do? We still need the good blood to flow. At least I should take a good Highland Scottish dynasty. Something that sounds good. The Lochlans! The Lochlans! You are 44 though. I'm not sure if you can keep those soldiers marching. Quite like that Lochlin. We got anything a bit more young and spiritual, spritey though? The head of the dynasty for the... No, I want someone that's inside my realm. Which you were, you know, we're only looking inside the realm here. No von Württembergs here. Definitely not Holland, certainly not Lancaster. Ach, I'm sure these old rancid men can pop some kids out for us. Seymour? Up yours, children. There's a temptation to go for Seymour, but I think we'll take the old crusty dude. From... Oh, Christ, where was he? Mowbray, like the pie, sounds alright. He is English, though. Christ, I've lost him, haven't I? There we go, and McLaughlin's. Have a go with that. Feels really bad losing my dynasty, though. No real gameplay effect, I just didn't want to lose it. And then what else do we have? Oh, you're 15, you're not ready for anything. And you're stupid. Oh, God. What is marrying a noble to your daughter? Oh, how does it work exactly? Noble stays in noble estate, the children become crown or something else? The children will become noble unless they're next in line, I believe. But that's only if you're marrying a woman off. If it's a man, then if you keep the dynasty, then you become crown. Yeah, truth be told, I'm not entirely sure how it's all linked together. I'm sure someone out there has a much better idea than I. That's what I'm talking about. Keep those conversions going. I want those English down to below 10%. Yeah. Losing a lot of your crown members can be a royal pain. It's just too many women. What a problem. Yeah, there we go. Bring us up to defensive. I'm actually starting to think that maybe sitting between defensive and offensive is the good one, because then you don't get the extreme events that hurt your stability so badly. I've never figured out which of these things is worth your time. You can canonize somebody. Like old John here could give me prestige and legitimacy. But I suspect that's just a one-off thing if I need the boost, which I currently don't. Right, it's time to pop out another one. You there, Wales. I need you to give me your land. Which land? I think it's Ludlow. Is it Ludlow? Hold on. Before I do anything daft here. Whoa, what is this map mode? There we go. Yeah, it needs to be Ludlow. Seize territory, give Ludlow. I've had this issue. You click on a province, it just doesn't go through. Gotta click them on the list sometimes. I wonder if that's related to the change of showing the capital of a province. Who's to say? But that sounds like one more fiefdom for me. I do want to do down here as well with Hereford. The problem is Longtown is still a subject of Wales. When they integrate that, I can take both these provinces off of Wales and then gob them out. One slight issue is by making all these English scum, I am boosting the English cultural tradition. Look at that. That's going to become larger, and it's no longer going to be such a freebie to convert. But eventually I will force them all to not be English, and then everything will be fine. And I love it when things are fine. Marginally tempted to do West Riding as well, because it's going to be a pain to integrate culturally. That means I need to take Huddersfield off of you. Do you mind? He probably absolutely does mind. But I'm taking it anyway. Yoink. And then that's one more for the pile. I already have the cores here, but that's not the concern. The concern right now is cultural enrichment. And that actually means that since you already have full cores here... yes, you do. Okay, good. Full cores on you means I can immediately tell you to embrace my culture. And then you'll get converting for me. Alright, lots of cultural assimilation to be done. My population is still high enough to get my 10-to-1 integration of my subjects. My heir! Oh no, after some investigation, Viscount Adolf has been running a town in a most unchristian fashion. 20 prestige? I think not. More of those Scottish twisters. How does it even happen? Should have adopted Islam. Legalized polygamy. Rookie mistake. Yeah. Not playing as Islamic. I do miss having my 4 wives and, you know, your 7+ children. Alright, another lassie has come of age, and I guess once again we're just going to marry you off. Because I don't trust all these possibilities out there. You lose the woman if nothing else. I hate women kind of leaving your cabinet when you need them for potential heirs and such. For now, let's just keep you inside. How about someone young and strapping? Just in case the other one falls through and can no longer perform. Well, here's a thought. If I did go for a Castilian dynasty, maybe I should have considered this a bit better. If I had gone into a Castilian dynasty, I could have easier maneuvered my way into the Crown of Castile, but then I might have even more easily become subject to them, because they would certainly outdo me in seniority. So no, I need something a bit more homegrown. Like MacDougall's! And this guy's really good at what he does. Alright, incorruptible. Welcome aboard. I will miss my dynasty. Come on, you old coot breed. No concern about these old people dying. My main concern right now is sailors. Should I start building up my navy already? I'm not sure if there's much more I can do in terms of building up my ports in any market. Or my docks. In any market? No. Well, maybe. Maybe. I got some subjects that want them, but of course this needs to be in my own owned land. If we ignore the peasant thing, I can actually give Edinburgh some. And Colchester. Oh heavens, yes, like anything to get me more, some more sailors. Well, almost anything. Those fishing villages are another question altogether. There are also only so many towns I'm willing to build up, but I should probably start building up Portsmouth. Even though it's English dominated, and it already has a fishing village. Yeah, it's got to be Portsmouth, right? Even though lumber is a really nice trade good that I don't want to be getting rid of. They've got fruit, and they've got wool, and they've got wild game. I actually wouldn't mind doing both of these as towns. Like I said, I need as many coastal towns as I can for my vast number of sailors. Let's do it. Town. Palace economy grows. I already did you. I've got both of you, of course. Fiber crops. Wool, wheat, horses, fiber crops. Fiber crops are pretty good, but, you know, towns are pretty good. Just hemorrhaging money on towns, but yeah, let's do it. I have to urbanize in order to beat France. I can't wait to lose all of my naval supremacy again when I integrate another subject. Yeah, we should keep an eye before and after. Yell at me when we're about to annex our subject here. We'll check the before and after on our harbour presence. Maritime presence, right? Rather. Any place ending with mouth should have a port, historically speaking. Well, is this say mouth? Port? Ugh. Gaelic. Never, ever. I hope you integrate Longtown so I can nab that off of you. A little bit tempted to integrate Devon, but I would still be gobbing it back out so they can do cultural enrichment for me. There are still far too many Englishmen around here. What would the integration of you take anyway? Truth be told, I could get on it already and it wouldn't take that long. And I'm not... Would I even care so much about letting this one go? Until I get this stuff maritimely present, the distance to London will still be a problem. I could also just take these. I could just seize 4 provinces off of him and then spit that out as a subject. And then I could eventually take this back when other things are better. You know, seizing 4 provinces off of him doesn't seem like the worst idea, actually. Damn English everywhere, though. It's also 4 diplomats, which isn't nothing right now. Plymouth. It's a good port. Plymouth. Plymouth? Which one's Plymouth again? I'm guessing it's Plymouth, if I had to guess. Loving all these naval pushing events, though. More maritime presence, which is necessary right now to maintain that good control. Yeah, come on. I lost a lot of potential control when we lost all of our maritime presence just outside of London, but we're getting it back. Oh, Captain, my Captain series has been the most fun to watch. Really? There's been a lot of downtime. So I'm not so sure I agree, but I guess it's not for me to concern myself with, is it? I like the fact that there's always there's a lot of internal focus here, though. You'd never get something like this in EU4. My dream of integrating the Irish. It's only 10 years away as well. Integrate both Connaught and the Pale, and then I can divide up the Irish into a whole lot of beloved Highlanders. How's that? Yeah, the English are getting some much undesired cultural tradition, but we'll deal with them. Once these guys have all of their cores, and you can see the coring progress up there, they'll be switched over to Highlander, and I believe they will convert for me. Surely they'll convert for me. There's no way they wouldn't. Alright, Devon, how do you feel about me? You feel pretty damn good. You know what? I'm going to put that to the test. I will seize your land now. Yoink. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'm going to spit it out as a subject. Although I think I can only do 3. Yeah, I got the core on that, hilariously. It's really weird that you get a full core from seizing. I could understand integrated, but full core? Kind of mad, isn't it? Well, obviously this isn't integrated, but I do mean when it's your culture. I'm going to claim that's what I meant, at least. Oh, tell you what, I could actually get 2 of them here. He will forgive me for stealing all of his land. Ah, feels good. Now you see it, now you don't. Any consideration for spreading Highlands to the New World? Yes. I might even need the strength of the New World to take on France. I can go to the New World and discover the spices from Mexico and bring that home. Not to mention the potatoes. You know, fill Ireland with potatoes. It's just the best way to show my tribute to the Emerald Island. Season territory is a problem because I have too much liberty desire, but give it a year and a half. Jesus, another one of these. Just screw you events. Okay. Are they really that strong? The burgers are 23%. That's not nothing, but come on, game. I didn't deserve that. And good to see that my people are still in charge here. But yeah, maybe I am strengthening the burgers a bit too much. Yes, prestige is a huge pain to maintain. Beating up a lot of miners to humiliate them, canonizing people. It's really hard to get the 70 or 80 to become an empire, though. Alright, oh, we forgot the before and after, but look at all that delicious maritime presence I have. I wonder where it's going to go. Maybe it will stay. Anything's possible. Still says Lincolnshire has it. Ah! No, just cut off like a gammy limb. There is something going on. I think it's trying to delete the old nation's maritime presence. And then what it does, it just deletes everyone's maritime presence. Freaking paradox. Fix your we had a phrase for that internally. Okay, anyway, that's going to pretty much lop off the rest of the isles for a while. What I don't get is, though, that I've had completely landlocked nations get integrated and cut off my maritime presence. It is not just the coastals that do that. Anyway, I got Boston at the very least as another place that could do with a dock. What about Loo? Any thoughts to Loo being a town? Oh, man, I could have a lot of towns here, actually, couldn't I? We have the livestock and the wheat to feed everybody. So what's to stop me having 1, 2, 3, 4 towns? Clay is hardly a huge impact trade good. I mean, how could we not celebrate Grimsby? Sure, we're going hard here. Pursue Lubu and get Spalding as well. The palace economy. Thought I was talking about doing one of these as well. Yeah, this crappy fish province. The fish feed people, but so does everything else here, so... Yeah, come on, towns galore. For the Form Empire button click, you also need to be a great power, which can be even worse than the 70 prestige. There are massive tags in Asia taking up the slots. Yeah, also, existing empires get a massive boost on great power score. So it is a big boys club that's difficult to get into. So my advice there is just try harder. Alright. Whilst the ass song plays, we build up what we can. Oh, Parliament. Do you want to, I don't know, promote urbanization? Can we do this in Grimsby? No, because it's not a town yet. Alright, what a shame. Give me any coastal place. Portsmouth will do. 3 more docks. Jake likes docks. Jake needs those sailors. Also, really, really good saving on it. None of the rest of this really does what that does for me. It's got to be that. Also, it gives me more sailors, and sailors are good. And it almost passes immediately. All I need to do is support free subjects with prestige I don't have. Sounds good to me. Don't I want to be free subjects anyway? Yeah, I do. Great. Thank you for passing. Ooh, I don't understand why they would try to delete maritime presence of an integrated country. Just hide it. It'll deteriorate naturally, easily enough. You're assuming some thought went into it. The thought would have been, okay, maritime presence. You know, on action when country gets eliminated, you need to get rid of certain things, like their diplomatic links and whatnot. And it is just going to be a straight hammer down, delete this, delete this, delete this. And when it goes, oh, delete maritime presence, it just goes, okay, go to place. Yeah, delete, great, good. You check that it deleted their maritime presence. It did, good, ticked off the list. Task complete. At least until the bug reports come in. Where is the port? Yeah, there we go, there we go. Little Grimsby. You'll be a big boy someday, but not today. Sorry, does that sound too bitter? Hopefully not. I want to keep a lazy eye on these guys, see if and when they get their cores going, because if they do, that's when they are ripe and ready to become Highland Scots. Enforce culture. And you've got it all done on Newark, so enforce culture. Typically the ones that don't have to integrate towns are having an easier time right now. Oh, would you look at that? Stoke. No on Trent for you, just enforce culture. And Worcestershire. Enforce that culture. They're going to hate me for this, but that's to be expected. I wonder at what point I should consider integrating you. And you already had your culture enforced, didn't you? Yeah, I can even see right there, Highland. But yeah, these guys having a harder time. I might once again just steal your northern area. Because otherwise integrating Manchester would take me rather a while. Liberty Desire is a little high, but I could grab 2 of them. I'll wait for the Liberty Desire to go below -10, and I can take 1, 2, 3 provinces and spit this out. And then tell that to become Highland. Anyway, I'm still waiting on grabbing your land as well. And give it another year and they'll forgive me. Deleting all maritime presence sounds like an easier thing to fix compared to some sea areas having 70 floating Nah, decay doesn't cause that thing there. The decay is a very healthy 0.5%. So you don't end up with tiny fractional amounts. The Pope wouldn't like that so much, and since I'm busy spying on the Pope, maybe I don't want to be doing that. Oh my! I've actually beaten the Pope on technology. I can't actually steal more tech from him. Maury is actually frontrunner on tech worldwide, is that true? We beat France. We beat Castile. We beat Aragon. We beat Provence. We beat Bohemia. We beat all the little Italian miners. We are actually the freaking best. I suppose boosting up literacy and working towards things that boost this number is working out great for us. Also grabbing advances when grabbing institutions when I can. But yeah, the Highland Enlightenment. I mean, maybe there's someone out there with more tech than we have. I don't know if there's a good way to check it, like check number of advances. But you can see on here, if there's no option to steal tech, then you have more advances than they do. And typically nobody gets more than the Pope. But yeah, Kingdom of Moray, we're just too smart. Big boffin brains here. A few more English to run out of the countryside here, and then we have other places to move on to. Cannibalizing the very existence of the English, it feels so good. But yeah, waiting on these guys to get their cores. Thanks to the docks. I knew that would pass. Did I do Worcestershire? I'm pretty sure I did. I'm really hoping that Wales integrates this at some point. How's the Welsh Liberty Desire? It's not nothing, but it's fine. Like I said, I'm waiting for you to be low enough, and I want this thing to be... just a few months, it'll be fine. How about the Isles? The Isles have got to go. I'm sick of you existing. I will annex the Isles, and I will actually split them out, which might seem odd. But yeah, I will split them out specifically as the Outer Hebrides and the Inner Hebrides. Ooh, yes, and I will hope that they actually culturally enrich the land. They might not due to control issues. But if they do, then I'm actually quite happy to integrate the Inner Hebrides because it gives me a good launch pad into stealing land off of the Irish. Although, I guess it's not a big deal. Nah, because I want to annex the Pale directly, don't I? Yeah, probably. Yeah, just give me antagonism, I don't care. From London beyond, that's not going to have a huge effect. Besides, France loves me. France have always loved me. Improved relations could knock another 20 off that antagonism, but I don't think it's worth doing that with the French right now. I have a lot of subjects I need to improve relations with currently. What is this? Nobody gave you permission to actually build towns over there, Ireland. Remain in your squalor. They're not worth the paper I line their filthy cages with. Alright, get that off of my case right now. I don't care about my disloyal subjects. They were born to be disloyal. I do care about getting those boats of mine, though. Perhaps I should begin constructing them, despite the intense cost. Just in case war with France comes prematurely. Can you build towards a mothballed... Oh, would you look at that? The newly added ships don't mothball. So you have to turn off mothball and then turn it back on. Interesting. Did that boost my sailor count, by the way? I don't know if all those sailors just suddenly joined my sailor pool or not. Fascinating. Alright, well, we're going to need those catechs. How many does France have? I probably want to double them to be safe. They have... Oh, you got 21! And they don't even have Brittany yet. France is just broken, man. Absolutely freaking broken. Alright, well... I'm going to have to out-catech them. I used to live in a place called Catech. Why assimilate beyond 50%? Because I want the English gone. The more Highlanders I have, the more cultural power that I have. And it's the whole aim of the game, right? We're not going to say that it's done if we see just so much English patchwork over our land. They must all be annihilated. 10% or fewer, that's the numbers I'll accept. Right, so here's a weird thing. When you get a new kind of horseman, it'll upgrade regular and armored alike. Is there a way to do this without the confirmation window? No. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that leaves 4. Oh, that's not a good number. Well, whatever, I'll make other ones. Just get them and get them balanced. I like regular cavalrymen because they're really fast on initiative, but heavy cavalrymen are better in a slog. Alright, you ready to give up your last province to me? That's what I thought. Seize that last province, which is part of this area. It is part of the area, right? Should be part of Dorset. Good, good. He knows what he's doing. Seize territory. There we go. And then we can pop out our own little Dorset fiefdom. Now, Dorset already have full cores on this. Wait a minute. That's not cored at all. Although I suspect it will become a core because Dorset is English. Yes, so give it the turn of the month. And then this should turn into their core. Oh, would you look at that. And then that means, hey, now that you've got all that cord, would you mind giving them all their complimentary tartan? There we go. And yeah, this makes all these people hate me, but that's not a huge concern. Why do I still have cores on this land, by the way? See that? I mean, I spat out Cornwall. Why do I get to keep the cores? That is a mystery to me. Bigger mystery than Mystery Lake. I'm having a quick check for any more of those accursed little Cornish buildings that are in Greater Bristol, but it doesn't seem that there are. Integrating Wessex is actually quite tempting as well. My control isn't all that bad. And I imagine it could get even better with some good roads. And coastal land is very nice. I'd love to have Bristol. But maybe it's better in his hands than mine for now. Yeah, that's okay. Hopefully taking over that land didn't cause even more problems with my accursed maritime presence. Because look at that, that is not quick to build back up. And it just lump sum destroys all of it. Yeah, France are keeping all of theirs. I hope they lose all theirs when Brittany gets destroyed. Given the choice, I like to keep the clergy happy. Clergy aid my research. What kind of unusual, challenging starts do you want to do? Granada. Oh, I want to do Granada so much. The only reason I'm doing Mori over Granada is that before this one I did Golden Horde. So I didn't want to do another Sunni slaving run. Also, there's a big bug with slavery, which I really want fixed before I play Granada. The slavery law is just broken. They never convert, they never assimilate. It's just bad. Alright, new king. Now I have these problematic daughters of mine. No sons. No option to get a divorce. Maybe she can die and I can get myself a new young thing. Oh, that'd be good. You know how it is. You're 40 years old. You look over at your wife. She's 43. You look at that just barren, acidic womb and you think no life can be cultivated here. If only. If only. There we go. 19, 21. We do anything for the dynasty, right? We're all Randys around here. But it seems not. Keep London as the capital. This event might cost a bit, but hey, it boosts prosperity. That's got to be worth something. A son. Wrong dynasty, but at least it's a son. Maybe, just maybe, somehow we can remarry into the dynasty, but the thing is I need a woman to do that. So I'd need to be stuck with women again, and then find my old dynasty again. Oh well, McLaughlin's it is, I suppose. I didn't even check the culture, and I'm glad I did now. The male culture and religion is what gets passed on. Oh well. Grow strong, my son. I was unable to find strong sons as it is. I have navies lacking a command. Oh, that's right, that's right. With this new takeover. We still have our crown in command here, but I still want crown members to be in charge of these. And especially the best diplomatic ability I want on the fleet that's giving maritime presence. And as it happens, that's our king himself, and that boosts the naval as well. Very good. Nothing special about Randolph. Next town over to me is Randolph. Movie cinema. That's about it. That sounds like home to me. But don't let it get you down. I don't let it get me down. Alright, so we built all these towns and we didn't actually give them anything. The whole point was to build up some ports and things, but the money situation is, as I like to say often, grimmer than Grimsby. You there. Time to embrace the culture. The only culture worth knowing around here. Coventry. Culture time. Any more of these that I have not taken care of? I think it's just Oxford now, right? There's a better way to see this, isn't there? I can go here, right? Where are we looking? Yeah, Highland, 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 Highland. English. You already have your cores, right? You there, Shropshire. Enforce the Highland ways. Any more for any more? Highland. Of course we know you're Highland. You're Highland. Highland, Highland. So it's just Oxford, right? Once Oxford is Leicester. Okay, Leicester and England. Once they're taken care of, then we're good all the way down. There's also the issue of taking these 3 provinces off of Cheshire. Cheshire won't stand for that until, well, now actually. Sweet. All right, these 3 get taken off and I spit out 1 more, and it's also going to be... Will it be fully cored? What's the culture up here? Northumbrian, Northumbrian... Ugh, majority English, and majority Northumbrian. What can I do about this? Is that culture going to be a problem? It will, because they won't have the cores. Just thinking this one in my head. Maybe if they're English... Yeah, they won't get cores on this, will they? Because of bleeding Northumbrian. Is that a problem? It will slow down their assimilation. I could also just pop out 2 subjects here, but I want to see how they do. Besides, if they take a while, at least they're tucked away in the corner here. Alright, point is, Cheshire, you're giving me that. And also, Cheshire are never going to culturally enrich this land. There's an idea to just integrate them and... Hold on, another thought. If I integrate them, I have the cores here. And then I spit them out with cores. But I don't have cores here. What does it take to integrate Chester? Or Cheshire? It'll be until 32, which is only a few years. I say get these buggers out of my hair. Do I really say that? Yeah, because they're never going to convert the land. There we go. And yeah, that does slightly slow down the Isles, but it's only 50%, which isn't 50%. It's much less than that. Prestige, I don't even know what that is, so... It's nice, when you have no prestige, you don't care about losing prestige so much. I'm paying my fort maintenance, it helps with prestige, and it moves me towards defensive, which I like. He's our distant cousin, and he's come of age. See, when you get a really big family, the pop-up spam of that gets out of control. Absolutely out of control. I mean, you're not even part of my my crown estate, so I'm not really sure I care all that much about you, and that means I can't use you as a royal marriage either. So I don't really care what you get up to, just marry somebody and make merry. Marry this old bat so you can't breed? If I just leave him, will he marry on his own account? Because I really don't care what he's up to. I'll just keep him around in my back pocket. Alright, come on Oxford, get with the programme. Looks like it won't be done with Oxford for another few years. And then who was the other one? Leicester, right? And you, I thought it would be because they had a town there, but they don't. So I want to build up some more ports, as we've been covering a lot. More sailors, more better. I need to deal with France at some point. I'm very worried about France eating Brittany. Even more ports for them. Not just ports, but towned ports. I assume there are port towns here. There's Vannes. There's Machoul. Saving grace is it's far away from their capital. Still concerning, though. Yeah, courts with polygamous marriage gets out of control. There's a mod, of course. There's a mod for automated marriage. I haven't got it yet, but perhaps someday I will. Right, huzzah, look at that. My dynasty, my crown, but it's still not going to work for us. Unless I can find another local noble of that dynasty, but that's not happening. Oh well, in that case, do I just marry you off? I'm lacking a marriage with France. Whoa, hold on there, hold the phone. France could actually start the coalition now, which I'm not keen on. They have the antagonism and they have the low relationship. And they have the low relationship because the antagonism went down because we lost... What? Spy network in Mori. Are they spying on me? Oh. Oh, God. Why would they do that? Why would they spy on me? I need to do something about you. How would you like one of my strapping young daughters? Well, here's a Frey Randolph. Yeah, the oldest, gammiest member of the Naval was. They're not old and they're not that gammy. There we go. And they want that Highland tech. Alright, so on the plus side, that will immediately destroy France's antagonism and probably desire to coalition me, but not necessarily to kill me. That's becoming a problem. Because my navy is not ready to defeat anything that the French throw at me. And my army certainly can't handle whatever they want to do to me. Right, these armored horsemen... It says upgrade, but not what they would upgrade to. What will they upgrade to? Heavy cav, good. Heavy cav, heavy cav, heavy cav, heavy cav. I want 2 more heavy cav on you. And then at least we're mostly balanced out here, although I might do some manual balancing at that. Is there a way to see like the breakdown of this? Right, we have 13... We'll be on 12 on this, which is good. That's a nice breakdown on the flanks. Needs to be divisible by 3. The infantry, I suppose I could put 2 more on you. Keep it coming. You know, France just need 1 good landing with their many, many thousands of units, and I'm in trouble. 10,000 regulars! And I can't beat them on the seas, right? The boat issue needs to be taken care of now. Get the sailors, get the money, get the boats. Because if I can't beat them on the seas and they just land on me, I'm scuppered. And 9, 9, and 9, but there is room for, I think, 2 more in each flank. So how many regulars are we getting here? I think we could stand to put in 3 more units of... I do like cavalrymen. Maybe more cav. Not even heavy cav, because regular cav have such good initiative. Heavy cav do have some, and it's certainly better than regular men-at-arms. But I just love the cav getting in and destroying enemies before they're even ready to engage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So bring in some more cav. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Fort up? Yeah, nah, if it gets to the point of needing forts, I think we're already buggered. I need to defeat France on the seas. If I can't defeat France on the seas, I need to defeat them as they try to land on me. And then if they've landed, well then, I guess I'm releasing Ireland or something. But anyway, that's no big deal if they don't actually fight. And would you look at that? What are they not doing anymore? They're not spying on their good chum Maury. How about we improve relation to make sure that that chumness is as good can be? That is concerning. I was not ready for France to want my guts for garters. I wonder what's taking them so long on the integration. I wonder if they just have an absolutely terrible cabinet member taking care of it. Another way to check for English countries, I suppose, is to go to somewhere with English culture. There are a few pet Englishmen hanging around in London. Leicester, Oxfordshire, and Ewis? Who? Wait, you're English? Yeah, you're a vassal of Wales, but you maintained English culture, and you speak French, okay. Wales will eat you, and then I'll eat you off of Wales, and then everything will be fine. I assume. It better be. A good war would screw French control. Yeah, getting a good war on France currently seems like a pipe dream. But I'll keep dreaming of that pipe, and I will hope that France just cannot build a bigger... Stop! Stop! I can't really afford efficiency of cabinet going down. Just screw the stability. Stability's not a huge deal anyway, right? I don't even know why I'm paying so much into it. Save the money to build up my beloved navy. Stability is fine, and I have no big law or estate privilege shake-ups to do. What I need to do is get me that much needed control of my country for more income, more sailors. My cabinet member. He's a really good cabinet member. But he is giving Edinburgh development, so surely he's doing a great job. Getting some of those boats. Where did all of our money go? Well, this navy. That suddenly just... Where's that navy going anyway? Oh, it's heading over to my my fleet near London. Which needs to remain mothballed. It does eject the sailors out. Okay, that's kind of good, because it means that I can immediately use the sailors on building more boats. And then we kind of bank them for when we need to have these guys ready to rock and roll for an actual war. But the number of heavy boats that I'm needing is going to be something like 40. And I currently have 14. And they're expensive. Really, really expensive. Okay, we need to save money. Catharism. Ooh, gives gender equality. But no, I think we'll go for Calvinism. It's just more befitting. Maybe you could steal some boats. Yeah, that'd be the dream. Alright, we have got the English down to just petting zoo levels of numbers. So, cease your assimilation of Bedfordshire. Assimilate the Suffolk lot. Maybe Hampshire. Nah, I get Suffolk done. There are far too many English there. Suffolk, then Hampshire. And then there's not that much left to do manually, thankfully. This stuff will be done by my soon-to-be brainwashed subjects. Hey, Oxford. Oxford are done integrating. That means Oxford are no longer allowed to consider themselves English. Subject action. Be nice if you could favorite some of these so they become easier to get at a pinch. And yeah, I know they hate my guts, but they're going to have to wait in line. And wasn't I planning on nibbling you? No, I'm planning on eating you. I'm annexing you for the cores. And then we make another couple of subjects over here. I just saw Pirate Heaven pop up. Please no, sire. Chance of pirates grows. Alright, another useless woman. What do we do with you? Just marry you off to the nobility. Again, none of the old great... Oh God, look at that. You're even of the wrong estate. Yeah, I don't really care what you're up to then. I just care about me and my own. Okay, good. You're having a boy. And the boy is rowdy. That's not good. I need more diplomatic-focused children, but I'm sure we'll survive. Wouldn't building to combat with be enough for the Navy? Yeah, so what... Well, the problem is, if I build to combat with, and France builds more than combat with, France is going to win in the prolonged engagement. I need to build to combat with and have more than France. And I want it to be more than just 2 or 3 more than France. I want it to be, you know, if they have 27, I want 40. Then I'll feel okay, because he might bring in all his galleys and his lights, and then I get bogged down, even though I think I'll crush them. Anyway, it uses 1.25 of this, but then where you go impacts that, so I think 40 is a good number. I want to build to 40, which means I need to save yet more money. Okay. Unexpected outcome. Well, it's a bit of a shame, because I would really, really like to be building up my economy further. More RGOs, more gunsmiths, more trade. Trade would be nice. But given that France were keen on fabricating something on me, they don't currently have a casus belli on me. Oh, they got a casus belli on the Pope. That's good. Even so, you never know when France just suddenly declare us rival, coalition me, and then suddenly I'm in hot water. Unlock the cannons, but I don't plan on making use of them quite yet. Give me the counting house so I can have more crown power, because my crown power is struggling a bit in the face of the burghers. And counting houses will surely counter that. Alright, beautiful. Not an Englishman in sight in Hertford. Just the petting zoo, of course. So continue the assimilation and get them out of Hampshire. Nice thing is when you have a large province, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 provinces, the assimilation happens in all the provinces. It takes a base amount and it gives it to each of them. So you don't have to worry, like, say, when you integrate a province where you spread out the amount you have evenly. This one, it gives it all to each of them. That was probably a very poor example. Okay, how about this? There are 6 locations here, and there are 2 here. So this gets done 3 times fast. This does 3 times more converting. Maybe that makes more sense. Yeah, if even I can't follow what I'm saying, how can I expect anybody else to? Why do we... Yeah, what is prestige? What is causing that event as well? Jesus. Can't imagine the Pope is able to catch up on tech, so maybe wasting my time spying on the Pope is indeed that, wasting time. I'll pull you back since I'm way ahead. And then I'm going to need to start improving relations with the subjects I plan on integrating. I also want to make sure they're actually converting their lands. Couldn't help but notice that you are not doing... Oh man, what if I find that none of them are? Oh, thank God. Alright, right. You're doing it. You're not doing it. You're not doing it. You are doing it. You are doing it. I know that you're not. You're not either. I'm pretty sure they will. Eventually they will finish one of their other cabinet tasks and then... Oh man, look at that speed. Holy smokes, the power of humanism in Oxford. But I want to integrate them. The closer they are to London, the sooner I want to integrate them, because then they'll be less of a better proximity to capital, better control. So that means these guys are a priority to improve opinion with in preparation for the annexation. They're also going to hate me for integrating the Isles, but that's a different problem altogether. I am still contemplating Essex because of the coastline. And the fact that he has done amazing work converting this land. Pure Highlander. The English just shoved up. These are just English being shoved over to Bar. The Barheed home. Again, I could just nick this land off of him and stick it out as a new subject rather than waste my time integrating. I don't think he'd even mind it that much. Yeah, just take this, 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 and this, and this off of Wessex. The problem is that's going to take 100 Liberty Desire. But that's only like 10 years of waiting as opposed to waiting on annexation. I'll do annexation. I want this land anyway, and I don't want to wait so long on him agreeing to it. Even in this alternative timeline where England gets destroyed, London is still giving preferential treatment, or rather, Londane. I'm trying to get rid of... Oh, there's one Northumbrian here. Is that you, Leveler? I don't even know how he gets to be there, right? They're not an accepted culture, so they don't get spared the integration. Yeah, oh god, there's that, isn't there? So, peasants get integrated, and then when they pop out as newborns, it ignores this. So they continue to breed. Disgustingly. We're almost done. Colchester just needs to grind down a few more English scum. And then we can move on to assimilating other parts of the Isle. So I get that this isn't integrated. What's the other not integrated province? Oh, right, Crivens. I never bothered with Jersey. Not sure I ever really care about Jersey. Do I want this integrated? What I could do is actually spit out Jersey, and then Jersey will have cores on all of this French land. But I would like to keep Jersey for myself, so that if the French land on it, I can either pick them off in my own time, or just keep them isolated there. This is making a huge assumption on naval supremacy over France. Huge assumption. Do you ever get heavy ships as levies, by the way? Asking for a friend. Maybe I could check my own levies. You know, if I were to raise my navy. Fishing boats. Okay. Fishing boats, and those look like galley equivalents. Yeah, galleys. If I'm just getting that, I can't imagine that France is going to get heavies. I didn't even notice Jersey in my Scotland GB game. I think I left it to the French. You might as well, because it's part of the French province here. The province of that. Cotentin. Even so, Jersey could strategically be useful for picking off French units if they land there. Which is all the more reason to maybe consider putting a fort there. Because then when I land on it, they take the malice. Unfortunately, there's no real bonus here, is there, right? It's just flat land, grassland. But it could keep them busy. Maybe I should consider a fort on Jersey. It wouldn't be expensive. Well, short of the upfront cost. Upfront cost of 131 ducats to potentially keep the French busy in Jersey. Makes it easier for me to go and pop them off as well. You know what? Fort in Jersey it is. And maybe I should integrate it as well so it stops being such a pain in my bum. You are integrating Suffolk and you're doing a good job of it. You're integrating Essex and you're actually not that great at it. How about instead you integrate this? How long are you going to take at that? Wow, I've held Jersey for so long it almost naturally integrated. Amazing. You do get passive integration progress. The game just doesn't show you anywhere. How about a new round of Carracks? Yeah, I have the money and I have to be ready for the French. So, yeah, love build to Navy. More Carracks, please, especially since I'm near capping on my my sailors. So I do have some advances to make my navy better, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. I also have navy value slightly, but it doesn't actually let you fight better. The problem would be if they have offensive. Like, I like defensive. If they go... No, it's not offensive. What's the one that gives you morale? Well, it's something that I deny my people. What is it? Something gives morale even for navies, but what is it? Individualism? Yeah, there we go. I hope they're not individualism. I can check, thankfully. Societal values. Oh, look at that! Individualism. Morale for navies. Jeez, okay, yeah, this is why I need to outnumber them in the seas and just crush their navy altogether. Well, don't worry. I have a cunning plan when it comes to the perfidious Frenchman. It's not quite ready yet, though. I'm not willing to engage it until my fleet eclipses theirs. And yeah, 40 heavies and we can talk. Current navy is notably not 40 heavies. Current navy is 10, going up to 20. Yeah, it costs me over $1,000 for every load of ships that I do. At least once I have my ships, I can once again refocus my economy on building my economy. Hey, been a long time since PDXCon in Sweden, says Dustcrow. Became a YouTube lurker due to life, but I'm loving the campaign Go Mori. Well, cheers, Dustcrow, and indeed it has been quite a while. I will do what I can. Yeah, the lack of control here really hurts the proximity, but you can see, despite that, we're keeping good proximity up the coast of... Well, up one coast of the Isles. That's why this place is focused on subjects. And it's why it's probably going to get a few more subjects. Yeah, I'm actually tempted to spit this out right now. Carleen. Do I have cores on it? Of course. The control is not very good, so my conversion would take quite a while if I did it manually. On the other hand, I might hold on to it because I already have so many subjects. Yeah, and truth be told, it's not going to take that long to genocide the English. Ching's like, come on, they're not that tough. We only just got started on Portsmouth, and look at that, they're begging to get their haggis and oatcakes. Now, you introduce shortbread down in Scotland, I'm pretty sure half the English will be lining up for their kilt. I just ate a second bubonic plague pandemic of the century after the first scripted one. Everyone's out of peasants now. Oh god, I wonder if I actually have a hospital here. I don't. Alright, you know what? How about we give a hospital for London? Wait, it doesn't have a university? Alright, let's change that as well. I want to be first in line for the printing press. Age of Discovery actually starts very soon. And I want that printing press. I should have the innovation for it. Innovative is currently, yeah, plenty. The AI sucks at going innovative, so if you have a lot of paper and a university on your capital, that is not enough paper, by the way, increase, then you've got a very good chance of being the only eligible person to get printing press. Oh god, what if my subject gets it, you know, like Oxford? No, he doesn't have enough paper. Double check the requirements there. How about New World, actually? I'm in Western Europe. I have a port. I have a lot of burgers. I have Highlander. Has discovered Azores, Canaries, South Micronesia. Discovered the Azores, you say? I think I know of a way to discover the Azores. Portugal. Wait, maybe... Nah, the Pope. There's no way the Pope knows about it. They won't like this, but... let's see if we can't unlock the New World. I'm going to steal a map of the Azores. And... otherwise, London could be the home of that. There's nothing stopping one province having multiple... what are these called again? Institution spawns, are there? No, it's not listed here. 2,000 burgers. That's a lot of burgers. Hey, I got 2,000 burgers. Okay. Castile took the biggest bite out of Portugal. They are part of the Union. So is something that looks like Placenta. Piacenza. Okay, well that's good. Anything that makes Castile wrap around France and have those two going at odds. Why they're not rivals, I'll never know. Poor Aragon. Oh, poor Aragon. Not a good day to be them. Alright, we'll see if we can get my hands on that knowledge and then make myself eligible for 2 out of 3 of the next Aegis advances. The goal is to be the only person possible to get... Okay, good. We got you done, but what are the odds that this still screws with some of my... my stuff at sea here? I'm thinking pretty high. I suppose before I do that, I should pop out my new subjects. So Manchester and its greater province is going to one person, and yeah, I'm not going to hold on to this land. It's not like this is even a town, right? Yeah, and the control is going to be bad. This would just be better in somebody else's hands. Bye-bye. Very interested what's going to happen here culturally. And then, I believe I said I'd hold on to this, right? Egads, there's only 2 provinces here. It's almost a waste of time to deal with, but there's nice iron as well. Yeah, plus it's already a core, so I'm already getting a reasonable amount of control. Alright, I'll live with it. So the guys that I popped out now, unlike the previous Chester, now we've got Nantwich, they actually have... Ta-da! Humanism. So they are probably going to convert culture. Notice that some of these are still not converting culture, but that's okay, give them time. We're not in a huge hurry here. I would very much like it if these guys would pick up the pace on it, though. Bloody hell, they're slow. Because the closer they are to Londain, the better the proximity to capital is. Yeah, God, you're slow. And back to English names. Ew. Well, I was actually a little bit curious about the culture of these guys. Are they English or are they Northumbrian? The answer is... Northumbrian. And that means that they got... Well, actually, at the turn of the month, they'll get these cores. And that's really, really good for me. Excellent. Otherwise, they would have to waste time in order to get that core. All right, maritime presence. Are you going to bugger me a second time? Wow, it doesn't. Amazing. Oh wait, but I did just integrate another nation. That could cause it. Right, so once again, I don't want this land. I want someone else to administrate the land and hopefully even convert it for me. The question remains on the Hebrides, though. It's not unreasonable to keep the Hebrides for myself, especially considering that man is very populous. The control is pretty bad. But there is a town here on Ile. Well, it's Isle, isn't it? It's just, damn, there's so much cultural enrichment to be done, and this stuff is far away from home, so it's harder to do myself. I think I should trust my beloved subjects. Besides, they can administrate the lands better than me right now. Feels weird, doesn't it, right? You integrate the subject in order to make a new subject. Still undecided on this one, though. Yeah, I'll believe in you. Don't make me regret that. Oh, and they decided that as their capital, not the town? Madness. Anyway, they get full cores on all of that, so I'm not allowing them to be North scale. I am forcing them to be... Islander. Not a possibility for you? They are only in the Hebrides. Wait, I didn't. Wait, what? I selected the wrong bloody one, didn't I? Alright, take it from the top. You are... Ah, that's the location, not the country. There we go. You are Highland. And you're Highland. I don't know how you popped out Highland. I guess it's because you took this one. Alright, sweet. So hopefully they do some cultural enrichment. What's the reason for annexing these vassals just to spit them out immediately? Ah, good question. We covered it at the start, but it's a complicated thing, so sure. In the latest update, they supposedly fixed an issue where the AI was doing cultural enrichment even though they had no chance to do so because of modifiers to assimilation. All well and good. The problem is it stopped almost all AIs doing cabinet assimilation. I think it was making some bad calculation on the negatives and not weighing the positives. Point is, all of my old subjects stopped doing cultural assimilation, and the whole point of this campaign is the cultural dominance of the Highlands, and if I can't have subjects help me with that, then God knows how I get it done. So, using my galactic brain, I spent some time testing how the AI works with it, and I discovered that the main issue is if they have lots of downsides from... Wales is a good example. Lots of downsides from spiritualism, they just stop doing it. I think they're calculating every minus 50 in every location. So that's minus 60, and this is minus 85. They add that together and go, oh, it's more than minus 100, so I won't do it. So what did I do? I put quite a bit of effort into moving myself to Humanist, which actually boosts assimilation, and most importantly gets rid of the negative from spiritualist. And I've been eating up my spiritualist subjects and then spitting out new humanist ones, because your custom subjects inherit your laws and your values. So with all this English land that is relatively far away from Londane and difficult to actually exert control over, I then give them these lands, I give them my values, and most of them are doing a bang good job of converting the English into Highlander. Some, for some reason, haven't really started. I'm just assuming that's because their cabinets are busy doing other things. But someday they'll figure it out. And then hopefully all this land will be glorious in Highlander when I reintegrate it. But even if they don't do that, they will core the land for me. None of this was cored for me. So if you integrate a subject, you get full cores even if the culture isn't right. But that's okay. The main thing I need for my country is this eastern coastline. I've been building up towns and cities specifically to get my grubby hands on some docks so that I can get the sailors and the building capacity to build up a whole heap of carracks, because France are getting a bit itchy for war. They were spying on me earlier on, and France can somehow field 27 heavy ships. So that's where we are right now, building up. Won't be long until I can begin integrating the Pale, and I will do that. I will integrate Pale and Connaught, because I want to gerrymander Ireland. Some people said, Jake, you're making too many subjects. But other than the ones that I've culturally enriched, they all seem incredibly happy. Here's Leicestershire, for example. Haven't really boosted their relations with me, but boom, 92%. And anything above 50 is perfect. Gift to the state, you say? Wow, that sounds like more boats to me. Could one of your vassals be English? I saw plus 200 culture conversion, 100% English. Yeah, one of them I hadn't yet converted to England. But who was it? Ah, here we go. Leicestershire. Well noted. And look at that, they are doing enrichment, the buggers. Yeah, I was waiting on these guys because they hadn't cored everything. Now they have, so you know what's coming. Kilts and haggis and caber tossing and inventing copper wire. By pulling on a penny. And we can also check if there are any more English buggers. There should be one. Yeah, that's the supposed Welshman. But there's still Nantwich. It says Leicester, but we just changed them. Nantwich. Nantwich, Nantwich, Nantwich. You guys. I didn't enrich you guys yet. You've got your cores. And yeah, English dominant culture, we'll see about that. The core is the most important thing. If you culturally convert them before they have the cores, they take forever to integrate the land. Alright, there we go. Now there's only one English nation, and it should be absorbed by Wales. And when there are no English nations, the English tradition just dies. Although granted, the English tradition is going to be exceedingly weak anyway. Well spotted though, Bozo. It would take me a while to notice that myself, I am sure. I lost a bunch of cores, but that's fine. My subjects are holding on to them. France is maxed out, and the counting house is mine. Good old counting house. It's always good to build. Some people will disagree, and they're probably right. Where is counting house anyway? What do we even count? Oh, chancery. I forgot to build the chancery. Probably also want a market warehouse. Burgers doing trade is also good for me. And there's my counting house. Counting houses are annoying. They say they give you more crown power, but there is no visual feedback on how much crown power you get out of a province. So some dedicated people have to go and make spreadsheets to figure it out. The way I see it is they're always good to build, but they're not a priority. Just one in the capital and then do the others if you have spare money. McCain says, I see EU5's eaten schedule completely. Oh, how could I not? You know, I'm meant to be playing my Farthest Frontiers long play, but here's the important thing about the way I stream, right? I don't hold myself beholden to playing certain games. I do what I want. Keeps me sane. What doesn't keep me sane is the length of time it takes to make these bloody cattocks. It's terrifying. I hope I can steal those maps before the next age comes in. Isn't map stealing 50 spy network? 40, okay. That's 40, and I get 1 a month, 12, maybe 13 a year, 14 a year, really. If I don't get caught, I should be able to steal the map of the Azores. And then I'll become eligible, but probably not preferential for spawning the New World. Okay, so those beloved people in Jersey might stop rising up, because now they are integrated. They're still not a core, though. And I'm not sure I'm going to dedicate a cabinet member to switching their culture. But yeah, I'm going to keep that as my defense against France. That's why we're building a castle on it. Otherwise, yeah, my beloved crown member here. There is always more assimilation to be done. But where? Could finish off London, but... Why do I have this land if it's not assimilated? Oh, that's right, I took it off of a subject. And we're currently working on you, aren't we? This stuff is still a little bit too English, but let's deal with this. Ah, this is better. It's more bang for my buck, but I don't like seeing all that pure red English scum. Highland or London, a terrifying concept. Highlanders wouldn't know what to do with this land. For one, it's fertile land. Like, what does that even mean for us? Yeah, I'm not surprised there are pirates popping up here when we saw the pirate haven approaching. But I'm not really willing to go out of my way to boost my presence over here. They'll just have to deal with it. This is pretty good, though. This is really good control. Look at that, 74. Even 61 in Aberdeen. 64 up in Inverness. This is unheard of. And that's still with accursed Scots in Aberdeen, but that does make it easier to culturally eradicate the Scots from Scotland. Fertile land can feed so many sheep. Just imagine all the barley. Oh, that's wonderful. Oats brought into Scotland by the Romans to feed their horses. Romans lead. What do the Scots do? Oh, look at this food they've left behind. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't build a town there. Ah, that lead. I mean, where else would you build a town in this place? I guess on the wool. Wool is good, but I need towns on the coast so I can get more boats. I still want Bristol off of you, though. What was my take on annexing this guy, by the way? Annexing is good, right? Annex him and then spit this land out so someone else can culturally enrich it. Sounds pretty good. This guy is refusing to culturally enrich his land. So were you, but I already knew that you wouldn't. Highland is building a town in Bath. What's gotten into their head? Oh, I went down to Bath. I wanted to go to uni in Bath, but I did not. And again, I thought the same thing about Cambridge, but God, no. Look at that Highland dominance. You're already done. Some of these guys, when they get to work on their integration, are just lightning fast. So that's why integrating the likes of Oxford is a big deal for me. I want those relations nice and high, but it can take a while to boost. Yeah, currently working on you and you, but as it happens, maybe I should look further afield. I just culturally enriched you. But yeah, I want both of these guys. Integrate more of my heartland. Improve opinion, and improve opinion. We're getting there with the population at least, but we'll never be able to get the 10 to 1 on the Pale. Pale just has too many people. I will accept that, though. Couldn't you use your Carracks for more control? They're criminally expensive on sailors and cost. I'd rather have them sitting here at 50% cost, because yeah, that navy maintenance really stacks up. Wouldn't be worth the control. Light ships are much better for that. I do still want more light ships, but oh well. We try to stay decentralized, so we'll have our parliament anywhere but London. Urbanization to get a town in... do I want a town here? What would this actual name be? Let's just say Carlisle. I've apparently already built fishing villages and market villages here, and it's got the coal. Coal is good. I don't really want to get rid of that coal, but I do really like the idea of a coastal town for free. It's Newcastle and you wanted to keep the coal. Yeah, but... free town! What else could I reasonably do, though? Cathedral's hardly worth it. Yeah, the thing is, coal becomes useful later on, and later on there'll be more people here, which will mean more RGO there. And coal doesn't get the negative to food that other places would. And to make it even better, it's the best harbour suitability, right? We're promoting urbanization today. Gonna lose a lot of that coal RGO, but that's fine. It's probably fine. Serfdom and prestige. Humanism, hell yes. And I take this regardless of the outcome in Parliament. Is it really for free, or is it just once you pay, once the... No, I'm pretty sure it's for free. And it doesn't take any time either, it just poof, appears. And poof appearing is good. Since we are still a year away from the boats, let's make sure that we're still getting our docks going. Every market, anywhere that can still have a dock, make it, make it. Not just dock, but also wharf. Don't know why those are two different things. But yeah, even a wharf gives us a little bit of sailor, harbour capacity, ships. Wharf, 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 wharf. Just mass build the wharves. I find it so weird that making a town would cut down on the RGOs. It's not like you're making a sprawling metropolis. All I can do is shrug. I don't know what the thought process here is. I know I just want... It's not that bad, though. You know, I might lose... What am I going to lose? 4 or 5 levels of coal RGO? But I'm going to gain 20% maximum control here. I think it's well worth it. And yeah, this is being decided in Dun-bloody-D. How's Dundee even a parliament location? There's no town in Dundee. I mean, maybe there should be. How's Dundee Dock? Oh, come on! Dundee Docks is a thing. Same with Aberdeen, and they both have no harbour suitability. Madness. Harbour suitability is just the best thing. Unfortunately, there's none of it over in... Christ, what's this place called again? Dublin. London isn't even the best, by the way. Portsmouth is better. But London's position is a whole lot better, mostly thanks to the sea zone. Just spreads the harbour capacity like mad. It's a balanced thing. If all the lines went up for making a town, then you might as well not have a decision. Yeah, the AI loves making towns, though. You can see it in... What's it called anyway? Like urbanization or... Crivens now. I don't know what it's called. Geopolitics, perhaps? How am I losing track of it? It's called location rank. Thank you. Yeah, so all the red stuff is the rural areas. And then you've got your towns in grey and then your cities in yellow. You go over to India after about 200 years, it's all paved. There are almost no rural areas anymore. And that's kind of a shame. I feel like there should be more reason and incentive to keep rural areas. I don't find food to be such a big issue because even in the built-up areas you can still go, say, fishing. But I haven't played the game that long into a campaign, so I could be talking out my body hole. We'd be none the wiser. Right, cultural enrichment. Yes, finally! Oh, I've been waiting so long to culturally eradicate the people of Man. No more Manx for us. And wait, I just spat you out and you're moving your capital here? But you are doing cultural enrichment. That is fantastic. Okay, this is good. This is what I've been waiting for. I love to see it. How do I feel about integrating Wessex, and how do I feel about the impact on annex another subject? Now that stuff caps. I think I should... I also have my 10 to 1 on this guy. I should start the annexation of Wessex. Why have I not? Is there any reason I've not considered eating Wessex? Nothing comes to mind, so just begin annexation. Yeah, look at that. It's going to be done in no time as well. Yeah, eating small subjects, nice and fast. Eating large subjects takes forever. Don't make large subjects with a view to annexing them, in my opinion. Make large marches, make large personal unions that you want to keep around. And as my Golden Horde, I made this large Tver, thinking I'll eat them up someday, and then I check, it's 200 years to eat them. Okay. But yeah, smaller subjects get the job done better. They're also less likely to rise up, and you proportionally get more out of them because they all have near enough 100 control in all of their land. And that impacts how much of their sweet, sweet dosh you suckle. And I want to suckle. Is there a reason that you're siphoning income from the Irish? Siphoning income? Do you mean scutage? I have the Irish on scutage so they don't bog me down in war. I don't want someone invading Ireland and just getting war score from occupying them. Although, with that in mind, I haven't actually scutaged all of them. And I should do that more. Siphoning income's not really worth it, right? They don't have money to give me. Oh no, 26 ducats. Scootage is better, though. Honestly, I want to scootage everybody, but it costs a diplomat to set scootage. And I am quite locked on diplomats because there's spying, annexing, opinion improving. A lot of things I want to do. Wait, what? I'm lacking a minister. Oh no, not Parliament. Right, what are we doing with you? It's all assimilation all the way down, isn't it? So give me the best. Give me the best diplomatic individual, and if they're a crown member, that's ideal. But we struggle in the crown front. Mightily. Give Mac Tom... wait, no, he's... Ah, jeez. Alright, seems the nobility are just the best at everything. That's fine, though. Their power isn't that great. My crown power is not at risk here. Whoa. Was France always dipping this deep into the HRE? Seems they have some coalition things in mind. I feel no antagonism towards France. Oh, come on, game. I guess neither did Bohemia. Well, the return of the big blue blob. And as ever, Castile are not interested in an alliance because I'll be the Christians. I will have a coalition. A coalition of what? Also, how do these numbers add up to minus 40? What? Hey, even if it's not the France, that's 21, 32, 33, 34, 40-something. It's not 32. What is this? One by one, I could knock out everybody but France. The problem with France, of course, is that... Oh, wow, that is going away. Ooh, might not be too far out of truly getting France out of the coalition. And then I could make friends with Castile. And Castile will be my beating stick against France. Is it an average? God, I hope not. That would make even less sense. Running out of time to steal knowledge about the Azores, by the way. I really hope I don't get caught spying on the whatchamacallthems, the Iberians. Ah, see, this guy's on scootage. The Pale is on scootage. I don't want Wales on scootage. They actually bring a decent force over here on the mainland. Otherwise, the Cornish are already on scootage, right? And you're on scootage? Man, I do a lot of scootage. I'm very smart like that, it seems. These guys, it's not even worth the diplomat to put them on scootage. They are converting at breakneck speed, assuming they are converting. I don't know what is getting in these guys' bonnet. Oh, by the way, there's our town. Notice that my money didn't suddenly go down, but we suddenly have a town. Got rid of the fishing villages, but that's okay. Because it does mean that I can have a dock. You can't see the burger buildings here, can you? You don't even see them here. Huh. How unfortunate. But we know they exist, so give me the... Not the counting house. Give me the wharf. Libraries would be nice as well, but like I say, all my money has to go towards building up my economy and building up my navy. Boy, do I need that navy. Oh, you're also moving your capital. Well, hopefully you don't stop culturally enriching them. Man, that proximity's so good. It's a shame it takes so long to build these bloody boats, but maybe I should be grateful, because if not, France might just build even more heavies. I feel like they're locked on sailors, though, right? France would surely be building more ships if they could. France is drowning in money, and they make, well... Yeah, France make a lot of money, but it's not like I'm not competitive. And they might have 4 times my population, and let's not talk about that army of theirs. But we're getting there. A new character, Hector. Highland and Catholic. Unsuited for command, but still very good. Okay, great, but I just filled in my cabinet, so you're a little late. They'll have Brittany soon. Oh, man, why you gotta pee in my Cheerios like that? Yes, they will have Brittany soon. I need to think what to do about that. If and when I beat France, it's not like they can just be chewed up in one go. It's going to be a lot of chewing to take on France, but it's okay. I have something resembling a plan. But if my navy cannot decimate theirs, it's not a plan, it's just ritualistic suicide. Why is there fighting? You're fighting my subject. Is this like a Crown of Ireland thing that they can just have infighting? Because I'm pretty sure you're my subject. Yeah, look at that. Not even a tributary, you're my vassal. I'm not too opposed to you being annexed here, actually, because it makes things smoother for me to integrate Ireland. Because I just want to eat Connaught and then divide them up into provinces and such. To that extent, maybe HM should stop being my tributary. And I'll see if Connaught just want to eat them up, because evidently they have the power to do their own diplomacy for some reason. How does this war even happen? Just a bar brawl in Ireland? How many people are involved? 7,000. Are we Great Scotland yet? We could form Scotland. It's always there. Wait. It's not there anymore. I wonder if it's because I moved my capital out of Scotland. Great Britain is, of course, an option, but why would I do that? Maybe for all the amazing advances and events and power boosts they get. Yeah, but it would strip the soul out of being Moray. Alright, on come the boats. How's that cultural enrichment going? Oh, it's going. I should keep an eye on these numbers. When they're above 80%, it's probably time to move on. Vassals are bugged. They're supposed to be limited, but they eat each other, and you're not allowed to intervene. I had a lot of subjects before and didn't have them fight each other. I think there's more to it than that. There must be something allowing them to fight, overruling their limited diplomacy. But like I said, I'm happy that Connaught is eating up this land. I'm not happy that they're more than 10 to 1 on me on population, but in due time it'll be fine. Alright, rag, paper, get. Just in case we have some kind of rounding issues, I really want the Papermaker Guild to have even more papermaking and gilding going on. Yeah, because I need that for printing press. Yeah, there are weird wonky rules with the this thing right here, the Lordship of Ireland, which is somehow different from another Irish thing, if anybody even still has it. No, there was another Irish thing, like Irish kingship, which is different from the Lordship. Here it is, here we are. The High Kingship of Ireland is a different thing, which, well, look at you. You are the only person, and you're the High King. Good on you. Oh, I tell a lie. There are 2 of you. And then you get some special things. I don't know. I've never played in Ireland. It just makes it a bit of a pain to do anything other than just come along and annex it. But yes, I still am plan on gerrymandering up the Irish, but the Pale and Connaught need to not exist. Is it an IO? Yeah, but not one I can see so well. Ugh, more of these people that are no longer Crown. Yeah, the Crown is taking a real kicking here. Well, at least we have a son, but I could do with more children, please. Are you telling me this 52-year-old can't perform anymore? That seems to be what we're hearing. Attrition on the Navy. Get out of here. Alright, all my boats are getting together. It's still not enough to take on France, regrettably. Could we have this balanced out a touch? Nothing but Caddocks, nothing but Caddocks, nothing but Caddocks. So we've got our full combat width of Caddocks. But it's not enough. 30 is not enough. I need 40 to take on France comfortably. These are not numbers that I've run. I'm just going by experience in EU4. I don't trust slightly outgunning someone on the seas. In EU4, seas are do or die. And from what little naval combat I've done in this game already, it's the same way here. You win, you trash their fleet. They can never centralize a big enough fleet to deal with you again. Hey-ho. The downside is I'll become the naval hegemony. And yeah, that's a downside, because hegemonies increase your expenses, and the naval hegemony has no important powers. What is it? You can force somebody to embargo, and they can just unforce that. And is there anything else good about being a naval hegemony? I mean, that's not even good. Am I going to have the sailors to actually instantly fill all of these boats when I unmothball them? Let's imagine it's not mothballed. I would need... It says 5 to fully reinforce, but I don't believe that for a second. Because each of these need, what, like 400 sailors or so? It's no small amount. With full frontage, if you get the jump on them in the war declaration, they've reduced their fleet maintenance, you could cripple their fleet, even if it's superior. The AI likes to get... Yeah. So here's the situation that I'm building against. France has rivaled you. France have declared war upon you. Oh dear. All of my carracks are mothballed. It's going to take me like half a year to get them up to strength, and during that time he invades me with all his men. No, I need to be the one getting the jump on France, and I need my navy ready for if things go Pete Tong. So I certainly want to outnumber him if nothing else. Right. But we're doing that. This will be our last batch of carracks, and I want 10 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then, lucky me, beyond that, I can actually get back to working on my naval superiority. Thank goodness there aren't force limits here. More barks, fewer bites. Oh, it doesn't show the ones that are already building. Ew. There were some at the bottom not building. I don't know how many. You need to be a great power to get hegemony. Yeah, and we're not that far off of it. It's disgusting seeing all of these nobility. I'm really curious to see if there's a bug that just keeps giving you daughters. Because maybe it's just one of those things, you notice it when it happens to you, but, you know, daughter, 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 daughter. Feels grim. Grimmer than Grimsby. That's some nice full frontage. But I would still like something in the back. And we are capping on our manpower pretty solidly here. Yeah, sure. Best to be ready, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh. 6 it is then. What did I run out of there, by the way? Money? Yeah, money, of course. Those ships ain't free. Is drilling armies worth the cost? If I think war is coming, then yeah, because I'll face very few losses from a well-drilled army. But we're not currently staring down the gun barrel, so I'm not worrying about it right now. Jingzo's subjects do not want to be friendly with me anytime soon. Now, I can just steal their land as a fun thing. I could just seize territory, seize territory, seize territory, seize territory. And I'm not beyond doing that. I just wish they would actually convert their bloody lands. Come on. You're not English. You're not even converting these guys to Highlander. It's pure English everywhere. How is that happening? That's most... Actually, look at this as well. They're not converting. There are no... Even with the conversion here, they're not converting anyone to Highlander. I wonder... Oh my god, I realize now. They started doing that for English, and they have no AI to stop them from doing that. So he's going to keep doing it for English. Oh. Yeah. The file for cabinet action doesn't have any AI instruction for him to stop doing what he's doing right now. Oh, that's annoying. And that's more annoying than this person that doesn't start. This guy starts and doesn't stop. I mean, I know how to fix that, but I would feel a little dirty if I went and fixed it. I don't know. What do you think? Should we go and manually tell him to stop doing this? Because he's stuck in an AI loop right now. I think he will literally never stop this. Unless he has some kind of huge issue that forces him to use his cabinets for something else. Buggy games call for buggy solutions. Alright, well this is actually good for people watching at home that wonder how to take care of this. It's one of the things when you're streaming a game, right? What do you do when everything goes Pete Tong? And I'm usually pretty good at dealing with things on the fly. So if you set yourself to be able to switch country, you can just hold control and then click on a nation and then play as them. If not, you can open up console and then you can look at them. What's their tag? Their tag is AAA47. And you just go tag AAA47 and then you will become them. Ooh. And then we can go and see what his problem is. Assimilating Leicestershire to the English. And then all I can do is just... Oh, there's no way to cancel them, is there? You can't just cancel an action. Whatever, I can sort his head out. There are no possible... Oh my god. Johan! Alright, here you go. Expel some people. And then stop expelling some people, you moron. Wait, he can't do that either? Maybe it's because I'm doing the expel stuff. Alright, hold your thoughts there. Man acts like he knows what he's doing. Wait, what? Oh, wait, did I choose the wrong guy or something? Possibly. Yeah, wrong advisor, that sounds about right. There we go. Ah, thank God. Alright, stop being a pain in my arse now. None of these other guys are stuck on that, are they? And I don't mind if they don't do the conversion, right? That's on me if I can't make the subjects do that. Although I have no idea why some of them aren't. But if he bugs out like that, then that is a problem. Alright, very good. Still wondering why you're not doing it. It's not a big deal for me to just integrate you and convert it myself. It's close enough to Londane that it won't be difficult. Why are you at port? I think he got hit by one of those well-known British tornadoes and decided he wanted to stop and suck his thumb for a bit. Alright, we can get rid of debug mode. Londane ain't right. Well, it's doing pretty alright. 78,000 people there. Trying to get that paper up so I can have the printing press. And we're actively building that up. Very good. Assimilating, 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 spying. Need to jump on this when my spy network in Portugal is at 40, so I can discover the Azores. Actually, they're off the coast. They're called water spouts, says Andarius as he adjusts his glasses. Puts out his buck teeth. Alright, well, at least I have enough of an army that I could handle a detachment of the French. But if he gets all of his regulars together on one concentrated attack, I am hosed. Because I'm quite certain his units are going to fight better than mine. So we have to make sure that doesn't happen. So if I find a situation where he's actually landing a sizable army on Jersey, I should let him do that. Isn't there something you can build, by the way, that makes it take longer for units to disembark? Maybe I don't have it unlocked, but I'm pretty certain such a thing exists. It's like a coastal defense thing. It's not entrepot. Age of Renaissance had coastal fort. Disembark time doubled. I like that. Maritime presence, I also like that. Soldiers, I like that. Boosts the demand for a lot of goods. I also like that. Yeah, I probably want a coastal fort in certain places. The problem is it's 3 researches that I don't want to do. Still seems good, though. Given how important the defense of our realm is. Trying to think if there's anything else. We're really close to Age of Discovery as well. So I wouldn't have the time to get all of that. Rights of the nobility. I don't think I want any of this. I tend to see this as a poor choice. Like it's all bad. Strengthening the rights of the nobility I would actually approve of. Because 5% happiness for 10% power is a good trade. But blocking the crown from cabinet is unacceptable. Blocking the nobility from cabinet is also unacceptable. So this is just all bad. Noble electorate comes with its own problems, I think. Does it come with problems? 10% power for 5% is fine, but I feel like this has some downsides. Like they... Yeah, here we go. No, it just unlocks new things. Maybe that's alright. Still not sure I care enough to go for it, though. Chancery is good. Give me the Chancery. Ship repair at sea. That's got to be good, right? Save my ships wasting their time coming in when there's a wee bit of wind. Right, very good. Noble electorate's pretty amazing. The downside is it makes keeping a personal union impossible if you dislike that. I think I would like to keep a few small personal unions for the various bonuses that you get from the crown thing. Because when you start doing all the policies, you get some really, really nice ones available. Yeah, you end up going for the one that does not integrate your level boost, and then suddenly, look at that, more diplomats, more max diplomats. More diplo capacity, oh, that's all very good. Efficiency of cabinet, 10%, just for nothing. It's all good. Besides, unification takes forever. Does the size of a personal union affect its capacity impact? I don't think so. I think keeping one little baby union around will still net you all those bonuses. Speaking of keeping the little babies around, what in the world is stopping Wales from integrating Longtown? I want them to do that so I can take Longtown and then spit out another little subject over here, but he's taking his sweet-ass time, so he is. It's not the end of the world. We're on 30 with Portugal. I really hope they don't find me. I need to discover the Azores. I think I never would have used fearing the unlock electorate. It would lead me to an event. Forcing me into it, it scared me. Yeah, there's a lot of events like that. You just don't know what's coming, and then suddenly, boo! Or events that you want, and then you realize they've got incredibly niche unlock potential. Yeah, much as I would like Oxford integrated pretty soon, given their incredible ability to convert the English. Change, yeah, I'm ready for you already. These guys are letting me down. I do not know what's wrong with Dabhan Trai. I can only assume they've got their cabinet doing other things they deem more important. But yeah, they are Highland, they speak Gaelic, but they refuse to convert. That's fine. I'll annex it and enrich it myself. Like I said, I was not under the impression that I'd have subjects do all of the enrichment for me, but the whole point is just to squeeze the English out of existence. The Scots are at least an accepted culture, so there's not a race on that one. But getting the English out of my hair, empowering Highland culture, it's an important part of the campaign. I think I'll still leave this to a subject. It's not vital land. Bristol is more vital. There's also the consideration for roads. I know I'm not the world's biggest fan of building roads. They're good, it's just a question of... what's the word? Potential, right? That money could potentially be used to make something that'll make me more money. Specifically pumping up my RGOs. We're already doing our last stack of caddocks, so now whenever I have a stack of money, I can do RGOs. And Parliament is a while away, so let's look at production, let's look at the goods. Assuming I don't think there's more money to be made on building something else. Not in the Paris market, you dunce. If anything, I mean in Londane market. What do you think the big money is in? Game seems to think it's in making fine cloth, but supply already eclipses demand, so surely the value will go down. No, I'm more of the opinion that RGO is the way forward here. Give me the RGO builder. And tell me in Londane, where's the good money? Oh, yeah, you better believe that saffron is the good money. Yeah, you know what? Just mass expand a bunch of RGOs for me. Jolly good. I generally wait for Parliament to make roads cheaper, and then I build them. I just let the burghers build the roads. What is even prestige? Yeah, you can see under estate constructions, lumber mill, scriptorum, tar kiln. Not amazing, but the burghers build roads. And that just say it's really expensive to build roads. Let them do it. They got too much money. Well, they don't have that much money right now, but they will. I'm so happy with this control. Oh my days, did you even imagine we'd have that kind of control? That means that absorbing this land is becoming more and more feasible. And that control means I'd have no problem integrating or assimilating this land myself. And he's already done most of it, right? Once upon a time, he was culturally enriching this. Are you enriching this, by the way? Wait, the whole reason I made you was that you would enrich that. So sometimes the AI just isn't doing it. How mysterious. The mind boggles. Does that mean that Dorset and Devon should be integrated? Because it's good land, and I'll have good control. We will prepare for this. We will improve opinion with both of them. Although Devon is already pretty happy with me. When I integrate Devon as well, I can destroy this, and this of their little shanty houses or whatever they are, the stannery courts. I don't get these two. One's on wool, it's not a big deal. One's on tin, that is a big deal. And he's already got the roads, so there's not much I can do about that. But yeah, I reckon these two are front runners for integration as well. Which means maybe I won't spit this out. I'll just get it culturally enriched myself. Chase the English off to Cornwall. And then they reach Cornwall and there's just loads of Highlanders again. What a grim fate for the English. What if ports gave progress to naval? Armories give progress to land. Back in EU4 we toyed with that idea. Decided against it. Buildings were too exploitable for that. What the hell are you doing? And I do not trust automated ship missions or automated missions for units at all. Still concerned about just how many sailors it's going to take to pump up my entire navy. What I could do is let them fill up with sailors entirely and then mothball it all. Then I'll know that the amount of sailors here is everything we need. Trapped by kilts on all sides, one gust of wind and all the English go blind. It takes more than a little bit of wind. Kilts are very heavy, heavier than a skirt. Yeah, don't be building castles, I'm not interested in those. Just one castle to keep my defensive focus, and of course a castle on Jersey. And all is well. If you use the Hunt Down Army mission, they'll beeline to even enemies in Fog of War. It's the only time it isn't worth microing. Ugh, yeah, but they follow them in a real poor way, in my opinion. No way do I take that as 10 years of dissatisfaction. Hey, my barks. There we go, become larger and actually get to bloody work. Stop sucking your thumb there. There's maritime presence to do. Although maybe he thinks he has enough maritime presence and nothing left to do. In that case, maybe I tell him to do this so that I'm ready for these guys. One of my problems is you can't seem to just add a place for maritime presence. You've got to redo everything. And whoops, that wasn't available, was it? Ah, crumbs. Okay, well, whatever. Take it all. Maybe even work my way a little bit more north. Nah, we don't care about this stuff. Not currently, at least. But yeah, I reckon I'll get these two integrated and work my way down to Cornwall. That tin is worth good money, and I want that money. And also the opportunity to get rid of the stannery courts is pretty good. I'll never forget this one Scot doing a handstand in a kilt during the festival in Phoenix Park in Dublin. Ah, see, it's in Dublin, right? What happens in Ireland stays in Ireland. It might have been a big emotional moment for you that made you who you are. It was just a bit of banter in Ireland. Very formative time for you, I'm sure. Yeah, they're just sitting around doing bugger all now. Are they even increasing maritime presence? I guess not. The thing is, it does take a fair whack of time to improve those relations, and I don't have somebody that I can put on boosting the speed of that. Yeah, 13 yearly is titchy. Ah, well, it's no big deal. What I could actually do is chew on Devon already. The issue is that I'm already working on Wessex. Is that really an issue? Wessex will be done when? 38, 3 years. Give me my Devon. Yeah, because it'll enable me to get control over all these sea zones as well. So yeah, get on that now. Sorry, Devon, but if you're not going to convert, I'm not going to keep you around. I'm happy seeing where that income is going. Next up, marketplaces, though. I'm nowhere near doing as much trade as I should. So much saffron to shill out, and not enough saffron being shilled out. Now get me my entrepot. As I recall, there's only one level available for that, but still decent. Is it decent? 5 trade capacity with no strengthening of burghers? Yeah, that's decent. Is it time to steal the maps? Yes, well spotted. I would have hated to miss that. So... well, this is awkward. They can tell me about the Azores Sea, but they can't tell me about the Azores. 10 antagonism. Well, it's worth it. Yeah, this being in Terra Incognita is probably the problem, right? How much antagonism was that, really? Ah, come on, Portugal, it's just a bit of banter. Castile didn't care. I mean, France cares about everything I do. In that case, do you think Castile knows about the Azores? Maybe I did it the wrong way around. I should have stolen the water from Castile and then the land from Portugal. I'm running out of time for this. Are you not in range to just explore yourself? Explore with what? I suppose I could go to war with Portugal to explore this, but that's war with the entire crown of Castile, which I'm certainly not up for. Yeah, I might be out of time to get any potential New World advance, and even if I do, it's just a chance that they'll have much better of anyway. Yeah, discovered... ooh, South Micronesia. Was that an available thing to steal from them? Did not see. Do you have the range to explore? Well, I don't have explorers, do I? We don't have Explorer Commissioners done. Available in Age of Discovery, which we're not in right now. I wonder if... well, don't the Portuguese start with this? I'm unsure, actually. Maybe I could check something like Naval Presence. Oh, wait. Castile have naval presence there. Castile owns that. Well then, Castile can tell me all about it when we spy on them. You just click Explore on that menu. Really? Yeah, it would also take forever, and I don't have forever. Yeah, you can tell I haven't done much exploration in the game. Yeah, look at that there. I tried to do this with Golden Horde, but it bugged out. Well, it didn't bug out, but visually it certainly bugged out. It wouldn't let me do it because there weren't any units of liquor in the market, and I couldn't trade liquor over there because I was Sunni, and I didn't have any town to actually build up to produce liquor, so I had to build a town and then build up a liquor place and then wait for people to promote. It was at the edge of my empire, and then I just gave up. I was done. Done with that run, that's for sure. God, I just love seeing the assimilation going on here. A lot of the English are gone. I need to ask myself, do I want to move on with my assimilation? As long as it's majority Highlander, that's the main part done. And some of this isn't majority Highlander. I like getting it done good and clean, but I should probably focus on what's more important here. Get Norfolk done for now, and then when I integrate one of these guys, and that'll be the next job for you. Yeah, Wales, the last bastion of Englishness. Wales, who's still not integrated Longtown. How hard could it be? Is the clue in the name. Take Greenland from Norway for easy naval range. That is something I want to spy on and get. I'll do that when I have more diplomats than sense. Currently it's not a big deal, but yeah, I will be interested in New Worlding up one way or another. Always happy to keep the estates happy. What in the world are you even doing? He's constantly having to go and suck your thumb in port. What is your problem? All that research I do for you to repair yourself at seas, and for this. Gotta get all those fish in Nova Scotia. No, I'm thinking the nice trade goods from Central America. Seems like the right way to go about things. Please tell me France have not yet further bolstered their navy. France have not yet further bolstered their navy. Alright, very good. Once I have this next set of boats, you're going to see my grand master plan in full swing. Oh, bollocks. Well, no new world for me. They don't hate me for doing my spying. Interesting. You have to wait until you can spy again, and good luck actually remembering to do the spying. For all I know, it was already at 40 there, but I don't think it was that high. Another great man. Not my concern. Greenland is already a vassal of Norway. You can take that in a peace deal. I'm aware of these things, but do I want to do that? No, I don't. It in no way furthers my goal of defeating France. I'm aware of many things. You know I got claimed throne on Denmark? Why didn't I go and just take the throne of Denmark? Hey, while we're at it, why don't I no CB the Golden Horde and, like, conquer all the steppes? It can be done, Sia, you know? I could do these things. Ah, I miss Sia. Sia Arthel was one of our RimWorld colonists. A very good one at that. The only person who actually went and modded their character to have some bio... the biotech DLC. And go and modify their character's genes. God, the Pope is all over this stuff. Institution spread, is that really what the Christian world needs right now? I guess Pope Daddy knows best. So this is an interesting one. Who do you think is the superior one between Muscovy and Vladimir here? They both have House Vladimir. Wait, yes, House Belo-Ozorowski, of course, yes. That's what women do for you. Pansexual Russia to the rescue here. Anyway, how is that going? Muscovy somehow remains the superior individual here. Somehow. Vladimir is the one with the subjects, though. Is that so? Oh, wow, no. Okay, no. What's Novgorod's involvement here, though? They got something else going on. God knows what it is, though. A Norwegian flag? Does that look Norwegian? No, no, no. That's legally distinct Russian flags. Kind of glad not to be dealing with the Russians anymore. Although, hats off to the Golden Horde for surviving here. Wait, this guy looks odd. Like, really odd. They stayed Mongolian, but they went Tengri. Oh, of course, so he ditched his Sunni ways. Probably better for stabilizing the realm, right? Oh, hell yes. Oh, what I wouldn't have given to have a more stable religious society. He's wiping out the Astrachanes, as you should. I love the Golden Horde, right? I know there's a lot of complaints about the Hordes surviving, but my preference means I'm happy to see it. Recht. Perhaps I should do a clever bit of thinking here. If I mothball this, I'm going to lose 1/4 of the sailors that I need from this. The amount of sailors goes from 13k to 14k. So actually I don't need that many sailors here. That's cool. Keep it all balanced out. Did I show like 20 or so in the center there? Madness. But yeah, there we go. Now I have the fleet that can defeat France. Huzzah. But how do I go about abusing such a thing? Well, I still want more boats as part of the thing. I can move 4,500 worth of people here, but I've only got 1,600 or so. I still want more boats here then. Let's make a few more coggy cogs. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I should have hulks here, but cogs are all we can do. Cog wall established. And then I'm still happy having even more light ships. I'm tempted to throw some heavies into this just so it doesn't get immediately murked if it runs into a heavy fleet. Losing all this would make me very sad. But maintaining my very high, whatchamacallit, naval maritime presence is huge as well. So let's keep those barks flowing despite the cost of sailors. Right, any more for any more? Yes, 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 and not you. Good enough. Last war. Well, we've been at this for 5 hours today. We haven't had any warring. And I'm happy enough with that. I like the fact that this game has enough internal focus that you can... well, I speak for myself here, but I'm certainly having a lot of fun dealing with my country like this. Chancery. Chancy. Where's the Chancery? Oh, that's right. The Chancery is a burger building for whatever reason. More Chancery, please. Hold on, hold on, hold on. The City Corporation building, giving the burgers power? No. Goodbye. What other nonsense do you have built here? A guild hall, giving you 100% extra power? Yeah, no. I'm very curious if destroying those two things made any shift on the burger power overall. From 24% to... still 24%. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be so afraid of marketplaces. One marketplace is only 10 after all. You telling me I can have more warehouses in London? I actually like burgers having trade power. There are annoying things about burgers doing their own trades, but it's mostly the fact that you don't see what they're up to. I will max that out, but I'm more interested in more marketplaces. Although, what about market villages? Some of them can be oddly lucrative. Especially in these inland places where I have no intention of... come on, Jake, you can use your words. Inland places where I don't particularly want the towns. And again, I'd be happier if I did a check on towns before I started building all those up. Yeah, well, marketplace it is then. It's good trade capacity, and it's not that expensive at 42 guilders. And yeah, London is the main market to be doing them in, so just give me a bunch of them, please. Although, maybe, just maybe, I should consider Edinburgh. There we go. Money, please. Just check whether extra trade capacity actually makes you much more money. Pretty sure it does. It no longer increases your economic cost. Like, trade has no bearing on economic base anymore. So it's just more money. Of course, you have to pay for the buildings, right? But even the crummiest of trade is going to cover the cost of marketplaces. Look at that, 27 marketplaces for 1.7 duckety-doos. Noble privileges. What kind of privileges? Privileges that I don't care about. Go for it. That's local power. How much the tax base of the location they take for themselves. Pretty sure, although I could be wrong, that that also strengthens their power overall here. Because it's still going to increase their political power from burghers. But the game doesn't show you that information particularly well. What? Maybe mothballed ships don't count towards this. That naval damage taken could be a problem. I should steal this hegemony off of them before wartime. Oh, well, no, another hegemony for France. 3 hegemonies for France. 4 hegemonies for France. The only one you don't get is the economic hegemon. France is just broken, man. Good bloody God. I'm not even close on the military hegemon here. I need 12,000. I got 6,000, but I'm not listed here. Why am I not listed? Oh, that's of course. Great power status. Like I said, I don't mind not being the naval hegemon, but I do mind France being the naval hegemon because of that reduced damage taken. Okay, I don't know what is best in Age of Discovery. And I will think a lot clearer on this after I take a short water break. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Alright, much better. I really like this part, actually. You know, you're hard locked out of the other two when you pick one, so it's a somewhat meaningful choice. And they all have different things that you may or may not want for your run. Although, they are placed differently along the advances. But, we will be religiously switching. So pop conversion speed sounds like it would be quite useful down the line. Efficiency is always good. Conversion and assimilation, yes. Building cost is whatever. That's useless. That, for me, is quite useless. Migration, I need to think about that one. Just how much colonization will we care about. Trade capacity 25% is quite huge. RGO for iron and copper. Well, we have both of those. All right, so it sounds like money a lot. A lot of money going on here. How about Diplo? I'm more interested in things that I cannot scale myself with money or military, but given the choice, I like money. Colonial range and such. Trade range, nah. The migration going up is also... Yeah, this seems very much based on going exploring and going colonizing. But my main goal is to colonize France right about now. I love diplomats. But overall, this seems kind of weak. Yeah, quite weak. Army morale, that's good. I do need to find some way to defeat France. Combat speed is also good. Navy morale is also good. Galley power is useless. Heavy ship power, oh yes. Navy initiative is huge. I think I need this one. The antagonism is almost selling the whole tree to me. Yeah, if I'm going to have military focus at some point, it's probably going to be this. It's not like we have, say, literacy boosting here. Nah, give me the military focus, please. And then let's see how we do for... I'm a little short on the spy network here. What are we currently researching, by the way? Just the makeshift repairs, which I'm happy enough with, but then we're going to get on for the next advances. And yeah, there we go. Seville, notably not me, has a chance of getting this because I don't know the Azores. If somehow they don't get this for a while and I steal Azores information, then we might be in there. Might. Mr. Floyd comes in. They say, hello, well, welcome. Oh, is that mine? Yeah, it's all mine. Okay, good. I am the only possible home for the printing press, so I should be able to get that no problem. We won't get pike and shot because you need to have a land focus for pike and shot. Also, you need army tradition, which is really hard to get. But yeah, we're never getting this land versus naval, so... well, let's hope that doesn't add to the list of things that France just gets. Well, they probably will. But yeah, printing press for me. There's nothing else you can just start working on here. But it does cheapen everything in Age of Renaissance. Which is nice. Although I'm not sure what I'd be even going for. Like I said, the Hulk is kind of tempting. Oh, I missed that trade capacity 10%. And I get it because I'm Scottish, somewhat. Yeah, give me that. Trade capacity is good. Especially when you get it for free. Well, free. Free enough. And I still want that coastal fort. Oh, that's right. It needs a lot of other garbage research, doesn't it? That's okay. I guess I can deal with that. I shouldn't need supply carts currently. Navy initiative does sound good. Also, blockading France. Does blockading really do much? I feel like it does pretty much nothing. Sorry to say, game. Some of this stuff is okay. Some of it's kind of extremely lackluster, though. I like the idea of... Ooh, hang on. Oh, no, that's Catholic stuff. Ignore Catholic stuff. We'll lose it eventually. That'll keep me busy until we unlock something in the New Age. Otherwise... That's a no. A new model army does sound good, but that's more of an issue for... Decentralization and proximity cost down with an admin system? That I really like, actually. Proximity cost is huge, and decentralization is good for me. We should consider that in Parliament next time. Is it a mod making the tree so much better and more compact? Yes. I have a UI mod called... I forget what it's called. Perhaps we could go and check. Let's get rid of that. We'll definitely get rid of that. Certainly get rid of that. Crivens, where do you see this stuff anyway? How about guides? But I don't want guides, I want workshop. Oh, that's good. Although I'm subscribed to all of these, it's mostly just to look at the files. The one that I'm using is Good Interface, which is weirdly named because it has some bad interface stuff. I really don't like what they did with the army look. So I took the mod, and I removed the parts I didn't like, and I kept the bits that I do like. And what I really like is how much better the text screen looks. I've forgotten what it looks like on the old version. But yeah, it's called Good Interface. And no, I'm probably not going to upload my own branch of it. It's just easier for me to maintain on my own. Alright, let's get back to it. The new age is here. The printing press will be mine in no time. Printing press means money. You better believe I'm going to be making books aplenty. I'll be making... Do you have to build the scriptorum and then the fancy stuff? Or can I just build immediately into the printer shop? I don't know if you need the upgrading done or not. Oh well, someone out there will know. I like Glorp UI. Yeah, you can modify some of it, but not enough of it, though. I need more tools for modification, frankly. But yeah, better than vanilla for sure. UI is hard, right? It's easy to blame Paradox and say, you made a terrible UI, but honestly, what is a good UI for a grand strategy game? Nobody out there has solved it yet. Suffix at 80%. Is that enough for me to be satisfied? Wait, that's Norfolk. Suffolk is here. I think we bullied the English enough around here. Is there somewhere else that we're keen to get rid of them? Well, apart from everywhere. And English are the priority. The Scottish are not the priority because they're an accepted culture. There are, of course, Northumbrians, which could also go away. They're also not accepted. Stealth English hiding amongst the Northumbrians. Right. Crush, kill, destroy. No more assimilating Suffolk. Ass blast. Into Highlander. East Riding. Yeah, they're sneaky, aren't they? You think they're Northumbrians, but they're actually English. Man, the speed at which I eradicate these fools, it's pretty good. How are my subjects doing? Some of them really good, some of them are doing absolutely nothing. The ones that are doing absolutely nothing are baffling to me. Like, I truly have no idea why they're not even converting the English. You know what? That bears investigation. Make a save. The save is called... oh Christ, what are the people called? You are... Northamptonshire, of course. Check Northamptonshire assimilation. Okay, very good. I'll make a note to check that one. It's one thing for them not to be using the cabinet action, but why are none of the English turning into Highlanders? It's a mystery, I'm telling you. Do they have some kind of special estate law or something that blocks anyone in a kilt? If so, based. Posters all over town. Have you eaten your haggis yet today? You'll learn to love it. Still waiting for Wales to learn how to love Longtown. Because this is one last little patch of land that I need to get rid of. Yeah, well, slowly but not very surely we were working on it. I think they're kindred to the English. Ugh. Okay, is it time that we start considering how in the world we deal with France? They're still enjoying a bajillion incredibly loyal subjects. Brittany's not into... It's not far off. Well, there's going to be more France to deal with in no time. Excellent. So one of the issues in this game is that the cost of taking provinces in the game scales enormously and horribly because the population goes up, the buildings go up. This one tiny little location here is already 7 war scores. Speak nothing of the likes of Paris, which is 35. Might notice there are a lot of provinces in France. And one of the bigger issues as well is that when you declare war, these can have an impact on the cost of things. So not only are you paying all that, you're having to pay 50% more for no casus belli. So it's even more important than ever to get a good casus belli. Now, I probably don't know the best way to get a casus belli. I know a pretty good way. Are we doing anything around here? We're building a charcoal kiln and I'm making a cog. Alright, that cog is going to be finished first and then we're going to deal with this. You might have remembered that I culturally enriched this province ahead of time, and it's mostly Highlander. So it'll be spat out as Highlander. Oh, it's getting ahead of the case. There we go. Let's see if that repairing at sea can actually stop you from needing to go and suck your thumb all the time. Yeah, there we go. That's better. So hopefully they stop going to port when they get a little rocked boat. They probably still go to port, don't they? Waste bloody time these people are. What in the world just went ka-chunk? I think it was all these boats being made, right? It's alright, they know where they're going. Best one I found was to take down Hegemony CB, minus 75% war score cost. I was able to take down all of Silesia from Bohemia with it as Poland. What is the takedown Hegemon CB? I am not aware of that one, and I have not trawled through the files to try and find all the different CBs. But yeah, a takedown Hegemony of you would be pretty cool. Oh, hey, look at that. Whoa. Okay, maybe screw my idea, but there is one very, very big problem with this Casus Belli. Can you tell me what it is? This will be good later, but it's very, very, very bad right now. Exactly, G-Pick. Exactly, Demon. Take Ile-de-France. So if I were to take Ile-de-France, I would have to carve my way through 10,000 regulars, 60,000 of their French boosted levies, and I'd have to chew through fort, and then get to this fort, and then probably get ravaged along the way. That will be good later. It's not going to be good now. Oh no. So we're going to do something else. And hey, we got my boat, right? So, let's do it, shall we? It's my good old create subject thing here, and we're going to create a subject down here. Just had a thought. Oh, I just had a bad thought. Yeah, crumbs. There are two ways this could go bad. They're probably going to get their capital over in Royster, which I don't want. But sometimes you just have to accept the loss. As long as their capital's in Dover, everything's fine. If it is Dover, I'm in trouble. Alright, well, just wing it. Okay, as expected, it was the town, and I wanted to keep that town for myself, but that's okay. The point is, these guys have been spat out, and they're Highland culture, and they have cores on all of this land. Huzzah! Isn't this good? Yeah, Rochester. I got a friend from Rochester, and he said it's like the most miserable place in all of Britain. And I mean, you can see London from there, so you know how bad it can get. Why do I want to pay my burghers $1,000 dues? The question is if stability is worth $1,000 dues to me, and the answer is no, not really. They also become incredibly unhappy. But they can just sod off. In the Medway, it's generally pretty terrible. I'm willing to believe it all. Right, you've got your wool, you have other sources of food, you got livestock, and you got other stuff. I'm contemplating if I want to take this land back. I wanted this. I wanted to keep the town, but I shouldn't have let them free after making the town. On the other hand, the town is now their capital. Maybe they can boost up the population and the development. That's their problem. France, what are you up to these days? Well, you're not at war. That's the important part. Have we had the turn of the month? I believe we have. And that means that Dover is yours, mine, and well, we don't really care about Chester anymore, do we? So we are going to go to you, and we are going to take that, seize that province. Need to make sure I have 2 diplomats. I absolutely do. Yoink. Time to put the peasants to work. Yes, peasants, you're going to get to work in the name of Ile-de-France. Hey, France, would you like this location? It's really nice. I can't click on it for some reason, which is making me worry. There we go. They won't pay a lot for it because they really, really tuned this a lot better. I mean, France would be willing to spend thousands of dollar dues on it, but there we go. I'm a little worried about doing this, but don't worry. I'm pretty sure I know what I'm doing here. Right, so France now have Dover. When you sell a province, you lose your core on it. And fair enough, I lost my core, but you know who didn't lose their core? The Earldom of Kent didn't lose their core. And that means that Kent is going to get a really nice gas's belly that reduces instead of increasing cost by 25%. And that's not just on Dover, it's on all land. So that is going to be our ticket to getting a good CB on France, and it's also a good war goal. I can take Dover, and I can tell them to smeg off. Yeah, the reconquest against France. France is probably not going to peace out very easily, and we're probably going to be in a state of perpetual warfare, but that's all the more reason to be brutalizing them. We still have this thing available. Do I even care? No, not really. So we're going to continue building up our light fleet so we can have a mass blockade of France. And we're going to use our heavy fleet to decimate France's main fleet. And then we're going to keep them locked down on blockading until we can eventually squeeze something off of them. God knows what it'll be, but I will try. How much do they pay? Only 200 ducats dues. They'd pay a lot more for something closer. In fact, I wonder what they would give me for Jersey. I won't know for a wee while. Anyway, I still want more light ships, believe it or not. More barks, please. Is there really no better way of doing this than just clicking one at a bleeding time? EU4 had this sorted, right? Also, the UI is moving to the left when you press this, which is kind of weird. Ach, wait, did I just see naval limit on that? Expected navy size. Wait, is that a problem? Do I like face extra costs for going over the expected size? I surely hope not. It seems fine. Navy maintenance plus 86%. Why? Maybe it does get more expensive when you have too many. In later stages, you can build like 10 ships at the same location. Yeah, okay. Well, it doesn't matter. They make me enough money to justify it. I hope they do. I would like more marketplaces, please. I need to trade in order to make up for all of this. Alright, fair enough. Notably, though, I do not want you involved in the war. I don't want any of my coastal subjects involved in the war, except maybe Wales. The Irish are certainly out of the war. The problem is going to each of them and enabling scootage costs a fair whack. I mean, are these guys my subjects, or are they subjects of my subjects? Important distinction. Subject of subject, good. And the Pale stays out. And you're actually a vassal of Connaught, so that's even easier. Keep Connaught out of all of this. The dream of integrating Connaught is not far off, actually, but their population has grown. And I'd need my own population to grow considerably to get the 100 to 1, the 10 to 1 on them. Just contemplating that annexation. God, that'll take a while. I need to trim them down a bit. Or bloat myself up a bit. Both are fine outcomes. Oh yeah, I culturally enriched this place so that the subject nation I spat out would become Highlander. It was majority Highlander in every province, so no matter where they chose as their capital, and it was either going to be Canterbury or Rochester. It had to not be Dover, because Dover would be, I wouldn't be able to seize Dover. So they become Highlander, meaning that even when I take this land and I sell it off, they keep their core. Although Chester has their core on it as well. Don't ask me how the coring loss works. I don't understand it entirely. See, when I played Golden Horde, I re-annexed my colonial nations. Wrong cultured land on a different continent, and it was annexed by force because it was a war against them, and I still got the cores back. I do not understand how it works. Not like EU4, where I knew the intricacies of just about every mechanic. Here, there are things that are baffling to me. Oh, hang on. You know what hasn't spawned yet? That's right, the New World. How do you not know about the Azores? Oh my days. Damn, I actually needed it off of Castile. There's not another thing I could get for the advance, is there? Castile, 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 Castile. Yeah, it's just Castile. Azores, Canaries, or South Micronesia. Yeah, I needed to get it off of Castile. Oh, damn, and I'm much too late now, aren't I? Well, I suppose there's every chance that there could be some horrific issue. That makes it not spawn for Castile, giving me time to rob that information. I'm not sure if I even should steal a map here. Seems dangerous in its own right. What the hell? Tell me more, tell me more. But then we're going to stop spying on Lisbon. Seems like a waste of time. Here there are things that are baffling to everyone, not just you, Jake. Yeah, but everyone keeps expecting me to know how everything works. Granted, I did get access to this game ahead of time, but I wasn't playing it. I had other things going on, much as I wanted to be playing it. Yeah, man, making friendly with my subjects takes forever and a day. You can only steal adjacent to something you already know, yes, and I know about this. The sea land around the Azores, but Castile knows about it, Portugal does not. I mean, how in the world does that work? Oh well, like I said, maybe I get lucky. It is only a percentage chance a month that it spawns. Although it's 11%. Okay, this isn't happening. And once again, these guys are taking shelter when I don't want them to. Oh well. Maybe I should tell them to get the naval stuff over here. Because until I integrate Wales... Yeah, you're not going to be able to get capacity around all of that. Yeah, but I don't think I really care about the northern tip of Scotland having good control. Doesn't seem worth my time. By the way, I got to say that trade income really skyrocketed when I built those marketplaces. It was at, what, 12 or 20, and now it's 43. And again, that does not affect economic base. So yeah, we are in the money right now, which feels great. Granted, I'm not paying for stability, but that's a chumps game. Did Jake sell Dover to France? Why? Well, I'll tell you why. Will I? I hope this works. Because my subject is doing a spy network in France, and he will get a very good casus belli for Dover. But like I said, I don't want him involved, so he's going on scutage. I should also make sure any coastal nation that could be a liability at war should be on scutage. Not Dorset. I'm planning on integrating Dorset. Maybe it's early enough that I should. All right, scutage for Dorset. You'll be integrated. You'll be integrated. Wales, I think I want involved. The Welsh army could actually help me in a pinch. And I want these two on scutage as well. But yeah, it costs a diplomat to do interactions with your subjects, which always feels bad. And who would have expected this? Castile have unlocked the New World. All right, sod the spy network and you. But we still want to be friends, right? Maybe, actually. Bourbon, France, Burgundy, Bois, Artois. If I actually spent some time improving relations with my last remaining antagonists, we could get there. And France is almost out of it, right? Almost. Another 18 antagonism gone. Although I can only... Well, I could get rid of that. Yes, I could. But it would eat into my eradication of the English scum. So it's a difficult call to make. Yeah, it's funny. The diplomats have been such a tight thing for me. I need so many of them for this run. Jake, do you think integration needs a rework? I feel like it's very tedious in late game. I haven't experienced the late game, so I couldn't tell you. But there's a... Is it a hegemony thing? Something? No, I think it's an advanced thing that lets you integrate entire areas rather than provinces. But yeah, I do not know entirely myself. Diplomats is good, but 20 relations with all my... No, I need the diplomats right now. The opinion boost would go away. But yeah, I want all of these potential naval problems. Hold on. You don't have my culture? Looks like I missed a trick here. Yeah, wow. Of course, I was looking for English. I wasn't looking for Northumbrians. Alright. One at a time then. Let's enforce the culture. Actually, do scutage first. I don't know if scutage gets blocked by High Liberty Desire, but let's not take the risk. But this doesn't feel like a game where I would get my jollies out of blobbing anyway. I do feel like having a nice, tight nation feels better than just carpeting the world. My daughter, my courtier, and that means marriage, but let's get you culturally enforced first, please. Northumbrian, I mean, come on, be a real culture. Speak Gaelic. And that is, I believe, remember when my language power was, what, 0.12%? Whatever it was at the start? Now we're only about, 1/15 of the power of being Arabic. That's pretty good. And eventually all of France is going to speak Gaelic. Eventually all of Ireland will speak Gaelic. Oh, well, most of it does already. We will get there with our power. Now, daughter of mine. What is it with me and my bloody daughters? This daughter married this dude and only cranked out one son. That's probably where we're going with this. Ruining our house. Ugh. De Valois. Anyway, you're the last daughter around here. You're not particularly useful. Could you just marry somebody? I don't even get to see. For some reason, it doesn't show you unless you have a free diplomat, so hold off on that. Clearly, once more, he becomes the printing press, dude. Not even in London. It's inland here for some reason, probably because it makes a bunch of paper. Anyway, excellent. At least I get something. I won't be getting pike and shot, and we spied on the wrong person to get the new world, but printing press is here. Maybe I can deny it to others somehow by hating them enough. Literacy is good, but I want to print money. Just looking at that naval stuff, naval initiative would smash anybody at sea. This stuff doesn't seem particularly good. Promote institutions. Ooh, that sounds really quite useful when you just can't... Oh, I get it. So some people say that the printing press spawns in like Tibet or somewhere and never spreads. And that's going to block them from getting this, which would allow them to promote it. So it's a bit of a catch-22. That's amazing. Really bad for them. Just contemplating my options as we go down the line here. Cabinet seat has got to be a priority, right? It's what we do. So it's probably going to be Crown Power, Cabinet Seat, Printer Shop, and then Naval Initiative. Wait, was Naval Initiative even over here? It was somewhere. Yeah, there it is. With the diplomats as well. God, a lot of good stuff under printing press. Feels good. Embargo the people you hate, and that should help. Wonder if there'd be a problem embargoing Paris. I'd probably have to do Bordeaux and whatever this is as well. But in the end, it would go to Bruges and Cologne and get to Paris anyway. I don't think it's worth it. And don't embargoes affect your trade efficiency? They did in EU4. It doesn't mention it here. Still, probably not worth it. So why Hungary seems to always get encompassed by institutions that take years to actually get this out. Yeah, Hungary is just this black hole of knowledge. Not this time, though. I think this time during our Golden Horde play, Hungary was still just completely blacked out. Oh, my beloved Horde. Market Village. Feels good having money. I can't explain just how much. Bye, Devon. Right, now this is important. If the game could kindly pause, and I freaking hate this. They got it solved in CK3, right? If you have something pause, automatically, you can set it so that it remains paused even when you dismiss it. But in EU5, you dismiss it and it's like, boom, straight back to full speed. And I wanted it paused here because I wanted to go to these places that have some control, and I go to their stannery courts and I just annihilate them because they're awful. Max control, peasant power, burgher power, goodbye. The other stuff is whatever. Stannery court, yes, getting in the way of... Well, it's just a fish, who cares, but still, away it goes. Stannery court on the tin, away it goes. Unfortunately, I cannot do the silver mine. It's just a little bit too high here. But I think I can get the 50% control. Maybe. Maybe not. Depends if I can get enough... Well, depends if I can get enough. Although I could put a... No, it wouldn't make a difference there, would it, Bailiff? Because it's separate from proximity to capital. Ach, well. Anyway, if you could be so kind, I have... one channel for you. I really don't care about you doing this. Can we, like, undo this province? Get all of that done instead, please. And all of the North Sea. North FC. And yeah, I still don't really care about going around here. It's not worth it. Weird that you have to keep resetting and re-enabling that. I'd love to just be like, edit where you go and then repatch it in. But what do I know? Soon we'll have Wessex done as well. And eventually have this done. For whatever reason, these people did not want to assimilate their land. And I have no good explanation as to why, because they have every reason to do so. And they got good control, they got humanism. I guess their cabinet's just busy doing something else, same as these dudes. But ach well. The English that won't purge themselves will purge them. Oh, and just to be sure, yes, they are Highland culture, in case anybody brings that up. Right, where could I marry you off to? Castile, of course. Maintain the royal marriage with Castile. Hope that we can eventually make friendly. Make even more friendly. Although there's always that risk that they come for me. Alright, sure. That means my daughter is heading off, but that's okay. She won't be missed. What can we figure out in Parliament? I love census. Population is so good. Unless anything else is more worth my time, I always like to go for census. Population growth 0.5 might not sound like a lot, because it's not a lot, but this stuff compounds, so it's a lot. And with decent enough crown power... Hey, it did it again. It switched the circle around. And we unpause. We unpause. There we go. Boop. Grant privilege, no. Get rid of merchant guilds, yes. Naval support, double yes. Toll castle, yeah, get rid of those troll castles as well. They're not that bad. I think I say that troll castles are a lot worse than they are. Merchant guilds are worse, right? Burgher power. Yeah, you know what? Get rid of them first. The troll castles I might not even mind, because if nothing else, they do drive demand up for stone, tools, weapons, and tar. And 10 nobles also drives up demand. And the only thing you have to pay is food. You know what? I'm chilling out these days on toll castles. Toll castles not as bad as previously asserted. Of course, you know, in time I'll gain greater understanding and I'll realize I was wrong all along and know those toll castles are absolutely awful and need to go. But for now, toll castle, not too bad. I still like calling it troll castle though. Let's get rid of these actual castles. We don't need or want them. Did I get the coastal fort thing, by the way? Apparently not. I thought I... Ah, here we go. It is on my research list. Fair enough, then. No, I don't care about cavalry levy. I don't care about levy at all. In the current version, regulars are space marines and levies are chaos cultists. Tyrannid spawnlings? I don't know. Eldar foot troops. How about that? I gotta pretend that I know a thing or two about Warhammer. Jinx, you're getting on in years. It's going to be harder and harder to find Crown members. I'm going to be very sad about that. It's going to negatively impact my beloved Crown percentage. Jake, you mentioning Warhammer is cursed. Oh, there we go. Levies are Cole LLC interns. I don't know. They got a lot done. I think they can scale better than what I can do, to a degree. Excuse me. Well, at least it didn't go to the French. But given where you are, it'll be the French soon enough. Pike and shot. Alright, not much of my concern. More integration to be done. I still want you and the other ones that have done cultural enrichment to be part of me. Buckinghamshire is mostly there. It's just Buckingham itself which is being dealt with. I'm not sure I care about little tiny strips of English like that. But is there anybody that's a bigger priority to really deal with right now is the question. I could maybe work on this. It's a bit of an odd one out here. Northumbrians and such. There's God's work being done elsewhere, eliminating the English scum. How are these guys doing? A low percentage. Ah, of course, I just took this over and it's majority English, right. In that case, get to work. Don't worry about Buckingham. Our time will come. Remove the English. And proximity's not so bad over here, so control will be fine. With the slight exception of where they still have their bleeding Stannery court. What I could do is give this province to Cornwall, integrate Cornwall, and Cornwall should have enough control over this for me to destroy it. It's a real deal. The problem is I don't have good relations with Cornwall, but I could make better relations. It's a pretty good idea, actually. It's a shame about that silver mine and the control stuff, but whatever. Money is money. And Games Workshop's a considerable part of the UK economy these days. I'm surprised they don't move that offshore. My brother actually worked for Games Workshop for a while. He had all the horror stories. But he did quite a bit of their painting, so if you've been in Scotland and seen some models on display there, a good chance my brother did some of that. Very good painter. I tried and I failed. Painting was just not for me. I'm eyeing up these two buggers. They're the next on the integration chopping board. So's Leicestershire. Funnily enough, so's Warwick. I think I'm upping relations with all of them. Yeah, no doubt. But the Irish time has almost come. It's going to take a day and a half. But I will integrate the Pale. Christ, almost 40 years, but it's worth it. I need to get Ireland divvied up for my cultural reasons. It's going to eat 1/10 of a diplomat forever. Do I care about passing Parliament? I did want to pass a new law, didn't I? I want my new model army. Manpower is good. Quality is I prefer quality. But plutocracy, I'm less keen on these days. And that manpower is good. Is there anything else more worth my time? Oh, what about the Confederal Union? Now that I want. Now that I think I want even more. I don't mind urban parliament seats. Okay, a little bit of burger power, who cares? It employs burgers, it drives demand. Yeah, you know what, you can have that. Granted. It might actually get very difficult to have this thing still pass, though. But whatever, what's this thing called? Administrative system. Get away from feudal, get over to confederal. God, that proximity cost seems so good. And now if I want to pass this, we are probably at the mercy of getting an event. Yeah, you know what? Screw the troll castles for a moment. I could pass with capital economy. You know what? I like capital economy. Yeah, sure. Huzzah! We got our census, which is stability. And we get that other stuff done as well. Sounds like a win-win-win to me. So this game is not very good at telling you when you have casus belli via your subjects. Did I get my scutage up here, by the way? Yeah, I think I did. Scutage and converting culture. Very good. I won't get an alert for when I have this awesome casus belli on France. I'll have to check on it. But check on it I certainly will. And good, we didn't magically lose our maritime presence, courtesy of integrating. Starting to really worry about that naval maintenance. I gotta go very deep in the tooltips for this. But yeah, I think naval maintenance is increasing from going above my expected navy size. It doesn't say so, but does it mention anywhere? Naval range, fort limit, navy tradition. Where does it say expected size, though? Ah, here we go. It just says expected, but not the impact of expected. That's concerning. Very concerning. Oh well, as long as France haven't upped their number of heavy ships. They haven't? Okay, thank goodness. I was ready for them to have done so. They seem oddly poised over Jersey, though, don't they? What are they up to? You know, it'd be very, very, very funny if I suddenly find that they've parked an enormous army on Dover. And by funny, I mean, it'd be kind of sad. Like, really, really sad. Let's have a quick pick at Dover. I can't see Dover, can I? There's no good reason why I wouldn't be able to see Dover, right? I just assume there's nobody there. Yeah, I think we can see Dover just fine. I don't think it does. It just used to calculate the naval to land modifier. I hope so. I sure as sugar hope so. Can you see Dover from 1C below? You'd think I'd be able to see them from here, if not here. I mean, what should I segregate off one little boat to go and check? Ah, it's no big deal. We're not going to war with them right now. And even if they do have an army on Dover, it's just an army I have to kill and then kick them out. Ooh, okay. Well, didn't even need to do anything in Parliament. All is well. It's a cliff. How are you supposed to see it from the sea? Not here. It's not plateau or anything. It's flat land and it's grassland. Be quite funny if they actually construct like a castle on Dover, meaning I have a hard time sieging it down. But if I have a hard time, I just got to deal with it. Alright, Pale. Your time is really, really soon. July next year, we get going on the Irish. And there's our consensus. Looking like a dodgy population graph, but anything better than the early days when we had... Oh, we're almost back up to pre-Black Death numbers, but yeah, what was our population at the start? I don't know, like 20, 30... Maybe 40,000 tops. That is stretching it very hard. 11,000. No way. Inverness had at least 12,000 at game start. I think it actually had 14,000 because someone remarked, how are you pressing 4,000 levies out of that 16,000 province or something? Anyway, we're doing good. And not only are we doing good, look at that proportion of glorious Highlanders. 75% of the population. England, a paltry... 12%. 12% and going down like Chinatown. Although some of these places still absolutely refuse to culturally enrich their lands, some of them are doing a great job. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll get them absorbed inside of us soon enough. Maybe we could just, you know, march over here and see what we can spot next to Dover. Pretty hard to actually tell if you're able to see in that province or not. We've missed our recruiting target and we lose, like 2 months of manpower. Okay, be still my beating heart. Rapid expansion of our ports and docks. More young men are leaving the farms and finding work on ships and such. Oh, well, good for them. A nice reminder that I should certainly be working on my money. Seems like guns and tools are in vogue. And I'm only too happy to encourage that. The tools are made from iron, and I absolutely want to be making that where we have iron RGO. But that's pretty much here, and this seems to be full. Yeah, no can do, it seems. And I want London to have scriptorums built up. It's just the problem is London's where we're going to make the big money. Alright, well, big money it is. Let's build us up to 10 tool workshops in London, and we want the power of gun as well, because guns are going to be more and more, well, to use the phrase again, in vogue. But you don't say it's London this time, you say it's Boissine. Now, why do you think Boissine is the place to be here? Do they have lead or something as an RGO? No, they got horses, beeswax, and wheat, but who am I to doubt what you know? Produce me more firearms, please. Beautiful artisanal firearms. Although you do... Oh, right, hang on, that's not even properly ordered. Yeah, because it puts ones that already exist up at the top, doesn't it? Anyway, London is still a good place for making shooters. Get those guns of Brixton on the streets as soon as you can, please. Otherwise, I'm not sold on fine cloth. I think fine cloth market can easily crash. And I'll leave it to the estates to figure out what's better to do here. Give me the RGO builder on the everything market these days and just tell me whatever is good. As long as it's not fully expanded. You still think the silver is good to have? Alright, alright. Expand as much as you can. And leave me some money in the bank just in case. Yeah, I'm a big believer in RGOs because your estates do not expand RGOs. But when you build up RGOs, you get money, the estates get money, the estates spend the money on building more production. And sometimes it's very annoying. Sometimes they build things that aren't very useful. But almost nothing is useless. Right? They might build those little masons and lumber mills and such, but it's still going to employ people. It's still going to make money. It's still going to drive up demand. And it's still going to produce a good, which is ostensibly profitable. Plus, I just love the feeling of having others take care of such things. Coming of age, huh? God, you're garbage. Please tell me you're not the heir. No, you're some other horrible house, aren't you? Yeah, this is the wee nugget. The only child. He is really going to have to breed like a rat. And I really hope... Well, it would be nice to be able to change your dynasty, but I think that's gone for good. Maybe, though. You know, if he has only daughters, maybe we can find the old dynasty. Estate buildings, like the AI... No, it's like AI allies fighting by your side. Yeah, but at least you can go in and delete the buildings that they have made. Oh, speaking of deleting people, finally got rid of them. I have had Bristol around for a long time, and credit to them, they completely annihilated the English. Do you see even a single Englishman here? No, 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 nobody asked. So let's just get rid of the unnecessary castles. This isn't EU4, they don't have a passive nice effect for us. Other than employing 1,000 soldiers, which is nice, but I'm still not willing to pay for it. Because unlike most buildings, yeah, the building maintenance is there, but you also have to pay a fort cost on top of that, and I'm not up for that. Also means if it revolts, that's another thing for me to have to deal with. Anyway, away all that goes. Bristol already has a dock. Oh, well, that is just lovely, isn't it? Looking forward to the day where I put peel towers everywhere. The prosperity is amazing, but it's really not worth it except for maybe my really good places that I want permanently prosperous. And actually, the laws we have already make prosperity really high everywhere. It's just eking out that last bit would require it. Anyway, still looks like a great place, and it is mine, and maximum control 88! That is ludicrous. Holy smokes, and that's not even going by boat. My Golden Horde wishes it could have control like this. Wow, so this is the power of a road. Oh, he's happy, so he is. Imagine what the control could be over in Berg if it had a road as well. But that's the estate's job, not mine. Have you got bridges across the road? No, I don't tend to manually build bridges. I probably should, but that's a concern for later. Anyway, the land that I just took, do they have any of those stupid little Cornish buildings? I don't think they do. Plenty of libraries that I really need to work on building up. I can't believe Wales have still not integrated Longtown. How? Why? I mean, they'll get there eventually, and then I'll nab this and that off of Wales and release it as a subject, but they are taking their sweet time with it. Oh, look at that. Another full conversion. So most of the vassals that we spat out did full conversion. Looks like 1, 2 of them did not. You are not working on it, although I'll give you a bit of time before I start throwing water bottles at you and such. And we're almost ready for Oxfordshire and Northamptonshire. Okay, great. The economy is doing laughably well, haha. This is also another province that is rife with Englishmen that need to be absolutely massacred. Let's hear it in chat for massacring the English. We've got these English down to petting zoo levels in East Anglia, so I'm fine with the assimilation of Norfolk to become the assimilation of... What's this place even called? Tobert. Yes, of course. Highlanders and Tobert, please. Someone remind me, what was the name of that pixel-based 4X game that you used to give VIPs? That was Rise of... hold that thought. What the heck was it? It's called Ages of Conflict, World War Simulator. Ages of Conflict, World War Simulator. It is an early access, by the way. I know it's very rare to see an early access game on this channel, but the way I see it, I'm not the one playing that game. You are. Yet another one coming of age. Far from my problem. Alright, absolutely fantastic. Time for annexation. Sped up enormously by the fact that I'm much, much larger than these guys now. Annex and annex. And head Dorset, you'll be soon, don't you worry. I'll get to you. I'll take care of you. The Great Leon. My housemate used to just quote Star Fox quotes to me, because he knew it would make me go off and just play the game some more. Oh, how I enjoyed it. Yeah, I was not about to say Rise of Industry. I thought it was Rise of Nations, but that's a different game entirely. So I could have my captain join the clergy. Is that even my problem? I like a happy clergy, and I don't really care about prestige. We can't seem to find that anyway. Bye, captain. You gonna listen to that monkey? Only I have the brains to rule Mori. Speaking of which, hey, we're finally a king, so it doesn't update your duke to become a king. We have to wait for the next in line. Oh, good lord. Right, I'm really hoping that drives a wedge between the French and Bohemian Alliance. And I sure don't see a French-Bohemian Alliance. Yeah, my idea being that hegemonies probably really don't like being friends with each other. Otherwise you end up with some kind of hypercube of cuddle boxing. But yeah, the dream of Bohemia versus France might not be dead yet. The economic hegemon versus the military hegemon. And as it happens, Bohemia has a lot more subjects than France now. I still think France would win. Castile, are you sure you don't want to gang up against France? Think about what we could achieve together. He's getting less sure about it. Wait, do Burgundy even exist? Is this Burgundy? No. What's a Burgundy? What? Really? It's a bit more in the land than I thought. Anyway, Burgundy still hate my guts, probably because I conquered land right next to them a century ago. I somewhat have free diplomats. I'm contemplating getting rid of that, because getting an alliance with Castile is a big deal. I'm also considering just eating more of this land, especially the stuff that's been culturally enriched. Yeah, my control in the country is growing like mad, so I should absolutely be making use of it by integrating these fools. Cornwall is one that I want to take as well, so am I already improving relations? Nope, then get on that. I'm really not going to have a lot of diplomats left if I keep improving relations with absolutely everybody. But it must be done. Just feels good solidifying it. Finally. The Norse Gales taken care of. Oh no. Well, I thought we were taking care of the Norse Gales, but it seems like Manin had different ideas. For whatever reason, Manin decided not to culturally enrich the Highland. That's okay. 1 out of 2 is fine. Big AI wars, just lobbing levies at each other. Look, as long as the French die, who am I to complain? So, people are asking about the subject that I made. The subject has gone and made me. No Casus Belli yet. What's taking so long? He seems to be taking forever building up a spy network. Oh well, I'm sure he'll get to it eventually. Oh, wow. Not just the eco-hegemon. Wait, that doesn't make sense. How did... What happened to the French military? Somehow you got absolutely blasted fighting the Netherlands? This must be an event thing, right? How did this happen? The French attacked demanding Brabant off of the nerds. There's a potential here, by the way. If France were to take a lot of land and get a large coalition, I could actually declare coalition on France. There's a problem, of course. I'm pretty sure that's superiority or some kind of not-so-good war goal. But if it was a big coalition, I might actually be able to do something with it. Attack without coalition. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Then I just use the Casus Belli and not wait for a coalition. But it depends on what the CB actually has. You know, is it show superiority, take capital, etc., etc. I think I want you integrated. That's land that I need to start culturally assimilating. Have you been around long enough to be annexed? Wait, where is the annexation? Oh, I'm already annexing you. Gosh, I'm just so clever. In that case, you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, in that case, who's next to go on the list? Dorset's pretty high on the list. Northamptonshire. I'm working on West Riding. Alright, just get them all. And of course, this year... Wait, was it this year? Maybe it was last year. Whoa, what am I doing? The pail needs to be eaten. Alright, get on it. Oh, might be a downside there, right? All of that together is a minus 100 on everybody. Wow, we actually got all of East Riding done. They did not want to be English or Northumbrian. Oh, good on them. Right, where do we take care of next? There is something to be said for completely eradicating the English in London before the population becomes too large. I like that idea, actually. Complete English eradication of London. Stop them ever having any ideas of revolting there as well. Yeah, that might be too many annexations for one. Also, Oxfordshire don't want to be annexed anymore. Huh, they lost a lot of opinion with me suddenly. That's weird. Why did that happen? Maybe it was the annexation of some other subject? Well, I should get on that. I don't want to lose the progress that I have right now, but yeah, maybe... Yeah, and multiple annexations stacks up in a very unfortunate manner. 50% is fine, but 100% is a bit much. In that case, I will let go of the Pale for now. Which I can't revoke right now, you gotta wait for that. But yeah, I'll cancel the annexation of the Pale until these are done, and then I'll just do one at a time in addition to the Pale. Why can't I cancel this? Oh god, you need a diplomat to cancel annexation. You can actually lock yourself on diplomats then. Okay, at least it doesn't cost a diplomat, but you need the diplomat, which is beyond strange. Oh, that's weird. These guys suddenly became a lot happier. Is there like a stacking malice for multiple annexations? What in the world happened there? There's a stacking minus opinion per annexation. Yeah, but these guys don't have any. And then as soon as I do the Pale, they all hate me? How bizarre. Maybe there is like a annexing too many subjects malice. Ach, well, no big deal. Mori is looking so good, though. I've come a long way for this. Somehow I don't think the Netherlands have this in them. In fact, the Netherlands are also at war. Munster smells blood and is trying to take Netherlands Niederheim. I won't claim to know what that is. Brittany is probably having a very bad time right now. Yeah, Brittany's gone in less than 10 years, just 6 or so. They're working on Artois as well. Ugh. Not happy seeing all that French power. I am happy seeing that my my naval presence didn't get absolutely obliterated, though. My niece, once again, no longer a crown member. The French are raising their levies. Good. Oh, the coastal fort, right? So I wanted that in a few places. In fact, I should go right here and consider all the important places to have a coastal fort. Oh, please don't tell me it's town only. It's town and city only. Ah, jeez. Wonder what the point there is then, because my enemies will just land on not towns, won't they? I suppose what you could do is you could put this on the towns and then the forts on the not towns. The maritime presence is a pretty big win, though. And I suppose the naval, the hostile naval attrition could also be considered good. Yeah, I guess it's okay. The problem is it doesn't improve natural harbor stuff, but whatever. I'll put a few in select locations, although I could put them everywhere. How much do they cost? How much do they cost? How about we have them everywhere, then? It will actually save me money overall in not needing my boats to do so much maritime presence stuff. Alright, everybody gets one then. Plus, it employs people, right? Yeah, soldiers. And soldiers have needs. Good, good. Alright, let's just fort that up then. And like I said, I still want more money. But I feel like trade is doing me better than most things, so show me the marketplaces. I will trust you to know what's best, game. Wait. Oh my god, remember when I closed all the marketplaces early on? That was aeons ago when trade was bad, but now trade is good. I need them on. I wonder what other buildings I have closed. Yeah, well, give me a bunch of marketplaces, please, wherever you think is best. Oh my god, it must be like 100 years or so since I went around closing things. Nothing appears to be closed, but I don't know. Is there a way to just check for closed buildings? You're still saying some of my marketplaces are closed. There we go, get rid of the closed. Is trade now good? Yes. The economy overhaul means that trade no longer hurts your economic base. So whilst previously doing good trades could make you spend more money than you make due to economic costs scaling up, now it's just good. And similarly, getting income from subjects was just good. That's why my Golden Horde was so good with tributaries. Now you actually have to pay 5% of the tax base of your subjects. So you better hope that your subjects actually pay their way. So yeah, it's based on population tax base, which is factored into control. And then your subjects' interest is whatever. I'm not playing a bank. And then scales with institutions. But yeah, much nicer in 1.0.8. Pretty happy with the patches right now. It was a bit disillusionment at times with the firing from the hip balance changes. Soon, very soon, Kent will get what I need, which is that Casus Belli. Casus Belli. Traditional? No. Capital economy. Anyway, sometimes you look at these annexations and think, my god, these annexations are taking too long, aren't they? And if you have spare diplomats, which I don't really, but let's imagine that I do, what you can do is you can find somewhere that is already your culture, and then you go and you just take the province. So I'm currently integrating Oxfordshire, and we're about 2/3 done. Yeah, 2/3 size here. But if you just go and take the land, yoink. Suddenly, the annexation stops entirely because they're disloyal. Man, my brain is so huge. How does it fit in my head? Anyway, the point is, I get the full core on this province, and it dramatically speeds up the annexation. He's too good. I don't know how he manages it. I like this cabinet member, even though he's a nobility. Plus, he works on development, so go for it. I still have to keep an eye on France. I need to take note if they ever start building up their heavy fleet. They're not, so it's okay, but they have just... Oh, military hegemon, France. Bye, Oxford. So, how's that... I feel no antagonism towards France. But France is a monster. He just keeps eating. Geez, I take 5 provinces off of France. They still hate me 100 years later. Can you pay more into Diplo spending? No, I usually max out my Diplo spending because I'm in dire need of diplomats. One of the things about having a lot of subjects is that's a lot of people that you need to improve relations with. I still want to start integrating the Pale, regardless of slowing down thanks to other annexations. And since it's going to take forever and a day, I better just get started now. Yoink. Yeah, look at that. 40 years to integrate the Pale. I could speed it up by stealing provinces off of them, but that would be a lot of provinces to steal. So I think, yeah, we do the Pale, and one at a time we do the English on the mainland. Alright, was there anything I wanted from having Oxford for myself? Not really. I get the university and all as well. And this part of Europe really needs more blue. I could only have one blue guy around here, my friend. I think we better start thinking about it. How's my Kent doing? Kent... Wait, what the hell? Ah, there we go. Creating Casus Belli. It'll be ready on the 1st of March, 43. Should I start paying my navy? Yeah, it's a good idea to get a feel for how much this navy is going to cost me, right? Oh, scary. Well, this is what we have extra money for. How fares Portsmouth? Was it treating you well? Portsmouth. Portsmouth. I know not what you speak of, but it's a fine little town, and someday it should hopefully be a not-quite town. I really need to work on my urbanization. Assimilating Devon, assimilating Somerset, assimilating Middlesex. All right, so there are a few English in the petting zoo in Harrow. Give it maybe one more tick, they'll be gone, and then you're moving over to take care of Kettering? Kettering? What the hell was it called? There we go. Bang go the English. And because the English are not an accepted culture, they're not allowed to procreate inside my lands, so they shouldn't show up on the map again from here. I mean, you never know, you could get some migrationary wave of English into Londane. It's not unthinkable. What is unthinkable is the sheer amount of control I have. It feels great. I suppose there's one downside of seizing this province. It seems to have lost all control very rapidly, but it'll get it back. I just wanted to speed up the integration and show off a bit. You got English in your petting zoo? Seems inhumane, the poor pony. Yeah, I'll take them out, get them shot, and then mince them up for a meal from Iceland. Iceland, the frozen goods store, not Iceland, the country. Which is a fine reminder, I would really like to know about Greenland, Norway. Can I spare the diplomat to find out? I'm willing to say yes. There's a good chance I get caught, but I really want the maps over here. And a bit of antagonism up with the Nords isn't going to be a huge deal. Right, who's next to go? Who the heck is next to go? Unlikely hunting accident. Yeah, that'll be the day. Well, one nice thing about not integrating anyone else is it speeds up the integration of the Pale. Hardened oak in our ships? Ooh. Oh, well, now, come on. That is begging me to go to war with France. Severely tempted to start integrating Connaught. There are a couple instances of shared areas here. Although, really, I'd like to line it up so that the integration of Connaught happens at pretty much the same time as the Pale. Annexation of... Whoa, why is it expected to take so long to integrate them as well? They got much less population. I suppose they have more provinces. Not sold on that, actually. I'd rather eat up the English, which are within my proximal regions. And that includes you down in, what's this, Somerset? Probably. Dorset, Somerset. It's all just sets. Yeah, I want to eat Dorset, I want to eat Cornwall. And I would like to destroy more of these stannery courts. Is such a thing even possible, though? Hard to say. I really wonder if I improve the naval stuff over here, it might be good enough just to delete it by taking the sea zone around here. Checking proximity to capital. You're taking these roads, sure. But I reckon we could shave down 20... No, that's into Exeter, isn't it? That won't be shaved down. So reasonably I could shave off 20, but 20 would be enough to get rid of this accursed building. And that means it would be enough to get rid of this accursed building. Does he believe what he's saying? He does. Not quite. From Bude Bay into Bidfort's really bad because of because it's not a good natural harbour. It's not that big of a deal to get rid of that building. I'm really just having myself on, haven't I? But imagine. Yeah, you know what? I do imagine. I want that building gone. I will simply cede this location to you, and then I will eat you up, because you'll be able to boost the control over there due to proximity. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, it says 0, but what it really means is not 0, so it should have about the same control as this place. Yeah, and then I'll get you eaten up. Oh, although that means I don't get to patrol this area anymore, which could be a bad sign. Maybe. Was the capital move intentional? Or did it decide for you? Yeah, intentional. London is, in my opinion, the best area in the UK. Good marketplace facing for trade with the rest of the place. It's a good natural harbour. The sea zones make it really easy to project your power. One argument is that you could say have something Irish facing, so it's easier to integrate all of Ireland and have it as direct control. But I want Ireland to be a bunch of subjects anyway. Another idea is Portsmouth. Portsmouth is well positioned to exude control over the north of France, but it's less well positioned for putting up the eastern seaboard, and it's less well positioned for land propagation. It's also not as good a province. It's a wood flatland. London is a flatland farmland, so much better population capacity. Yeah, it's hard to argue with London, and Scotland has nothing that's even close. Scotland's got Edinburgh and Glasgow, which are mediocre for natural harbours, and in a disgustingly bad location, right? Your propagation up north is kind of ruined by all the forests and hills and things, and then you got a long way down for any of the population. So yeah, London is sadly the best option, but at least it's Londane, and the English have been reduced to petting zoo levels. Direct rule from Maury. You saw what happened when we had direct rule from Inverness. Control stopped at the Grampian Mountains. No, the Grampian Hills in this game. Grim times. St Andrews got massive. Now, I'll tell you what's massive. Freaking Orkney. Can't fit too many houses on there, and it certainly eclipses Edinburgh in terms of population. I'm having a hard time getting a populace in Edinburgh. Perth is doubling Edinburgh. It's mad. Will you be taking the Low Countries as well? I actually don't know what the Low Countries are in England. What are the Low Countries? I assume you mean something here, right? Anyway, these are just being administrated for me. They're being annexed one at a time. I'm giving them time to culturally enrich the land to Highlanders, and I also had them core the lands, and they cored it ages ago. Not all of them want to culturally enrich it, but we're just gobbling them up one by one, whilst we slowly integrate the Pale. And that Pale is slow. Orkney starts with the lowest pop in the game. That's pretty impressive. It can't be the lowest, right? 1st of March, 43. Oh, excellent. How's my force do? Whoa! It's up to 100 already. Alright, get your arses balanced out. Those early Caddocks looking good. They should keep my cogs nice and safe. The question is, should I segregate my cogs? Maybe the answer is yes. Maybe the answer is move the cogs and some Caddocks. Something like this. That way I have a front-focusing load of Caddocks just to handle whatever gets thrown at me. Do I have any additional crown individuals to put in charge of this? Someone young and spunky like Andrea Randolph. Yeah. Then we got 7 backups to fill in any gaps in the front line. This should decimate the enemy fleet, especially with the boost I got that only makes me level with France's hegemony. Yeah, if I lose these fights, I'm going to be guy unhappy. So I'll definitely want the best in command for it. The Low Countries are the Netherlands. Ah, I thought there was like a Low Countries in England. Anyway, this land is tempting, but it's not our focus right now. And I really don't want to have a land border with France currently. How are you feeling about that aggressive expansion, by the way? Are you feeling better? Should I try kicking France out of the coalition for good? Even if I... Well, no, if I got rid of all of that, then Castile would be open to an alliance. But how am I meant to calculate this? 409 plus 20 plus 20 plus 1 plus 0 equals 64. Swedish, Spanish maths. He has no idea. How about the Defensive League? No. Although you'll tell me even less about how that works. That's the Midlands, Jake. All these kinds of lands. Oh, Navy Initiative is a lovely thing to get at this point. And we've run out of advances. There's nothing that we can do in the Age of Discovery. The printing press is not very spread in our country yet. Was there anything I was missing and wanting in Age of Traditions? This is okay. Actually, as time goes on, that's going to be more and more okay. Was power projection good for anything? You can build trade offices, slave centers, and missions. Colonial charters go better. I swear there's something else that makes power projection good, but heaven help me if I can remember what it is. Cultural stuff is a waste of everyone's time, unless you're telling me National Assemblies is good. Government reform that gives innovative and free subjects. That's alright, but I don't think it's good as government reforms go. It affects great power status as far as I know. That could be relevant. Power projection is faster coring. Ah, but I don't do manual coring. I don't want Catholic stuff because we won't be Catholic forever. Exploration, yeah, never mind that. Urbanization, never mind that. I do want those hulks, but maybe I'll just leapfrog it to the next upgrade of boats. No, no, and no. Slave centers don't tempt me. A whole lot of stuff I don't need here. Legislative efficiency does reduce aggressive expansion. It might well be worth my time to go for it. Maritime trade advantage. How much trade advantage a country gets from maritime presence in a sea zone? Well, I pretty much have that in my home, so I don't think that's very relevant. The cost of making towns going down is money, I suppose, but not a huge deal. In time, I'm going to want Deus Vault, so let's jump on that for now. And this is a lot to do just to get this legislative efficiency, but I'll take it anyway. War with no CB. I don't plan on doing that anytime soon. Why is there no option to hide all the researched and locked advances? It's beyond us. Put it in the massive GUI thread on the Paradox Plaza, see if they pay any attention to it. For God's sake, Wales, what does it take? Integrate your last wee subject. It's the one I need you to get rid of as well. Alright. Can I finally have my moment of huzzah, it's here? I can in March 43. Oh, goody, goody. Half a year away. Why am I spy networking Norway? Oh, that's right. I want to steal the maps. Okay, why am I not integrating another Englishman? That's the bigger and better question. Could do either of you. Both of your provinces are kind of whatever. Livestock, wool, wild game, wheat. Wheat, livestock, wool. Well, doesn't seem all that great. I mean, wouldn't I rather have this sweet land up here? I would, but they don't care for me right now, so I guess we just eat whatever is better. Proximity to capital. It's kind of fading a bit. The thing is, I'm not going to integrate these lands if I think that they serve me better as... serve me better as a subject. As a subject, they have 100% control, and they pay me big fat stacks of cash, and they'll still provide a small army. And looking at just how far away they are from the coastline, it might not be worth it, not compared to grabbing this, which is right next to Grimsby. So, these guys might be untouched for a little while. And I care more about Dorset and Cornwall. Yeah, maybe more Dorset. Yeah, you know what? Let's get sitting on the doors. They're my next target. And I am working on Dorset, right? Yeah, you can tell this little thing is here. Throw your party and get to work. That thing just keeps on coming up. Connaught have asked us to help out in the war? Stop talking about the war. And in fact, I've taken control of the war. Please explain further. You want me to take control of the war against my own subject. I mean, that's okay. That is okay, because I want Connaught to have this land so I can just gobble them up. Yeah, Connaught have done silly things, like how they're able to just keep taking wars, even as my diplomatically limited subject is beyond me, but... yeah, well... is this going to me or to you? It's going to me, that's amazing. I guess you can have this one. I'm not chuffed about it, but sure. Go to Connaught. It does make my life easier when I eventually carve you up, but it does not make it easier for integrating them. Integrating Connaught's going to take quite a while. Like England, it would be easier if it was broken up into small countries, which is what I tried to do, but Connaught. For some reason, these Irish play by different rules. I don't know what they're up to. Now, somebody mentioned you can get the humiliation and then annex them, and you keep the humiliation. Whoa. Big-brained play here. All right, wonderful. Good job, minor tribe of Connaught. I've played as the Irish before, haven't I? In EU4? I'm trying to think of whenever. Certainly did it in EU3 at least. And getting full annex is pretty humiliating, to be fair. No. Having your initial land taken from you and living on in shame, now that is humiliating. And I had that happen when I was playing Livonian in EU4. Riga took all of my starting land. It was a new update that made OPMs a lot stronger, and I was playing, I think, on very hard mode too. Not an excuse, of course, it just went poorly for me. Stability, prestige, legitimacy. Screw the burghers, that's what I say. They're plenty happy because I give them a load of privileges and such. I just wish I could tax them harder. The problem is, as they gain more estate power, and my power is slightly waning compared to theirs, I can only tax them less and less. So I will eventually have to start pulling some privileges. Although I don't want to, because they're such good privileges. Unlike the nobles, they don't have huge... Oh, well, you know what? Formal guilds could probably go. My days of wanting plutocracy are probably out of the window now. And that does give them a big old chunk of power. Better to do it now than when they get even more power later on. Yeah, okay, say goodbye to that. That means I'm finally paying for stability, but I'm okay with that, I think. And see, they're not too unhappy. They understood that power was getting out of control. And their 26 power becomes 24 power. What a swing. Now, part of the problem is you keep building up your urbanization. You end up with more and more burghers, so their power ever grows. I need to keep the crown in power, but it's getting harder and harder to find crown individuals. Oh, that's right. I'm suddenly paying the army because of that war. Well spotted. The navy, fine. The forts, fine. But culture and army, certainly not. And food, barely at all. Unless provinces start starving, that's not my concern. Getting rid of formal guilds causes a 10-year cycling event where burghers ask you to reinstate it, or you take minus 20 state satisfaction in my Holland run. 10-year cycling event. Oh, that doesn't sound very nice. But no, they can't have it. Hopefully they bugger off eventually. But yeah, some estate events do just keep being kicks in the balls over and over again. Feels pretty bad. Yet another child getting to work, but he's not even of the right... Well, no, he's McLaughlin, so he'll eventually be in the right... He'll be in the right estate group, the Crown Estate. But old Randy Randolph needs to go. God, if only I could divorce my wife. Have a new, younger, less barren wife, and then have a son. Everything would be sorted out. Oh, well, I'll be. The old codger had it in him. And he had yet another bloody daughter. Oh, jeez. Alright, well, you are of age, and I think we need to prepare ourselves, so... Find a noble, and get busy. Yeah. Oh, a von Habsburg. Sure, that's never gone wrong. Yeah, ask the Pope for another wife. Oh, the Pope still likes me. Oh, the Pope is pretty good on his tech. He somehow overtook me again. If I wanted to, I could go and steal some more sweet tech off of him. I don't think I can be bothered going and checking that constantly. Recht. Hunting, exploration, mining. More armories. Yeah, I'm going to want those. Armories are good for the economy. But look at all the development I could get. And the naval. And the shipbuilding speed. It's got to be the armory. boost my manpower yet further as well. And you say you don't want to do it, but I would say become humanist, and all is oh well, not all is well. I like communalism, but we already go towards communalism, so take that as well, and we're fine. Almost there on getting my next annexation begun, but hey, we're almost 10% of the way through the Pale already. This will be done in no time. Again, I could snip provinces off of the Pale, but we're not doing that. Goodbye, Parliament. Alright, so it took no time at all. Devon is looking beautiful and Highlander. Except for this one province. I should have thought about that one, but it's only 20%. The English will die off soon enough. From loneliness of not seeing other English, potentially. There are way too many English around Lincoln, though. That needs to change. So, Devon, you did an excellent job. Think of how many better things I could be doing with my time if this wasn't a cultural run. But yes, annihilate the English. When we started, there were a lot of English, and now look at them. Barely clinging on to life, and it's only been about one generation. You should have the CB on France right now. Look at that. Following through on a threat. Minus 25 for all the lands. Alright, it's finally here. Now, fortunately, being at war does not prevent any of the cool things I want to do, which is integrate this and continue the integrations. I need to make sure that everyone's still on scootage, though. And yeah, I'm serious. We're going for this war. Oh, we could wait, but France gets stronger faster than we do. But it is quite important that we do not bring in any of my useless subjects. So, what's the easiest way to check? Right, scootage on you. You know what? Probably easiest way to do is to check with actions, scootage. Oh, golly gosh, yes, some of these guys need to be kicked right out. You are one of them. You're gone. You're gone. You're gone. The question of the Welsh. All right, you need to go as well. The inland guys are fine because they cannot get boats. Well, they might get them off of mercenaries, but I think it's better just to have them around in case I have some kind of internal thing like England trying to break loose again. Or just grabbing their levies and throwing them against the French if I need extra numbers. Yeah, it also costs the diplomat to do this. Can I recheck that? Yeah, there we go. How do I feel about Wales, though? I don't want Wales throwing their army in there for nothing, so I'm actually going to scootage Wales as well. Truthfully, I should scootage everyone, because you can still manually call them into the war, which is very, very unfair, but it can be done regardless. But yeah, and also the scootage people pay you more. Yeah, I just need to make sure that the war is looking more my way. We have a slight problem that we have a marriage with France and surprisingly good relations with France. Could hurl them an insult to change their mind. There is the risk that they start a coalition against me if I do that. So maybe it's better just to take the 20... I think I could get away with it. I don't have the diplomats, I gotta wait just a little bit. Oh god, did France get their hug box back? Oh my god, why? Wait a second. The hegemony looks a little odd. Oh, that's nice. If France do not have the naval hegemony... Wait, that's odd. Boats? Maybe they went in and out of great power. They're probably about to get it back. Oh god, Austria. Oh god, France on Austria. Oh, wow. It's not often you feel bad for an Austrian. But somehow I don't think Hungary is helping you out in this one. Maybe their economy collapsed because of the hegemonies? I don't know. They have a lot of money. But... God, it took a fair bit, but I am starting to eclipse them. Why, though? I trade better than they do, for starters. I sell better quality food. I mint better. I even tax the little people better. Oh, that's lovely. And good thing you just married into the von Habsburgs. I think there's going to be some vacancies at this rate. Alright, well, if they're busy at war, they're probably too busy to coalition me. So let's get our diplomats back, insult the French, and declare war. And I need to make sure that my navy is ready with a good individual in charge of it. Naval damage done and combat speed are too good to pass up. I think we want the better military leader. That would be you, Sir Louis of Northampton. You claim to be English, but what is an Englishman? We've lost sight of that long ago. Oh, but what about Makongasa? What kind of name is that? He has similar skills, but notably, he takes 10% less naval damage. And he's better on the military front. Come on, his name is Don Chad. Get in there. Did I put him on the right fleet? I don't think I did. No, I certainly did not. Sorry, Don Chad. Administrative error. You're meant to be in charge of the Caddocks. There you go, Don Chad. The backup boats should still have somebody in charge. I'll just put whoever in charge of that. Actually, I'll put a crown member. That'll be good for prestige whilst at war. And it's not like you're expected to be fighting. You're expected to be moving my troops around if and only if it is necessary. Well, this is why I save up money. Alright. Is he actually called Don Chad? I did not rename any of the characters here. His name is Don Chad. Ah, bollocks, who got discovered in Norway, but oh well. Spares me a little bit of diplomats, if nothing else. Can almost do Devon. Alright, there we go. Curses. Oh god, Parliament is not going well for me. Do I really want those armories? I absolutely do, but I guess I'm okay leaning a little bit towards land here. If it gets me my armories, and it's also fitting, I suppose. I just hope I don't get another event that sets this thing back. Feels really bad Vicky 3 style, doesn't it? Okay, in the interest of not losing too much stability here. Could embargo them, I bet they wouldn't like that, but I guess we just go with an insult. Insult is hostile action, right? No, declaring war is what comes next. Did I discover infiltrate administrate? I should probably get the spy network on them, but I can do that later. You French know nothing about running a state. You will somehow interpret this as an insult. Yeah, here we go. Somehow interpret this as an insult. We're amused at their lack of culture, but they appear to be quite upset. The French culture is far superior to the Highland culture, I believe. Where is their navy? Where, oh where is their navy? Since my navy is already rock and roll, we could actually go and hunt and see if they're about. There's the stupid sexy Flanders navy. That's an interesting one because it's small and wimpy and mostly transports. I could destroy it with the backup navy. You don't think the French navy is actually, like, doing naval things, right? There's a little bit of Habsburg over there. One of the bigger problems is not being able to find the French. Of course, there's also the Breton navy, isn't there? Insofar as Bretons have a navy. And they do, they've got 4 heavies. I need to be somewhat ready for this. Hide your trade navy? Nah, I'm pretty sure they can handle themselves. I mean, somehow they're fitting 42 boats on a 10 frontage. And besides, that's my king himself. He'll know how to handle things. If they run into the French heavy fleet, though, they're going to get decimated. But at least that'll tell me where the French heavy fleet is. Because currently we do not know. And that's concerning. Well, I think we've located the Breton fleet. So there's not really much jumping anybody. I have a sneaking suspicion that the French fleet is down here or down here due to the Austrian involvement, which does complicate matters. It would be really nice to jump them, but for now I think we'll just eye up the Breton one. Is it time for war? We're still losing the... Oh, no. No, we're not losing as much anymore. All right, war at the turn of the month. Very good. It's not really a surprise anymore. You can all see it coming. Oh, bollocks. That's certainly not a surprise. Oh, okay, well... Ill-timed, so it is. What is also ill-timed is anybody sitting here thinking it's time for war. No, we got excellent work done on the interior, and we've prepared ourselves for war with France, but that is something that we'll do on the next session. I get to enjoy my 2-day weekend, and I'll be back to continue this on Wednesday, and then we will really be giving it to the French. Assuming we win, which might be a bit of a big assertion, but then we can really get knuckled down into grinding them apart in next week's EU5 streams, maybe even get this campaign done. And then, depending on where the state of the game is, we'll look towards another campaign. But hey, Mori is far from finished. So until we come back with that, it is a cheers from me and a cheerio.